Hey, welcome everyone to day two of RoboCon Online Conference 2025. For those that missed yesterday, I'm Joe Colantonio, founder of Test Guild, and I'll be your MC for today's event. Really excited to have you all here. Let's keep the energy going. We had a great day one. We had a lot of great questions, a lot of interactions in Gather Town. So let's keep it going. Let's keep this, the spirit of the event going all day. Really loved your energy yesterday, so let's bring it today as well. And once again, if you're not in Gather Town, here's a good time to join. If you see right here, Gather Town. And your ticket itself, when you get your ticket, there should be a button to join. So make sure to go in Gather Town if you haven't yet, because you're missing out on a lot if you haven't participated in Gather Town. But I'm really excited about day two. We have a lot of awesome sessions, some on AI, we have some on dashboarding, API testing, one on performance testing with Robot Framework, which I'm really excited about. I actually started my career as a performance engineer. So really excited about that one. But there's a whole bunch of awesome sessions and really excited about today. So hopefully you're tuned in for the whole day. If not, this is being recorded as well, so you'll be able to watch it back if you miss anything. All right, before we get into today's event, I just want to make sure you understand the flow to know how to get the most out of today's conference, basically. So if you didn't join yesterday, just some quick things to be aware of is to chat among ourselves. So the hallway track kind of feel is where we would have in Gather Town. So go to Gather Town, you could chat among your fellow attendees, turn your camera on, turn your audio on. You never know who you're going to meet. Never know what kind of connections you're going to make. Just like a hallway conversation you might have in an on-site event, this is what GalaTown is for the virtual space. So make sure you do that. I love GalaTown, and the folks at RoboCon really have done a great job at putting together a really unique experience in this GalaTown. So definitely check it out. All right, and for questions to speakers, we're going to be using Slido. So Slido, there'll be a Q&A option. I'll have a QR code up and running, but also to the right of this video, wherever you're watching it, should be an option for you to ask questions there as well in Slido. And because we only have a short amount of time for our speakers, we want to get your questions in as soon as possible so that when I go live, the questions are all queued up. Sometimes there is a slight lag between what I'm saying and what you're seeing. So you want to get your questions in. So if we're near the end, I see your question still, it doesn't come in right after I end the session. Cool. All right. So we got Gather Town. We understand how to ask speakers questions. And the only other thing I need to go over, I think, is there's two different ways to join the live stream. The first one is robocon.io. And the second way is actually in Gather Town. There's a RoboCon venue in the conference hall where you have an option to watch the event as well. You just hit the X button to view the stream. If you hear any crosstalk, you can move seats, but hopefully people are aware that when you're in the conference hall to just be aware of people around you. Also want to give a big shout out to all our awesome sponsors. So we have Index 9, we have our gold sponsors, we have and we have our silver sponsors. So a lot of awesome sponsors this year as well. They're also in Gather Town. So show some love, show them that you support Robot Framework by going in there, seeing what they provide, interact with them so they feel a part of the community as well. This is an awesome community. I think this is the third or fourth time I've been hosting it online, and I just love you all. So this is an awesome time to get together, show some love also to the sponsors because they help support this as well. Cool. All right. So let's get into the very first session. This should be a good one. It's Robot Framework meets AI. AI is a hot topic, and David's here to answer all your AI type questions of Robot Framework. Here's a session followed by live Q&A. Get your questions in by heading over to Slido, and let's check out the session followed by live Q&A.
Welcome everyone on my talk, Robot Framework meets AI, Next Level Automation for 2025. My name is David Fogel. I'm from Czechia. I'm founder of Continero and a new startup, Megaminds. I specialize in quality and reliability. I do automation development. I'm a POC developer, mostly for C# and Python, and also I serve as Robot Framework board member. I do a lot AI automation. I try to do RPA, digitalization, and QA and testing in general. I'm really keen about quality, and this is where the AI comes. So how is AI influencing the Robot Framework already? Well, combining AI and Robot Framework, you can get to the next level of testing. So what can we do already? So we are generating data we can generate any kind of data, but more about that in a second. We can adapt to our tests to situations. So if a test is misbehaving, if the responses or results are not always exact, we can use AI to deal with that. AI now comes with reasoning, so we can also follow the chain of thought to take the actions. AI now supports agents, which are really cool. And we are able to work with AI not just with the knowledge that is already built in until the year 2023, but we can work with our own knowledge base. So this makes our testing even more the testing with AI even more precise. And from last year RoboCon to this year, a lot has changed. I'm really glad that my last talk sparked some AI interest into robot framework community. And this year we have so many great AI-driven topics. I'm really keen to try all those options that were presented. But more to what we were building. So after our last conference, we went back home and we started to think how we can bring all those interesting things together so we can create a nice library. So we came up with Robot Framework AI Library. And today I want to present you what the work that we did, something that you can already try, and some obstacles that we found all along the way. So the Robot Framework AI Library is already on GitHub, so you can try that. We also have a working version and releases coming to PyPy. Currently, it's the version 0.0.3. It's still in early development, but really feel free to try it. You can install it really easily. We also built the library to support multiple AI models, and you don't actually need any AI expertise to try it out. So check out the GitHub and try it yourself. But first, let's go through some use cases that we have built our library upon. So first, let's look at dynamic test data generation. If we, for example, need to use some test data in our testing, most usually we either fake the data or we use generated data sets that we always use, and there is no change to the data. Or, for example, we need to work with some variety of the data. We want the data to be more realistic. And that's something that we can't do really with Faker, or we can't really do with other tools. So what we did in the library and what you can try. As you can see on this example, I'm using the library Robot Framework AI. I'm setting up the OpenAI. So we have options to use Gemini or OpenAI. I can generate the test data. So we have a keyword for that, where you specify the AI you want to use. You specify which kind of data you want to use. So here I'm using addresses. Then we have phones and we have emails. I'm setting up the model, which is GPT-4o Mini. And here I want to generate Finland addresses. And then I just go through the list and log them out. So what is the outcome? Like you can see here, this is the HTML report from the Robot Framework. And we can see several addresses that were created. And I can see, 3 addresses for Finland. So 1 for Espoo and 2 for Helsinki with different postal codes. So even on this example, we can see that we have successfully connected the OpenAI. We asked it for some addresses. We specified the country, and we got realistic addresses with postcodes in Helsinki, Finland. We could update the test even more to generate, for example, more addresses, 5, 10, 100. For AI, it doesn't really matter. It's all about the prompt that we add. Also, we can generate different countries, different cities. So we could even specify that we want just addresses for Helsinki or just for Espoo, and we would get only those. The next thing, which can be adaptive testing. So sometimes it just happens that something is happening within our tests, something that is not really exact, where we could utilize some tool that could think during the test execution. So for instance, a test that changes its steps. If a certain text is positive or negative, or if certain outcome is unexpected. So how AI can help us here? Well, the AI model can analyze the runtime output, either by working directly with the test or by using robot framework listeners. Based on this output or some user input, we can think as the expert on the fly. So like our QA engineer would be directly attached to the execution of the automation. And we can update or change the flow of the actual test. So let's look on some of the adaptive testing here. We are using another keywords that are called generate response. This is the most common keyword that we use. And the generate response is basically a request and response. So here we again use OpenAI model or OpenAI AI. We use system message, analyze the sentiment of this comment, and we are inputting a message. I absolutely love this new feature. So here within our test, we are using AI to analyze the sentiment of a specific message. We run this through the AI and we evaluate the outcome. So is it a positive or is it a negative? So let's look how this turned out. So here we can see the generate response with the system prompt, with the user message. We can also see that the sentiment of this comment is positive. So this comes from the AI. And then we do the evaluation and it passes our positive sentiment in the message. And this is not just about validating the sentiment. This is how we can utilize the AI anywhere within our tests. So, for example, we want to do some UX testing. We want to test something on the front end. So we can utilize the AI to work with particular image, with HTML, or with any other data to validate and provide us with a proper response. So does the test pass? Does it fail? Is there something positive? Is there a negative? Or any other possible use cases that we can think of? The next thing, I don't know if you really tried or if you had to test it, but testing of chatbots is really a pain. Or, for example, testing of AI models. Because we can't really work with our exact approach like we did before. Because the chatbot can always answer a little bit differently. There can be a slight change in the answer, and it's actually correct from the chatbot perspective. But for us, for testing through our ifs and evaluations, we need exact responses. So how we can use AI here? Well, the AI, like in the previous example, can validate the outcome. So it can try to find the facts within the answer so that we know whether either the chatbot or different AI under test gives us a correct answer. So let's look at the example. So here we are using the same approach like we did before. So we will be using generate response. For the first one, so we ask a question, when was the Robot Framework Conference, RoboCon 2020 event happening? So we try to ask it something in the past. And we ask to the general AI. Then I'm setting up a second generate response. So this would be like the second AI that we are using. And I'm asking, or I'm telling to the system that, hey, validate the response in a given message, mark as pass if the response matches Helsinki, Finland, January 14 to 17, 2020, fail otherwise. And we send this message to the second AI. And then we evaluate whether the answer contains pass or fail. So here in this example, we use one AI to give us the answer. It could be a chatbot or it's an AI. And then we use a different AI to validate the response of the first step. So how this turned out? No, well, in this case, it failed. So let's look at why it failed. So we sent the first message to the OpenAI stating where was the conference. And it actually told us that the Robot Framework Conference, known as RoboCon 2020, took place from September 14 to 16, and that the event was online due to COVID, which is actually not the case, because we know that 2020, it was the regular conference in Helsinki in January. So in this case, we got an answer from the second AI that this is not correct, that this failed because the message doesn't contain any of these, and we marked the test as failure. Why this happens? Well, we all know that AI can make mistakes, and if it doesn't know, it will just make up the answer. And it's close because the online conference was in 2021, not 2020. So a slight mistake, but still a mistake. And this is how we can find it. Also, imagine that you can use this to testing the chatbots. So usually nowadays the chatbots are also powered by the AI. So the responses can be also different. So this is a really simple way how you can test any chatbot that is out there within your own systems. And last but not the least, working with files. So, well, if we can use AI, we can craft the messages, we can select prompts, but sometimes we need to work with more data. Either it's export from database, or it's our own code files, or for example, log reports or HTML files if we are testing something on Selenium or browser. So we can also work with files. And here we are using another feature, which is called assistants. So AI assistant is like one small separate model set up with certain instructions. So let's look a little bit deeper. So we first set an AI model, again, using OpenAI. We set the name of the assistant. It will be called Code Reviewer. And we set the instructions. You are an expert code reviewer. Provide feedback on the code quality. And we also give it the GPT-4o mini model. Then we create the assistant. Then we can also then we need to send a message. So how can I improve my code? And I specify the file path. So in this way, we are sending the file just with this message. So the file is not stored anywhere. It's just used for one execution, and that's it. And what we can't really forget is that if we are working with assistants, these things are persistent. So we also need to clear this assistant and delete it. Otherwise, it will just pile up within your OpenAI accounts, and you don't really want that. So this is just, again, a simple example that we can take an AI with a model, we can create an assistant, we can set instructions and send a particular file. Now imagine that we won't share just one file, but we will share our whole code base. Immediately, we have an AI that knows our tests, that knows all our keywords code, that knows everything about what we are working with. Well, for some, this might be a problem. For example, if you have your test data, if you have your credentials within your robot framework code. But maybe for some other use cases, you don't have that. So I showed you some of the options how to use the AI library, but what are some of the challenges that we found out? Well, the AI is evolving so rapidly. Like the AI new models are popping up like flies. We have O3 models. 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, we got the DeepSeek. We have Grok 3. We have many llamas, olamas, like everything is just coming out of place. There is like 30,000 different AI systems right now built in. So that's really a huge thing. So that's why also we are trying to build Robot Framework AI to support multiple AI backends. We created common interface. It's a little bit more complex to build in, but it's actually it makes more sense, and also it opens up the gates for someone using Olama, for someone using DeepSeek, someone is using OpenAI. So as new models come in, as new platforms come in, we will just need to hook it up into our interfaces. And this is where the community can help. So if you want to add something new, definitely come to us. We can talk. And you can also propose the changes directly to the Robot Framework AI library. It's definitely not cheap to use the AI. It always costs something. Here we are talking about integrations. So AI is with AI, we are communicating over API. Every API request costs us some tokens. So testing with AI, if you are testing chatbots or if you just want to use AI to do some self-healing, you need to get ready that you either need to pay for cloud tokens or you need to have some powerful machine in your servers to run the open source models like DeepSeek, like Llama, and others. And for that, you need a lot of GPUs and memory if you don't want to wait a long time to get the answers. Also, like I showed in some examples, the AI can give unpredictable outputs. Sometimes it says yes, sometimes it says pass, sometimes it says sure thing. So it's really not really that deterministic. And sometimes, even though we really set up the AI model to answer in a specific way, it just doesn't want to answer by that format. So sometimes, yeah, it's hard to work with AI. We can use parameters like temperature. We can use the response format for help. So this is directly baked into the Robot Framework AI library. But it's always about you, about the users. If you create a proper prompt that is leveraging all these controls, that is being explicit what you want to get from the AI, you will get much better results. So what now? What I would like for you to take from this short session is that integrating AI into your robot framework test is really easy. And with our library, we try to make it as easy as possible. The AI can bring new powers to your robot framework tests. So you can do self-healing, you can do a lot, but it comes with a cost. And either it will be money or you need to build something on your own, which will, again, take some time, some resources, potentially some electricity and budget. AI is just another tool that can enhance our testing, but definitely it won't replace the testers or the solid test design. So if we have a bad design, adding AI to the mix won't fix our problem. It will still require a lot of maintenance. And also the AI can help us. It can help us generate ideas. It can analyze data. It can generate test data. And it can help us automate some of the decisions. But still, your human insight is crucial and is crucial for validating the outputs of the AI. And what I would really love is that you go and check out our Robot Framework AI library on GitHub. You can also become part of our Robot Framework and AI community on Slack. We have this nice channel, AI Robot. So definitely pop up there and you can talk to us. We also set up an AI work group under the robot framework community. We are meeting bi-weekly. I think we are meeting 1 week after this conference. So if you are interested to discuss AI ideas, definitely come join us. We are open to that. And if I could ask you something, try to identify at least one area, either in your tests or in your work, which could benefit from the touch of AI, where it could help you. And that's it for today. Really thank you for taking the time to listen another AI talk. And if you have any questions, please come forward. I'm happy to answer them.
All right, awesome stuff. All right, David, I see you in the green room, about to go live. Get your questions in now. Let's do this. Welcome back to RoboCon, David. Good to see you.
Hello, Joe. Hello, everyone.
Awesome stuff. Got a lot of questions here. Obviously, AI is a hot topic. So let's check it out. All right. The first question is nice data generation for street addresses. AI tells me it can make mistakes. Do you encounter any or consider safety nets for mistakes?
Yeah, I feel like AI is doing a lot of mistakes. It's just a text generator. So we need to prompt it in a good way. So I would say that crafting a good prompt, explaining AI, hey, if you are not sure about something, let me know, that can help.
Do you know if it's gone better since last year when you started to get to this year? Is it the same?
I think there is some better reasoning. I think also that I got much better crafting the prompts. So
right,
it's either
right.
me, it's either the AI.
right.
Some combination there.
Right, that makes sense. Maybe I missed it, but does the AI model point to a public version of the model, or can it point to an enterprise version? Or I guess even a local version now, probably.
You can actually do both. So there is a possibility to link it to your enterprise version or to the public version. There is also a possibility to add your own interface to any existing models that you already have. So it just requires a little bit of coding on the new interface, but it should work without a problem.
Great. When would you use the static test data on the fly test data, if any time?
Well, if I want to reduce cost, because like I said, using AI will always cost you something. It will cost you some tokens. So if you really want to lower the budget, then I would use the static data. But still, if I'm using static data all the time, I might find or not find some mistakes because of the static data. So from my point of view, at least sometimes changing the data is beneficial.
Is there any trained model for robot framework, or are we using public general models?
So mostly we use the public general models. The training of model takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to prepare the training data. So my recommendation is more to build an agent or assistant with a knowledge base. So this can be, like I showed, the assistant with the documentation of robot framework, of the robot framework libraries, or even some Python documentation. And properly prompting and instructing the assistant will do the job.
My excitement with AI toned down with the statement it comes with a cost. Is there any free AI even for small data, given that there could be limitations? How expensive is this? I have a chat GPT and a Claude account. They're only $20, but is this more expensive than that?
They're just $20, but that's when you are communicating with it over the web or the application. But when you do integrations, you go through API and it costs you tokens. So basically, the cost, for example, for the GPT-04 Mini is like for 1 million tokens, it costs like 1 cent or something. So it doesn't cost that much. But if you go into volumes, if you try to build chatbots, it can cost you something.
Gotcha.
But for the question, You have options to set up your own local models. They will be always a little bit slower because you are not using if you do not have really good computer with a lot of GPUs. But for example, the latest DeepSeek can run pretty nicely on the gaming GPUs like 3070 NVIDIA's. We tried that and it was usable for one user. I would not scale it, but for one user, it was okay.
We have a bunch of questions. We're kind of out of time, but let's do like a lightning round. Let's see if we get through these really quick. Is there any,
Okay.
is it possible to use any MML model, or are we restricted in some ways?
We can build any interface. So you can use any.
What are some possibilities to tune the prompt behind keywords?
Well, let's discuss that on the couch.
Sounds good. Did you try to create names and email addresses too?
I did, and it worked really well. It's not hard. You just need to set up the proper prompt.
Have you played with the vision models, which can check screenshots?
Yes, we use that a lot. We also use vision models for video analysis.
Can we integrate with AI testing frameworks, for example, Deep Eval?
I have not tried that.
How about test address generation? How to define the format of the desired address? For example, if you want to just the street address without country.
Explain it with the instructions to the AI. So if you want some examples, so we can discuss on the couch as well. I can give some hints.
All right, very last question. How could you address circular influences using AI to get the expected results and use AI to compare different results with another AI? Seems rather dangerous to use AI about that.
Well, I think it's if we set up one agent to produce the data and the second agent to validate the data, if you set up the proper prompts, proper instructions, I think it's much better than just using one without any check. But yeah,
Awesome.
it can be dangerous.
But thanks again, David. This was a great session. So, one last question: dark side or light side in GatherTown?
I'm on the dark side
All
already.
right, everyone's on the dark side. Awesome. Thanks again, David, for another awesome session. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you all. Enjoy the
Awesome stuff.
RoboCon.
All right, awesome, awesome. All right, here's our next session. Thank you for all your questions. Let's keep them going. This one's on automated test automation, API test generation. Check it out. Get your questions in and check out David in GatherTown as well.
Hello and welcome. Let me start with a short story tips. There was a QA engineer who used to write test cases day after day, just like us. He used to edit those, maintain those, and run them again and again. And there were very minimal changes to the cases, and then he used to get bored. He always wished he had an assistant who can do it, the boring, repetitive work for himself on behalf of him. And then one day he found lab. Just like he read from different stories, he rubbed the lab and something happened. It wasn't a genie. It was a robot. Said, I am a genie and just ask me whatever you want and I'll do it for you. But that's not how it started. Hello, good morning, and welcome. I'm Appaji Kumbar. I'm part of QA, our research and development team in Nordia. And I will be talking you through this presentation about automating test automation activities using generative AI. So, how it actually started? To understand from the beginning, let's see who we are. Nordia is the largest bank in the Nordics. And just like most of the organizations who started experimenting with generative AI, we also started experimenting with generative AI somewhere in 2024. We started our initial analysis about how it can be used in the QA specific use cases, because we were from QA, we had set of challenges that any bank has, typical bank. So it's a regulated, highly regulated environment. You cannot get something just by clicking. A highly secured data, consistency of the output. Yeah, when you use GenAI, and whether the GenAI will give us accurate response or it will hallucinate. So with these challenges, we thought we'll do some experiments. So that's where we started. As a first step, we actually documented what do we want from this, or what kind of solution we want. Can we have a solution for QA that will address this data security, consistency, and accuracy? It should not hallucinate. It should generate QA artifacts such as test scripts and other use cases that we thought of. It should understand testing techniques if it is trying to create test cases, and whenever it generates some output, it should be consistent. It should support, it should work across technologies, so kind of technology agnostic solution. And can it work without knowledge of having prompt engineering? So the end user of this solution need not to know the prompt engineering, or even, yeah, hardly skilled technical person. At the end, and most important, whether this solution can improve QA efficiency and productivity. With that in focus, we started, okay, which use cases we can try. So like typical use cases that came to our mind were, okay, can we generate requirements? Can we generate detailed requirements based on user manuals? Or can we generate test cases from the requirements? Can we generate automated test cases? And so on. One of the use case that we prioritized in the beginning was related to test automation. And here we focused explicitly on the API test automation. The reason for that was API is used almost on all the projects. And one of the challenges that generative AI has, it tends to assume stuff if it does not have structured input. With APIs, we can have the input specification in open API specification file for REST, and that could be like structured input that can go to the model. And it is also a good candidate to evaluate whether generative AI can really help you. So we then documented, we went a step ahead and documented, okay, what could be requirement for such solution that could generate test cases for web services. The first thing is it should read the open API specification from the UI. It should generate smoke and functional test cases, ability to generate automated test cases in robot framework, because robot framework is one of the top used tool in QA space in Nordea Bank. And we expect that the tests that this GenAI should generate should be in the robot framework format. It should, so typically it generates unit tests but can it generate end-to-end test cases? Can it do web service orchestration? So that is something we wanted to check. And then whenever it does the testing, can it generate the test data required for this testing? So with these requirements, we started working. We, being a bank, we have a very restricted access to these models. We have you've been using AWS Bedrock, and the simple setup of the entire solution that we we tried to build here. So the Gen API solution is the UI part of it. The Gen AI platform is the AWS Bedrock models, and the end user, which is the top layer here, is basically user of the system. So what he will do is he will provide a open API specification file for the API to this UI. And in cases, it can also provide a test flow. For example, create a document and approve it and then archive it. So just one line instruction. Now, based on this open API specification file, we have some pre-crafted prompts that are updated with these specification files. The prompt is sent to the model. The model generates response, and then it is sent back to the Gen API tool. The Gen API tool actually picks up the response and then converts it into a required format, which is robot framework format. It is easier for these models to generate output code in robot framework format, uh, and that I can say based on the output you have seen, the consistency of the output and accuracy of the output uh, from these models. So we can take this input, and then in some of the cases we need require a little bit modification, but when the cases are simpler, we can straight away run those test cases. Here is a sample output of the tool that we generated. So we have used, in this example, is a pet store API, which is Swagger. It is available online, for example. Here, the test cases look like okay, what are the settings, libraries, and resources that are taken. It also understands, okay, the common variables is a common file, and then the variables should be stored separately. So it stores them separately. And then in order to run this code, I also need requirements. So requirement files is also generated separately. If you see the test case, it generates, of course, a very good test case, uploads image for a pet, and then it has a documentation, it has structured setup, and then it also validates the response. In the cases where we do not mention, okay, I want this specific response, it still goes ahead and checks the expected response status code. So the output quality is quite good, and there are several reasons. So to reach to this quality, it was an iterative process. We had to adjust the prompt depending on what we want, and over the time, it went on improving. The solution had several features. Uh, it could generate smoke and functional cases in robot framework format, but it could also support Java format. We are able to automate the flows. Like I said, you can create a document through API and then approve the document or update the document and then archive the document. So it will create sequence of different calls and it will also validate each call. We could handle multiple APIs paths. So in a Swagger file, you can have multiple paths where the APIs different calls are made, different HTTP calls such as post, put, get are made, and we could actually handle multiple paths and multiple calls for each path. And it was done in parallel manner to reduce time. We also had the pre-populated test data in the scripts, and the data was primarily picked up from the Swagger, which was sent in as an example data, but at times it also created data by itself. We had to update the prompt based on that. For that, we could refactor the code as a framework, so the output of the tool was refactored as a framework code, so that minimal maintenance is required when we go ahead and maintain the code in future. Some of the cases or some of the web services, we had authentication requirements, and we also modified the prompt to address these requirements. So if a web service requires no authentication, it will just make a request directly, just like we saw it in previous example. But if it requires OAuth or username password basic authentication, then it will put that in the request. There were several challenges. Of course, consistency of output, and that was mostly handled by the prompt. And the prompt was quite elaborated. Step by step instructions were provided to the model, along with output format and several examples, so that the model knows what needs to be done and how the output should look like. These models typically have a limit of tokens. So if I give it a big API file, it cannot process all the paths in one go. So at the same time, I can actually select multiple paths in the file, and then I was able to run those requests in parallel. So there could be like 10 different endpoints. Those were processed in parallel, and test cases for those endpoints were created. The test data. Now like I said, the test data was created using the request schema and also examples that were provided in the Swagger file. And then some of the cases, the model itself understands what data could be suited for this test case and it generates that data. It was not always correct or accurate. We had to update it at times. Here are three different project examples that where we tried this solution. The first one was simple API. There was no dependency of specific data. It didn't have authorization. It was and different, no interdependency on the call, and just response check. So it was more like a whether alert mechanism or checks, test, sanity test kind of checks that we did, and we were able to like generate the output that was ready to use, and that can be integrated directly to Jenkins and can be executed to through the pipeline as a test case. Project 2 had required some specific data, and that we had as a examples in the Swagger file. and it worked quite well. It had basic authorization, so that also worked well. We had to, of course, provide the username and password separately, and then it picked up from there. There was no interdependency of calls, like it was not a sequence, so that also worked in our favor. And however, this project had certain specific checks in the response, so we had to tell or update the script, the generated script, to have this specific checks in the response. For project number 3, yeah, the data authorization and response code validation verification was enough, but there were interdependency on the calls, and it needed to validate the response text and then use that response values for the further calls. And that is the part where we still had to like tell the or update the scripts to call one after other. However, as we worked more, we could tell the model that okay, this is the flow, and then we could execute the test as a sequence. Overall, what we saw, there was 90% effort savings in case of project 1, where there was minimal writing required, minimal updates required. For project 2 and 3, there were some updates required to the code generated by the tool, and that's where it it the savings or benefits were reduced to 60 to 70%. However, the quality was really good. The benefits in this case, what we observed was more than 50% effort savings in generation of test cases. The whole system was also like reusable. So across projects, the solution was reusable, and it saved a lot of time. When we do manual testing, we tend to miss some of the flow because of knowledge or because of time, but with such tool it can give you better and improved coverage that could give you up to 50% additional coverage and better quality than human testers. The output was consistent and across all the APIs, so it worked very well. Overall, it required lesser dependency on the technical knowledge and functional SMEs, and it really helped the teams to deliver faster and better results. So that's how we were able to automate the test automation activities, and of course the execution activities because of automation, and reduce efforts, improve quality, and deliver faster for the bank. Thank you very much, and let's discuss the questions.
Big Apogee. All right. We got a bunch of questions in. Keep your questions coming. Go to Slido, enter your new question. All right, about to go live. Let's do this. Hey, welcome to RoboCon.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, everyone.
Good to see you. Really cool. All right, so let's get some questions. I think a lot of questions coming in around AI and API. So let's see what we got. So the first one is, how good of a job did the AI do? Was it correct, or did you need to refactor the test data or a lot or many times?
Yeah, I mean, in order to generate test cases, it did a good job. But like I presented there were few cases where we thought, okay, uh, the the data that it is using could be better, so you have to edit it. And so it did help us, but yeah, you still need some work to put this data, uh, to put right test data and then to put right verification point. But like I said, if you work it with the project for longer duration, then over the time you can improve the quality of data that it uses, and also the quality of test cases that it generates.
Perfect. Are there any code? Is the code available on GitHub?
Unfortunately, no, because again, it's a bank environment, so we could not upload it, anything like that.
Right. Could you also maintain the test cases with help from AI when the API changes?
Yeah, this is an interesting use case that we are working right now. So we have continued to build this tool further, and as of now, we do not have solution, but we know the approach how it can be done. Uh, One of the approach here is, you generate new set of test cases and then you compare the old version and new version, and then see uh, how, or how do you want to maintain those test cases. Do you want to take the newer version, or you want to update the existing
Oh,
version?
right. Uh, Have you experimented with that yet?
Yes. So the 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 input should be your current uh, test suite. So you have to pass on entire code to the model.
Yep.
So the model that we used, it had 200K uh, to context window. So sending input is fine, but if you ask the model to give me the updated framework code, it will not give you, because it
Uh,
has the token limit of around 4,000.
right.
So that is the tricky part. So what we are now working on is, you only request the updates that is required to the input, and then with the local tooling, like comparing the uh, two different set of codes, merge these codes depending on, okay, what do you want and what you don't want. So more like, when you have conflict resolution that you need to do when you merge the branch in Git. So that
Nice.
is the approach that we are planning.
Very cool. I guess this kind of addresses this next question. Can you give advise the size of the prompt? Were there any situations that you overcame certain problems?
Yeah, I mean, prompting, we started with like four. I mean, even if you write two-line prompt, it will still generate robot framework code. But like I said, as you go further, you face challenges. If you want a specific output format, then you need to provide that as an example. You have to tell model to go step by step, read the data from the open API specification file. So all those things come in together, and in our case, the prompt has been almost like 100 lines in one go that we said. But again, uh, it will improve as you go further. There's no
Awesome.
end.
Are there any tutorials available on how to use AI with the robot framework or how to integrate AI?
Uh, yeah, when we started, we didn't really have any tutorial, but I think with this AI work group in Robot Framework, we can create few. David has already done some work there. So
Really, really cool stuff. Thank you again for this session. I think it opened up a lot of eyes. Any parting words of wisdom you want to leave RoboCon?
yeah, so AI is cool. We have to try it. Uh, we started with the simple use case, but we are also like now working on more complex use cases, something like UI automation and database automation. So what I would say is, keep trying. It will. The space is changing quite fast, so it will get better and better.
Awesome. So I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of follow-ups. Are you gonna be in Gather Town? If so, can you be on the light side? Because last David is on the dark
Yes,
side. Okay, awesome.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Awesome stuff.
Bye.
All right, cool stuff. I'm sorry, I just saw some questions come in last minute, but if you want to do some follow up, we're going to be on the light side for this one. So head on over to Gather Town right here. If you don't know where GatherTown, where the speaker sessions are, we have right near the Index 9 booth. We have both the dark side to the left and we have the light side to the right. So check out the light side now. All right. Awesome. So thank you everyone for your questions so far. Let's keep it going, but let's even really feel the community aspect right now. Let's head on over to GatherTown together and interact with one another. If you have any other questions to the speakers, to any of the framework main contributors, or even anyone basically that you know of in robot framework is probably in GatherTown right now. So just check it out. I'm gonna give you a 30-minute break and we'll be back.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
As a software tester, you're under pressure to test more and more functionality in less and less time. You already have a large number of manual or automated tests, but which of these should you run? And which ones are not relevant? Which tests need to be created from scratch? Which ones allow you to detect the most important errors as quickly as possible? And how do you make sure that all relevant parts of the software have actually been tested before releasing a new version? TeamScale helps you select the right tests in a targeted way and assists you in identifying test gaps. For this purpose, data such as requirements, manual and automated test cases, code coverage, and test results are analyzed. Tree maps provide an overview of the system. Rectangles represent single methods. The bigger a rectangle, the more code the method contains. Untested changes contain approximately 5 times more errors than the rest of the code. That's why TeamScale calculates all relevant code changes and suggests which tests from your test suites would most efficiently verify these changes. By running these tests, many times more than 90% of the errors can be found in less than 2% of the time. TeamScale clearly highlights all remaining test gaps. This means you know exactly where new tests are necessary. Some requirements of the software are particularly critical. Not complying with them can cause considerable financial damage or even danger to life and limb. It is essential that tests verifying such critical requirements are executed. That's why TeamScale continuously calculates a verification matrix, which enables you to identify insufficiently tested requirements. That way, you can easily add missing tests early on. When all relevant tests have been executed successfully, you can show that you consistently covered all known risks. Use TeamScale to improve your test strategy by simply downloading the free evaluation version today.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you. Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
Hey, welcome back. Hopefully, you had a great community time. And I just want to make a quick reminder, don't forget about tomorrow's community days. It's like an unconference that they have going on. It's really cool stuff. If you haven't checked it out yet and you want to know or you have an idea for a specific topic, I just want to let you know that you can go there now. If you go to the program and you scroll down the page, under community days, you see an option for a proposal form. So just click on that form, and then you can submit your ideas for what you want covered or topics that you'd like presented at the community days. So definitely check that out. Take advantage of it now. Once again, it's right under the program. When you scroll down, you'll see the unconference join the discussion. Click on the proposal form, submit your topic, and hopefully you'll be selected and you can really get into it tomorrow. And if you haven't joined community days at a RoboCon, especially online, you're missing out. So definitely check that out as well. All right, so we're gonna get to our next session. It's with Tim. Really excited about this one as well. It's like transforming robot framework output files into actionable insights with robot dashboard, and really cool concept. So you don't want to miss it. Check it out and get your questions in for Tim. And Tim's in the green room. He's ready to go. I could tell he's all jacked up. So get your questions in and let's check out the video.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my talk for RoboCon Online 2025. As you might be able to see on the slide, it's not very visible, but it is visible. I am from the Netherlands, so greetings from the Netherlands. And welcome to my talk regarding Robot Dashboard. I will take you along my journey to create actionable insights out of my Robot Framework output files, and I will show you how I have created a very functional tool that is usable for everyone. So, to get right into it, I'll start with an introduction and who I am and why I created Robot Dashboard. So, first of all, I'll start with who I am. I am Tim de Groot. I've been working in IT for a little over 6 years with roughly 5 years of test automation experience. I've worked with a bunch of different tooling, but eventually I landed on Robot Framework and Python. And this is by far the most fun I've had in a while. So I've been sticking with it for a couple of years already. But currently, I'm still a test automation engineer, and really enjoying it because of the Robot Framework and Python stuff that I get to do in my job on a daily basis. Then into the why I started this tool or started working with it. The first of all, as a test automation engineer, you guys most probably realized that you already had this issue. You've already ran into problems where you have flaky tests, you have tests that come up and fail sometimes. You see the duration of your tests get longer and longer, or maybe you don't see it, and that could be a problem as well. And I had this issue as well in my assignment. I was not entirely sure why some tests were failing and which tests were the flaky ones, and this gave me a lot of insecurity in what was actually going on during my tests and to see what could be improved. So my goal or my starting point was I wanted to create insight across multiple runs to get better insights and to be able to get more concrete actions. I wanted to keep an eye on the history of my tests because, as you can tell, Robot Framework has a very useful output file and a log.html, which is very useful, but that only gives you insight in one run. And I wanted to be able to get insights across multiple runs and, as so to speak, to create a history to keep an eye on. Last but not least, I wanted to create a bunch of fancy graphs. Maybe you guys have realized, but nowadays dashboards are all hot and happening. So I wanted to tag along on that hype and create some fancy stuff and fancy graphs that help you see what's going on in your tests and in your runs. So um, next up, how I created the tool and what the origin was of the underlying code. First of all, I set some requirements to create the tool and what my end goal was. To start out with, I wanted to create a Python tool because, well, Robot Framework is based on Python. Everything is a Python package, and I thought it would fit very well into the ecosystem if it was a Python package that would be deployable to PyPy. Second of all, because you want to create some sort of history, you need something to store your result files in, your output files. Or in a more logical way, I needed a database that would store what has happened, and so I can look back into the results of previous runs. Third of all, I needed a command line tool, or at least I want a command line tool to make it, well, more easy to automate and use the tool, but also to help create a very accessible tool. Within Robot Framework, we already have Robot, Raybot, Robot Metrics, and a bunch of other tools that are based on command line tools. And I thought this would fit in very well into that spectrum. Last but not least, I wanted to create an output file that would be very easily accessible for everyone and which you can then provide to, for instance, your team members, your management, or anyone else that might find it interesting. So what I wanted to create as a very final result was a dashboard that was self-contained, which was a simple HTML page, which you can then send through email and share with everyone without having to have access to the database, for example. What I used as inspiration was Robot Metrics. The screenshot on the right side is already a very nice example of what it currently looks like, and the very helpful tool that's already in the Robot Framework ecosystem. But my limitation with Robot Dashboard was that you can only put one run or at least one output file into your into your results. So it generates a very helpful self-contained HTML page and a dashboard, which I was a very big fan of. But my problem with it was that it's only one, and it doesn't help you discover the trends that you are looking for. So with all this in tow, I started my journey on how to create this actual tool with these requirements and with this as an example or inspiration, which brought me to the following. My end result. What have I actually created? I've created the PyPy package, which is a completely open source, by the way. So feel free to download it, play around with it, and I'll show you that in a bit. Which is now freely accessible. Currently, we're at version 0.41. In that tool, we have some processing capabilities. So it's a command line interface, which gives you the options to add stuff to your database, to add outputs to your database, to remove them, to create dashboards. So it gives you all the stuff you need. It has some built-in functionality to actually store the stuff into a database, and it uses the result visitor API that's built in Robot Framework to actually process the logs, and it makes use of a SQLite 3 database implementation to actually store the results locally. Then it uses a second part because we still need to generate the HTML file, and for that I needed some
useful ways to actually visualize what the data means, because I have it in a database, but I want to visualize it. What I used for that is Chart.js, which is a very useful JavaScript framework to actually generate charts based on data, which you can also then filter and show different results with. Then I use data tables to actually show the raw data, which is a very useful functionality if you are struggling with why stuff is not showing the way you want it to. And last but not least, I use Bootstrap, which is a very nice, simple, and effortless way to style your pages, because well, let's be clear, plain HTML is pretty boring. So I wanted to spice it up a little bit and create a relatively fancy dashboard page, which had some, well, schmuck to it, so to speak. That brings us to the demo, which is going to be the next part. And I'm going to show you how to actually use this tool, how to run it, and how to install it. All right. So I want to start with showing you my current project and what I have created here to use as a basis for the actual usage of Robot Dashboard. As you can see on my screen, I have a few test suites, a small test set, a big test set, and a very large test set with some keywords. And as you can see, I've already done a few runs to have some input that I can use over time and with different results. My tests are very basic. They run for a random duration and they get a random status. So pause, fill, or skip, depending on what was randomly chosen. Now, to start out with, I've already ran the tests and I have my results. So what I want to do now is start with running and installing Robot Dashboard, which can be done by simply installing it with this command. And that will simply install the package and create the command line tool that you can then use. So it's been installed, newest version 0.41, and you can then simply use the Robot Dashboard command to do everything you want with the tool that you need. There's also a very instructive help page, which I can then show you very briefly, but please feel free to check it out yourself to see what you can do with it and how to use it. In the basis, it's a very simple command line tool with a bunch of options. The most basic usage that you can do is simply run Robot Dashboard and then provide an output file with the option O, which will then be stored into the database and then processed into a dashboard HTML that you can then view and check out. So to show that very simply, I have a very nice an example output.xml in my results. So I will simply use that one and run Robot Dashboard with that option. As you can see here, the dashboard tool does a few things. It starts with creating a database, which is a default name. You can specify your own database if required. It will then start to process the output, after which it will list all available runs. The listing option is very useful in case you want to run or you want to remove certain runs from your database because they are too old, no longer relevant. That's why the listing option is available. It will optionally remove runs if you have provided that option. And finally, it will try to create a dashboard HTML to actually show you what has happened over the runs. Well, now I've only added one run. That's not very useful and very interesting. I could add all the other runs, but the time difference is very high. So I will simply remove these two and make a new one. I have a very big command, and I can then show you that I've provided all the different outputs that are available here into this command. And I've also provided some tags to some of the runs. So some of these runs were production runs, some of them were development runs. And I can tag them in the command line by providing a colon and then the name of the environment or usage of feature that you are using. Now, I will run the same command, and as you can see, it will add 7 different runs to the database. It's all stored locally in this database, and if I were to run the same Robot Dashboard command, it will also try to use that same database. So, as you can see, it has not added anything because I have not provided any new outputs, but the runs are still present. So you can also always keep adding new runs and new runs, which will result in newer HTML dashboards that you can then share. So this is the whole goal. You can create a history. You don't have to save your output XMLs any longer than once they have been added, and then you can use it. So far, this is the project, and now I will move on to the dashboard and actually show you what the result is that you are probably also eagerly waiting for. All right, that brings us to the HTML dashboard that has been generated. As you can see in the top here, all I've done is open this dashboard file and loaded it in the browser. And now this gives me the actual dashboard that you can view and analyze, which is the thing we were looking forward to. To show you and explain you the overview of what is actually visible, I will quickly hide myself for a little bit. And as you can see here, the dashboard contains a few different aspects. At the very top, you have some filters that you can apply, which is the tags, the runs, the different sort of date and time settings that you have, or if you want to zoom in on a specific period. At the top right, you can see a summary of what's actually in your database. So your runs, your suites, your tests, your keywords, which are the 4 categories that I specify in a run. And then apart from that, you have the 4 different sections regarding all the different types that I already mentioned, which show the graphs and the data tables with all the different and relevant data that you want to see. Diving right into that, I want to start with the runs and show you some information there. So for all the different graphs or all the different types of data, I've made different categories that you can then look into. So as you can see at the top, this is a recurring feature of all the different graphs. There's different types of graphs that can be shown. So I have a default selected. So for this run statistics graph, for example, I have the percentages graph selected as a default. But if you are interested in the amount, you can also swap to that and see the amount of tests that have failed, paused, skipped over time. In a timeline view with a different, then you can see when the runs have actually happened, and you can always full screen the graphs for better views if necessary. The same goes for the run duration graph that I have here on the right side. As you can see, the runs have very varying durations, which is on purpose because I started out with very high run times, but then I needed to speed it up a little bit and I made them a bunch faster. So as you can see, the runs have very different durations. This is obviously something that's very interesting to actually dive into, because if you see that your own runs are getting faster over time, then there's probably a very good reason for that. If they are getting slower over time, there's also a very good reason for that. So this is already something that can give you very nice insights in your overall runs. These 2 graphs are, by the way, always visible for every different category. Also, a small detail for the filtering. If you filter anything, it will be applied to every graph that is shown below. So I've zoomed in on the prod tag, the production tag, and you can see that only 5 runs remain. If I just go back to all of them, I will see all 8 runs again. In every section, I have a part where I show the raw data that is provided by the database or that is stored in the database. That is hidden in the table section, as you can see here. This table section will then show you which runs are there with pretty much some overall stats regarding that specific run. So how many paused, how many failed, how many total there are, the tags that are available for them. This is very useful in case you are wondering why the data is not showing up correctly in the graphs, and then you can just directly check out, hey, this table is not correct, or I'm missing certain data. Next up, I'll show the next section, which is the suite statistics. This one shows you specific, again, a bunch of fancy graphs, but the most important one is how many tests failed over time, the duration of the tests over time, and then I also have this graph which is the most failed test suites over time. And as you can see, well, the very large test set, because it was randomized how often they fail, this one is obviously the one that's going to fail the most. The very large test set. The small test set is going to fail a little bit less, and then the normal test set and the very small test set is going to fail the least. There's a filter at the top that helps us zoom in to the different test sets and analyze them. And you can do this very clearly, swap between the different type of graphs, and you can make your own analysis and check out what you find relevant. It will at least give you some analytics in how a test suite is performing over time. Is it always failing? Does it always have the same amount of fails? How often is the duration smaller or larger than you expect? So this will give you the insights that you require. Next up is the test statistics graph. And in here is probably one of my favorites, which is this status bar on the left side. As you can see here, it will show you a nice overview of how often which test fails over time. Because as you can see here, our very small test set or small test set contains 3 tests. And apparently my second test is the most flaky one out of all of them because it fails 3 times. So if I want to improve my time usage and actually create actions that are the most sensible, I would focus my test effort, or at least my improvement effort, on this certain test, because this one is failing the most and this one is very flaky. If you change this to the very large test set, it will obviously scale through. But as you can see here, it will give you a lot of insights, and you can then check out the different tests and see how well they perform or how bad they perform. So this is one of my favorites, and it has already helped me in practice in my assignments to actually find some tests that are very often flaky, which I hadn't noticed myself because they only fail every once in a while. But now I knew that solving them would help me a lot because it was a recurring problem. At the bottom here, we also have 2 other interesting graphs that I created based on the data that was available, which is the top 10 most failed tests. It's a very interesting way of figuring out which tests fail the most, and the most failed messages. So which error message occurs the most, what happens a lot, what goes wrong a lot, and some insights into that. Then for the last graph, or at least the last section, this one is a little bit more specific, or at least a little bit special, because this one has a different usage. As some of you might have noticed, I've ran 912 tests, but I've only I have 912 tests in my database, but there's only 73 keywords in the database. The way that works, or the reason that this is the way it is because storing every single keyword that has happened in a database is not feasible. It is too much data, and it will never be insightful. The way I solve this problem to actually create something that is a little bit more insightful is that I generalized a keyword in a run. So what I've stored is the averages of a certain keyword. I've stored the lowest or the shortest duration, the highest duration, the mean duration, or at least the average duration, and the amount of times it has run. So in this way, I only have to store one value at one time for each keyword, and then I generalize what data there is in that run. Well, that brings me back from the actual hands-on demo. And to sum it up, I want to finish up in the slides and say that I created this dashboard tool to be easy to use, to be scalable for multiple test runs, and to have, easy access to insights across your runs. What's important to note is that I have gotten a lot of help from the community. So my special thanks are in particular to the entire community that gave feedback on the tool that came out and that has been improved on. A special thanks to Shiva that created Robot Metrics, because that was the very big inspiration of getting started and to actually building the tool that I wanted to create. And finally to Mark Moberts, which gave me a lot of inspiration and helped building the tool, what graphs to create, what tables would be interesting, what conclusions you might want to make based on the data. So special thanks to all of these people and well, maybe to the community in general as well. Then to finish up, I created the tool to be open source. Feel free to check it out. As you can see, the links here are all readily available. So GitHub and PyPR open to everyone. There's a lot of documentation there that you can check out and that you can use. So do please check it out and try to install it, play with it, and if you have any solutions or better improvements, or you want something from it, don't hesitate to create a pull request or to contact me directly in GitHub or in Slack. The channels are on the screen. And well, thanks a lot for your interest in Robot Dashboard, and hopefully it will help you to also create actionable insights in your results.
Awesome. Thank you, Tim, for that. All right. I see you in the green room, about to go live. We have a ton of questions. So let's pull you in really quick. Hey, Tim, welcome to RoboCon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good to see you. We have 22 questions now in Slido, so we might have to do a lightning round here. So let's see how many we can get through.
All
First
right.
one is, have you tried to use this in CI/CD?
I've not yet tried to use it in CI/CD because you need some access to the database, and because it's a local stored database, you need some form or the command at least needs to know where it is. The idea is, because I've already discussed this during RoboCon in person, to maybe create a server implementation or a custom database implementation that you can then provide yourself. That well helps and makes it possible to actually use this in pipelines. So it is in the future, it's in the works, still not there yet.
Okay, very cool. Have you tried using the tool with GitHub Actions and how to host HTML files in there?
Not yet. Maybe this question is a little bit related to the previous one,
Yep.
because if you create more like a server capability, it will provide endpoints to serve the HTML or enable you to input your output files that way. So I'm looking into that, and that's still something that I want to do in the future for sure. Yeah.
Nice. So there are two other popular open source kind of tools, Report Portal and Allure. How would you compare yours to theirs? When would you choose one over the other, or have you ever done a comparison with these other ones?
I haven't done a huge comparison. I just know that I wanted something for Robot Framework, which was Python based, and which you can host yourself. So I can't really give you a great comparison because I haven't compared them myself. Yeah.
Already excited about using it, but can this dashboard be integrated with Jira or Bitbucket pipelines? Because that'd be super helpful.
Again, a pipeline. Yeah, again, a pipeline question. Yeah, I recognize that this is something that a lot of people want. So yeah, as of now, not yet. It's not possible, but it will be in the future.
Awesome.
Let's keep it at that.
Because it's open source, if someone has a way to implement it, they obviously could help you out, I assume. So check out
Yeah,
Tim. Definitely.
please do. Yeah.
Cool. Is it hard to change the database engine?
Well, as of now, there's no capabilities for it yet, but this is the one that I'm working on first. So what I want to create is some way to override the existing database functions with your own implementation. As of now, there's nothing for it, but I do want to create that first because I recognize that this would also help with, implementations that work in a pipeline or implementations that work with remote database. So I am working towards that one first, and the goal is to have that soon.
Great. What I find lacking in dashboards is the ability to work with Robot Framework. optional metadata. I always have to manually integrate metadata into these systems. Do you support framework? Does your robot framework, does it support robot framework metadata in this way?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure what kind of metadata you are referring to in this question. Maybe talk to me in the green room and try to hit me up there because I do know what capabilities the tool has, but I'm not entirely sure how to answer this question with this information.
Absolutely. Do the tags have any relation to robot framework test tags, or are they independent from that?
There's an option for both. So the tags that I showed during the presentation or the video were the ones that you add in the command line, and those are specifically to the runs. So those are run tags. But I do also have I'm already at version 0.45, so we're a bit further ahead than I was at the presentation when I was recording it. But yeah, in the current version 0.45, there's also a way to actually look or to uh, zoom into specific test tags. So those are also available at the moment.
What are the actual files I need to save or send to somebody else? Just the HTML or the database as well?
Just the HTML. I wanted it to be self-contained, so it is. It's just standalone. You send the HTML. That's it.
Is there a better way to add large number of XML files without calling robot dashboard on each of the individual files?
Yeah, for sure. This was one of the biggest questions I had at the beginning. Thanks, Sebastian, for that feedback because I now also have a folder option. You can specify a folder and it will just recursively go through all of them. And if it has output and XML in it or some form of that, it will add it to the database. And the only downside to that is you can only specify one or a couple tags for all of the runs in that folder. So if you have dev and prod runs in one folder, it's harder to differentiate them when adding them to the database. But it is possible to add them all at once without any differentiation in tags.
All right. We're at the top of the hour, but I just want to try to get a few more in really quick. Can you pick the tool to files held in Artifactory? I guess yes or no would be.
Um, no, I guess.
All right. Is there a way to trigger runs from the dashboard for ones that failed?
I did not solve this yet. As of now, I'm doing a hard compare, and because some errors are extremely long, I'm cutting them down to 120 or 150 characters. This is something that might be improved. Actually, a very good point that I don't look into that.
Is it possible to configure an automatic data purge on each dashboard creation?
Not yet, but that could be something to be added. So please feel free to make a pull request for it and or an issue in GitHub. Show me what you want, and we can discuss it further there. Sounds interesting.
Is the dashboard customizable?
Is the dashboard customizable? Which question are you looking at?
It's not on the screen yet.
Oh, it's not on the screen yet.
No.
Oh, okay.
Right there on top. I just put it on
Customizable.
top.
As of now, not yet. The only thing you can do is filter through the different options that are there or filter through the data, and you can maybe hide some of them, but it's not customizable other than that.
All right, Tim. I know you've really we've got a lot more questions, but we don't have enough time. But like you mentioned, you asked people to hit you up in Gather Town. So you're gonna be on the dark side or the light side?
I'm on the light side right now, so I'll open up myself and I'll be there for more questions.
Awesome. Thank you for this, Tim. A lot of interest. So thank you for making this open source as well. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the time. And indeed, it was a lightning round, as you said. It's great to see so much interest. And I'm glad to be able to give something back to the community that has done so much for me.
Awesome. Thanks again. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for that, Tim. A lot of interest there. So check them out on the light side in Gathertown. So once again, it's near the Index 9 booth. If you go to the right, that is the light side. All right. So next session is VJ talking about transforming automotive electronics testing with robot framework. Let's get to it. And followed by Q&A. So get your questions in as well.
Hello, everyone. This is Vijay Kumar. And today I'm going to talk about transforming automotive electronics testing with robot framework. I work for a company called Zylogic Systems and I head the engineering over there. We are from a city called Chennai, which is located in southern India. Here's a quick overview of what we'll be discussing in this session today. First, I'll start with the challenges in automotive testing, and then we move on to how robot framework helps us overcome those challenges. And then we see a demonstration of how we can test an OBD2 HUD cluster using robot framework. We look at how the UI can be automated, how the OBD2 interface can be automated, and then we look at a couple of test cases using robot framework. Let's start with the challenges of automotive testing. First, a quick background on automotive electronics. A vehicle is not just a single embedded computer. It is actually a intricate network of embedded computers that work in tandem to provide various vehicle functionalities, like displaying vehicle parameters on the driver dashboard and providing navigation information for the driver, providing safety features like deploying airbags in case of a crash, and providing security features like automatic door locking and unlocking. These are all vehicle functionalities provided by these ECUs working together. The embedded computers in a vehicle are called electronics control units, or ECUs for short. With that background, let's move on to what are the challenges in automotive testing. Now, with advancement of technology, there is a demand from users for integrating various different technologies into the vehicle network. These include 5G, Wi-Fi, GPS, Bluetooth, communication interfaces, and devices like Android and iPhones, and also sophisticated displays and touchscreens. Now, when these kinds of interfaces are integrated into vehicle ECUs, there is a feature explosion. There is an increase in system complexity. And the system complexity has increased to a point where there are hundreds of ECUs providing thousands of features. And it is becoming necessary to automate the testing of these ECUs. But there are limitations in the current approach, or the approach that was being used with automotive testing. So here's a software stack diagram of how testing has traditionally been performed in automotive ECUs. So there at the bottom, you have these interfaces that are provided by the automotive ECUs. They have a CAN interface, a digital I/O interface, an analog interface. And these interfaces are automated typically by tools like Vector VT and DSpace KLX I/O. On top of these hardware tools, we have software interfaces like VTest Studio, Automation Desk, where test cases can be built. This has been the traditional approach to automotive testing. But with additional interfaces like display and touch, testing engineers had to integrate these additional testing tools. And these testing tools came with their own test frameworks, and the test cases had to be written in those test frameworks. And when you consider other interfaces like GPS, 5G, Bluetooth, Android, and iPhone, these other interfaces come up with their own testing tools and their own test frameworks where test cases have to be built. This created silos in test case development, which made integration testing of these ECUs harder. And that was a problem in automotive testing. And with robot framework, what we were able to do is use these existing tools that people were already familiar with to automate these various interfaces, but then build a high-level keyword library that provided access to these tools to robot framework. And then we have one single framework through which all these tools can be automated. And all the interface of the device under test could be accessed, controlled, captured, and then test cases could be written using this high-level robot framework infrastructure. So I'll show you how this can be done using an example of an OBD2 HUD cluster. So the picture that you see over here is an OBD2 HUD cluster that you can buy off the shelf from Amazon. So what is this HUD digital cluster? It provides vehicle parameters like speed, RPM, engine temperature, trip meter, and so on a display, which is configurable through these buttons over here. So the buttons put you through menus through which you can configure what can be displayed over here. So apart from this display and these buttons, you have an OBD2 interface towards the vehicle. So what is this OBD2 interface? The OBD2 interface is a port that you have on your vehicle. So here's a picture of my vehicle, and there is the OBD2 port under the steering wheel of the car. You can connect the OBD2 cluster to this port, and you can then get vehicle information from the port. So how does it do it? What is the idea behind this OBD2 port? The OBD2 port was basically designed for diagnostics. So basically, when you take a vehicle to a service center, the OBD2 port is connected to a diagnostic tool, which would then query the various vehicle parameters and then determine what's wrong with the vehicle. Now, this OBD2 port has various different interfaces or signals in them, and one of them is the CAN interface, which is the modern interface used in the OBD2 port. The CAN bus is the same bus that is used by the ECUs within the vehicle to communicate with each other. The OBD2 port can also connect to the CAN bus of the vehicle and then query the various system parameters of the vehicle. The CAN bus works, these ECUs work with the CAN bus by sending 8-byte messages in a broadcast fashion. So, for example, the speed sensor would periodically send a speed message on the CAN bus. Any other ECU that's interested in the speed information would capture this message and use it for its purpose. For example, the driver information display could capture the speed message and display it on its cluster. The OBD2 uses a CAN bus to communicate with the vehicle and then get information from the vehicle network. So this is how the OBD2 HUD works. HUD stands for heads-up display. So the OBD2 HUD display can be used for capturing vehicle information and displaying it to the user. This is an interface diagram which shows the various different interfaces of the OBD2 HUD cluster. And this takes these three inputs, the CAN messages from the OBD2 port, and then it has 4 buttons for navigation. There's the power input, and then there is a display output. The idea of our test framework would be to control these inputs and then capture the output from the device. So let's see how to automate these interfaces using standard off-the-shelf hardware. And then we will see how to write test cases to test this OBD2 HUD. First, let's see how to automate or capture the display. The display of the OBD2 HUD device displays, among the other things, the speed, odometer, trip meter, engine temperature to the user on its display. And then we can capture this display using a camera, like a webcam or a Raspberry Pi camera. After capturing the display, you can then later process it using Python libraries like OpenCV and TestRack. To capture the display, we have written a library called display that uses underneath libraries like OpenCV and TestRack and provides high-level keywords. One of the keywords that it provides is the take screenshot keyword that captures the display and then provides that as an image. Then there is a keyword to crop the image to the region of interest. And then we have a keyword to perform OCR on the image and then convert that text into a string. So that is the display library that can be used for capturing the display contents and processing the display contents. We then see how to automate the 4 buttons in the OBD2 HUD. These buttons are used for configuration and for menu navigation. Now, to automate these buttons, we use solenoids, push-pull solenoids. These solenoids are placed over the buttons and then can they be used to press the buttons on the HUD. A solenoid consists of 3 parts. One is the coil, then there's a metal plunger, and there's a spring. When the coil is energized, the metal plunger is attracted to the electromagnet and the plunger moves forward. When the coil is de-energized, the spring pulls back the metal plunger and the plunger moves backwards. By energizing and de-energizing the coil, you can make the plunger move forward and backward and hence push a button that's placed in front of it. You can control this solenoid either through a relay hardware or through Raspberry Pi. So we have a library called a button library that provides 2 high-level keywords, short press and long press, that would control the solenoid and allow us to press the button. So here the button is taken as argument. So we have 4 solenoids placed one each over each button. And by specifying the button name over here, you can activate the corresponding solenoid. We have 2 keywords, one for short press and long press, because there are different actions taken by the HUD whenever you press the button, depending upon how long you press the button. So that is the keyword library called button to automate the buttons of the HUD. And then we have the CAN interface that we have to automate. To automate the CAN interface, you have a USB CAN adapter. So this picture shows an example of a USB CAN adapter that can be bought from an off-the-shelf supplier. That can be bought off the shelf. And then we can send CAN messages using a Python module called Python CAN. Using this Python CAN module, we have built a high-level library which can be used for providing vehicle parameters to the device in the test. So we have built a vehicle simulation library which will be used for simulating vehicle parameters. And this is how the sequence diagram looks like when the HUD wants to get information from the vehicle. It would send a query asking for vehicle speed. And in our case, instead of a real vehicle, we have the vehicle simulator. This vehicle simulator receives the scan message and then responds to the HUD with the vehicle speed, again through a CAN message. So this library has again 3 keywords. One is start vehicle simulation and another is stop vehicle simulation. So this will start and stop a background thread that will simulate the vehicle. And then you can set a particular vehicle parameter to a particular value. So for example, you could set the vehicle speed to 50 kilometers per hour. And when the query comes in from the HUD, the vehicle simulation would respond with the appropriate value. With this different hardware in place, this is how the test setup looks like. So we have the OBD HUD in the center with the CAN buttons and power and display interfaces. Each of these interfaces is controlled by their appropriate hardware. And then they are all interfaced to the test PC through the USB port. Now, on the test PC, we have the keyword libraries that will interact with this instrumentation hardware and allows to control or capture the interface of the device under test. This is a picture of the test setup, where you can see this is the device under test. These are solenoids placed on top of the device under test to control the buttons. And then we have a camera over here that sits on top of the display and captures the display's contents. We then have the CAN hardware over here that can be used for sending CAN messages to the device under test. Okay, with this in place, let's see how to write a bunch of test cases to test various features of the OBD2 HUD. We'll start with a speed test where we'll set the vehicle simulation to advertise the speed as 100 kilometers per hour. And then we'll verify if the HUD is displaying the speed in the range 100 to 105 kilometers per hour. This is how the robot framework test case looks like. It's built out of high-level keywords, and it says a given DUT is on and engaged. When vehicle is moving at 100 kilometers per hour, verify speed gauge displays speed greater than or equal to 100 kilometers per hour, and verify speed gauge displays speed less than or equal to 105 kilometers per hour. So here is the keywords, the high-level keywords that internally invoke the low-level keywords. So for example, let's say we take the verify speed gauge displays speed less than the expected speed. Here we call get displayed speed keyword, which takes the screenshot, crops the image to the region of the speed gauge, performs an OCR and converts it to text, converts the text to integer, and returns the speed. We then use the speed to compare it with the expected value. So these are how high-level keywords are built from the low-level keywords that you've seen earlier. So we see this test case in action. So let's see a video of the test case execution. So this, we see that the power is given to the DUT, and then the speed is set to the vehicle emulation, and that gets displayed on the display, which is captured by the camera, and then it's compared by the test framework through post-processing. So here you can see this is the actual image captured by the camera, which contains the display plus additional contents. Now, we use these Aruko markers placed appropriately around the display to cut the portion of the display and also do a perspective transform so that it becomes a proper rectangle. And after that, we cut or crop through regions of interest and then perform an OCR. So here's the test report from Robot Framework, where you can see that the cropped portion is actually captured and stored as part of the report. And we perform the OCR on this image, convert it to integer. You can see that the value gets converted to 105, and then we compare it with the expected value. Here's another test where we go to the about screen and then capture the version displayed in the about screen and verify if it is the expected value. To go to the about screen, in this test case, we have a keyword called enter about screen. So in enter about screen, we sleep for 3 seconds. That is, after the start of the system, we wait for some time. We press escape to enter the menu, and then we press down button 6 times to go to the about menu item, and then we press OK to enter the about screen. So here's the test case execution in action. So you can see the solenoids are getting activated. So press the escape button to enter the menu, and then we are pressing the down button multiple times to enter the about screen. Once the about screen is displayed, we capture it through the camera, and then we crop it to the region of the screen. We then further crop it to the portion where the version is displayed and compare it with the expected version. here's the output of robot framework test execution, where the result of the OCR is compared with the expected value. So this is a demonstration of how we can use robot framework to interface with multiple different tools and interact with a device under test, and how robot framework provides one common framework to automate all these interfaces and provide a common framework for writing test cases. So this was a demonstration using open source libraries, but the same applies to proprietary libraries as well. And this is what makes robot framework a powerful tool for testing automotive based embedded systems. So we saw how automotive testing is getting increasingly complex. We saw how robot framework provides you access to the instrumentation hardware and allows you to write test cases. Then we saw a demo of how this is done using the OB2 HUD. The library that we have developed is available from this GitHub link, and the code that I used in the talk is available in the second link. So thanks for your time. I am Vijay Kumar. I head engineering at Zylogic Systems, and these are the links where you can follow me on social media. Thank you.
Wow, what could Robot Framework not do? This is insane. So, Vijay, I see you in the green room, about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Vijay, welcome to RoboCon.
Hi, good afternoon.
One second, the audio is kind of let me see if I could fix that audio. It's a loud background. Just give me 1 second. All right, got the noise gate on. Let's go to the questions. First one is kudos. How long did it take you? 1 second. How long did it take you to get the first test case production ready?
Yeah, so it was at least a month to get the setup working and find the setup. So 1.5, I would say. That was so in these kinds of environments where you have interface with the hardware, getting the setup, ready and building keywords is a step that we have to do when we're building test automation frameworks for embedded systems. Hope that answers the question.
How do you know if your test hardware has not malfunctioned?
Okay, so I guess the question is, how do you know it is stuck or hung? Is that I think that's the question.
Yep.
So, so there are systems that are sometimes very unstable when you have big systems. And, what we have done in the past is between test cases, we check if the system is still stable and functioning. So we have some heuristics to figure out if it is still responding. And that way we know that it is stuck, and then we have ways of recovering the system. So that is a problem, and we have working ways to addressing it.
Cool. What CAN tools and libraries are you using to automate monitor CAN communication?
So in this particular example that I showed, we had used a module called Python CAN, and then there are other tools like libraries called CAN tools that can use for parsing what are called DBT files that contains descriptions of CAN messages. So that is another case that we use, but it was not used in this particular example.
Okay. How sensitive are you tested timing between connected elements, like knowing timing between test execution and camera capture?
There are certain they actually type for systems, and one way to deal with them is to add delays, but they are not good. So just like you have ways of waiting for a particular response to appear in a web page, we can also do the same in these kinds of systems as well. So we wait for the timeout for a particular response to happen.
Any tips for using Python CAN with Robot Framework?
So in this particular example, I had to validate it on a background thread because we have to continuously send and receive CAN messages. So we would probably take that approach, or like you want to build an XMRPC service that's running in the background that you want to communicate with. Because CAN messages, unlike robot test cases, you have to keep receiving and sending CAN messages continuously. So a background thread or background process is something that you would have to implement.
Okay. I noticed there's you're using BDD. Do you have any rules how to write test cases on a given level? Do you always write using BDD?
So it depends on what type of test cases we write. Sometimes we write function tests, in which case we go through. But sometimes we write non-function tests, in which case it's more like a script rather than BDD approach.
Okay, time for one last question.
I'll take the vector.
Which one?
Question. How do you integrate vector into robot framework?
Yep.
So vector Keno has a COM interface in Windows. So we use Python COM to access the vector Keno and control vector Keno through COM interface. That's one way of doing it.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for contributing to RoboCon. This is an awesome solution. I know we have a lot of questions, so hopefully you're in a gather town. Will you be on the dark side or light side for questions?
Yeah, I'll be available on the dark side.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Thanks again, VJ. Awesome stuff. Appreciate you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right. So if you have more questions or follow up, we had maybe 8 that we didn't get to. Check out VJ on the light side, on the dark side. So once again, go to index 9. See over here. Well, it's over here actually. Dark side. Get your questions answered. All right. So next up, we have a quick break. But before we do, don't forget about community days tomorrow. If you have a topic that you really are dying to have covered tomorrow, that's what's awesome about this community. You can submit your topic now. All you need to do is go to the program on RoboCon, scroll down Community Day, and then click on this proposal form, and then submit your idea for topics. Take advantage of this because you get an opportunity then to help shape community days by the community. How cool is that? Awesome. All right, so here's our next break, followed by some more awesomeness. Thank you, everyone, for all your participation so far. Big round of applause for all attendees, all sponsors here, and the RoboCon in general for all your awesomeness so far. All right, we'll be back.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand that everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users, enters, Index 9, The power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully you had a great community time. All right, next up we have Tattoo talking about the easy way to create translations for libraries. This should be a popular one as well. So get your questions in as soon as possible. Tattoo's in the green room. He's looking good. He's ready to go. So get your questions in. Let's have the video followed by live Q&A.
Hello, my name is Tatu Aalto, and I'm here to talk about the easy way to create translations for libraries by using Python libcore. But first, a few words about me. I have been working in 25 years in testing. I started as a manual tester, as they called testing back then. And past 15 years, I have been using various different kind of test automation frameworks, mainly by using Python. And also 15 years, I have been using also robot framework and involved in the ecosystem. The last few years, I have been maintaining browser library with few other my friends. And last year, in the beginning, I moved in OP, Osuuspankki, which is a Finland's largest bank. And in my team, we make a testing platform for teams that actually deliver software for customers. But you may ask, localization, why on earth? And well, it happened, or I realized this thing in 2024. I moved to OP, which for a long time I ended up in a team which only contained native Finnish speakers. And usually in my work, Finnish has been minority. And it was so refreshing to speak Finnish with my colleagues. And also RoboCon 2024 happened, and especially one presentation struck me. Ivalio and Matvei, I hope I got their names right, they made a recording or speech about how to make scalable test automation in an insurance company. And as you can see from the picture, they made a translation for a browser library. They actually wrote a whole library which wraps browser library and provides the translation. And it kind of struck me that, wow, there must be a easier and better way. And you know, beginning in 2024, there wasn't. That was the de facto best way to do it. And I thought that that is actually quite a lot of work. So maybe this is a problem that I should fix or enhance. So, and I have to confess, it's not my original idea. I think when Robot Framework 6.0 came out with the localization support, Pekka planted this idea in my head that PyTorch core could actually do translations for libraries. And it has been born. So PyTorch core, which is used for example, by the Selenium library and the browser library, is here to rescue and provide generic way to do translations in easy and in modular way. But if you don't know what PyTorch core is, here's a short recaption. There are a few requirements. First, you should write your library as classes. One class or many classes, it doesn't actually make a difference. And the methods that are keywords in those classes should be marked with the Robot Framework keyword decorator. And you should create instances out of the classes, and you should feed the instances to the PLC. And then PLC will do all the heavy lifting, and it will discover, let's say, a list of keywords that are implemented by your library or some other library. And then PLC will do the heavy part for the Robot Framework direction, because the dynamic library interface is actually quite complex. You have to obey several API methods like running keywords, getting keyword names, getting keyword arguments, tags, documentation, whatever, and whatnot. And complying with all that requirements is actually quite a lot of work. So in sense, PLC provides you an easier interface, the Robot Framework dynamic library interface. But dynamic library interface is actually really cool because it puts the library developer in control, how keywords are run, how keywords names are provided, what are actually keywords. So it's a wonderful set of tools, but it has this downside that you have to do a lot of work to obey with the library API. And for example, browser library use it for many reasons, but one example is that run on failure functionality is built on the run keyword API call, so that if there's an exception, then we catch the exception, we run the keyword that should be run on failure, and then raise the exception. That's how it works. That is PLC in action. But where comes the localization then? Well, then there's that red box. That red box is a file that you give to PLC when you feed the library class instances to the PLC. It's called translations. Basically, it's a JSON file or a dictionary if you are a Python person, which contains the method names of the keywords that you're providing as a key in the dictionary. And then that key in the dictionary has few other keys. It has name and documentation. Name contains the translate names. Cancel download is from the browser library, and the name is translated Finnish, peruta lataus, which is actually the same name. Then the doc argument contains the translation documentation. And both of them are optional. You can provide all of both of them or none of them. You don't have to translate every keywords, but then not all the keywords have a translation, and so on and so on. And the SA 256 is actually used by the tooling inside of the library, but it's not used by the PLC, but it's a handy thing, which we can discuss later or after this presentation. So when translation is done, we provide the PLC. PLC provides with the translate names, the document, Robot Framework. Also, the documentation is found from the file. And when Robot Framework wants to run a keyword, it says me peruta lataus, meaning cancel download. And then from the PLC point of view, I look from the list of the keywords. Do I have this keyword? Yes, I have. There's the method that I'm going to run. I'm going to run it. And that's it. There's kind of no extra performance penalty during the runtime of keywords. There's a small performance penalty when you're parsing, but you most likely won't even notice it. So in practice, PLC lies to the Robot Framework. it lights the documentation or gets the better documentation from the translation file. It gets the new name from the translation file. And when Robot Framework wants to run Pero the Lataus, it runs the method that implements the cancel download and returns the Robot Framework the result, or the exception if something happens badly. So how does it then work? How does a library or object discovers the translation? Well, I built this thing for two libraries. I built it for the browser library and I built it for the Selenium library. We use the Python plugin API, not the libraries plugin API, but the Python plugin API. Yeah, conflicting names. I'm sorry about that. But both of those libraries use the Python plugin API naming convention. Basically, that it will search from the module search path. Based on the names, does it find a match? For the browser library, it's robot framework _browser _translation. And if the package is named by that, then the library will assume that this is a plugin for the browser library. And same goes with the Selenium library. Robot framework _Selenium _translation. And if such name match, it will use that they are plugins or translation plugins to be more exact, and it will use them. So how does it then actually work? Well, here's a bunch of code. This is actually from the browser library, and this is actually all the code that is needed for the discovering the plugins. In the first part, there's discovering the plugins. It uses that import module from the import lib, and it loops over the modules. And if the module name starts with robot framework _browser _translation, it is added to the set. And then we get the language from the import, and then we loop over the plugins, and there's a single method inside the plugin that we call getLanguage, and it will return me a list of dictionaries, if I remember correctly. And here it will go over the data, and then if the data contains the language that matches the given language, we return a path to the library side, which is pointing to the JSON file that contains the translated items. And of course, you have to, in the library import, there's that language thing that you have to ask from the users. And here's how you call it in the library. You figure out the translations. If you get the translation file or not, you pass it to the dynamic core, and dynamic core will do its magic that I previously explained. And this is how you use it in the test. You import with the language, and then you can call uusi sivu, which is a new page in English. And that's how it works. Then you can write all your tests also in the library level by using the native language of your choice. So for the library developer, if you think about it, that is not actually a lot of code. You can copy paste my existing code. Remember to also copy the test so that test that it actually works, and you're basically done. That code most likely will never ever change. Zero maintenance, it's there, you have to run it, it takes some time, but it's quite easy. And the best part, you or me as a library developer, I don't have to do the translations. I just provide an API which will be able to find me the translations. I will pass them to the PLC, which do actually the translation part, and I'm kind of out of the jail. It's easy for me as a library developer. Well, as I explained, where does the local license file then? They are separate Python packages. You have to do the Python packages if you are building a new translation for a new library that doesn't exist anymore. You need an API call, most likely just one, get language, like in my example. And then in that API call or that Python method, you have to return a list of dictionaries, and the dictionary has a path which points to the file, the translation file, and a language which that file actually provides. So this is from the browser library, and the code is actually there. There's no any more code in that library. That's about it. Okay, there's infrastructure code in that sense that you have to have a CI that runs your test. You have to have capabilities detect that every time the library is updated, is the documentation updated, is there new keywords, is keyword remove. So you have to write that stuff, but I already did it. You can copy paste it out of my project. And you have to write the settings so they can actually publish this as a Python package. And there you go. But it's not huge amount of code. And as a tester or kind of like non-technical person, this is doable. There's lots of instructions. It will be fun. You will learn new things, and it will be fun. And it's not rocket science in a sense. The hard part is actually do the translations. I did it for the Selenium library. I did it for the browser library. After I did it, the first keyword by myself, and it was horrible. And thanks for the ChatGPT, it made it all more better, more smooth. Okay, ChatGPT has its own problems, but at least it eased the translation process quite a lot and made it more smoothly. So, as a challenge, I challenge you. You should create one for your favorite library. If you love Selenium library or browser library, you can hook into those existing projects. The only thing that you have to do is actually do the translation. Only is quite minimalistic here, but it's doing the translation is a lot of work. And you make a pull request. I will accept it if the test passes, and you're basically done. Well, just a small part of maintenance. Every time the library updates, you should be prepared to do the translations, or at least provide some part of it. Or I will use ChatGPT again. But anyway, it is a thing that you might enjoy. And then you can use the library in your native language. But if your library doesn't yet support it, well, if you look the library code, if it has a PLC as a dependency, then the work is not much. It's quite simple. You can request it from the library maintainer. There's good. You can point it to this presentation. Could they copy paste the code from a browser library or Selenium library, and it's done. Pretty easy. Most likely, if you are technically capable, you can also do that. The downside is that if your favorite library is not using PLC, then it's more work. Either they have to invent a mechanism to do that, or they have to convert the library to use a PLC. Both of them can be a lot of work. When Selenium library was migrated to support Python 3.0, I did actually do the conversion to Selenium library to use PLC. Yes, it would work, but it was actually small work. But then I also refactored a lot of things, so small work came to big work, but I think it was worth the effort. Well, as a library developer, why should you care? Well, we will conquer the world. Together, the more translation or localizations there are available for a library and for the whole robot framework ecosystem, the more users will be. You will help other people to spread the word of robot framework to some other places. You will also have to remember that the Python is not default language. I tend to take that for granted, even though I'm a Finnish native speaker, my English is pretty good, and I make a mistake that I tend to think that the Finnish is go for everybody. It is not. There's a lot of different places where English is not just an option. So we will be helping the spreading the good knowledge about robot framework in different areas of the world. That is good for us, and it's good for you. It's good for the reputation. And think about the next generation. Well, my kids are already teenagers. That time has already gone. But think about if robot framework could come a tool in schools where they teach logic or programming for the kids, because there are if-else structures, blocks, for loops that are kind of easy to understand in the robot framework syntax. But the downside is that those library keywords are not in kids' native language. Kids doesn't yet understand English that well in the first grades. So think about it. What if we could teach testing starting from the first grade? That would be awesome. We would fill the world with robot framework users. And that is a nice thought. Thank you. Do you have questions? Oh, it's not yet question time. This is a mandate for you. This is that you should create translation. I challenge you to create the translation for a library, either in the browser or the Selenium library, or in the .NU brand library, so that we can conquer the world more easily. And now it's time for the questions.
Awesome stuff, Day2. All right, I see you in the green room, about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Day2, welcome to RoboCon.
Welcome. Hey, welcome.
Awesome. Good to see you. Hey, quick thought. Couldn't you use robot framework to teach people English with the keywords in kindergarten? It's almost like building blocks to learn English.
Yeah, you could, but you need first to teach them that what this means in your own language.
True. All right, let's get to the question.
You need to kind of do.
Right. All right. Can the translations be done to all libraries? What are the restrictions?
No, it cannot be done for the all libraries. I made it only for the Python core. Any library developer needs to do some work to get the localization ongoing. But if that is already done there, then it can be done. So it kind of depends.
Is this a really low amount of maintenance? I imagine this will always be some work when major releases happen.
Well, for the library maintainer, there's no maintenance because the API doesn't change. But if the keyword documentation changes, then there's a work for the people who actually maintain the localizations. And that's kind of like my next problem, that how I make that process smooth. There's a different kind of tooling around the world where people can easily contribute to do their translations. Somehow that's kind of the solved problem, or tooling exists, but I need to integrate those tools into the repository also.
Is there a list of translations which are most requested?
This is actually the announcement for the localization thingy, so there isn't yet any, but feel free to make pull requests.
Are there any problems when parameters are inside the keyword?
Oh, that must mean the embedded arguments. That problem I didn't think about or didn't have to solve because Selenium library or the browser library doesn't have embedded arguments in the keywords. But yeah, it could be. Need to be tested.
Is there a German version of the browser library? How can I contribute?
There's not, but Rene, I know that you made this question. Can you make the translation and make a pull request, and then we have it?
So, how would I know if there's a translation? Is that a dumb question?
No, it's not a dumb question. That is actually a good question because I didn't write a list anywhere, and I should do it. That's a good idea, actually, to that. In the front page, there should be a list which localizations are available.
Right. Or looking for translators for these popular libraries as well. Be cool. Is it possible to have multiple translations for the same keyword?
I don't know. Well, it might work already out of the box, or it might not. But it is actually a good idea. And if it doesn't work, we can implement it easily. Yeah.
Is there also a way to do something like this if I would like to share resource files with user keywords and different mutations?
Ooh, I don't know. Most likely you would have to ask Pekka because the main focus of the localization for the Python lib core is for the libraries, and that's not I'm not familiar how you do that thing.
I'm not a lib developer, but I want my language translations to a certain library. What should or could I do? Is there already an additional language translation available? What should I care? What could I do then?
If I already know that I made the project for the Selenium library and browser library, so if you want to do a translation, just create a pull request in those links that I showed in the slides. They are under the marker square, so they are easy to find if you just search the repository with name translation, put the file in, and pipelines will create an automatic release, and then you have it. But if you don't have it, then you have to talk to the maintainer of the library that could you have this API and what would be the way to do those localizations for the library. So it's kind of twofold that if it is already there, it's easy, more work if it's not already there.
Are there steps or a template to use? Are there common problems you found when you were doing the translation that you think other people would run into?
Yes, I did actually wrote quite a lot of supporting code in the browser library and the Selenium library command line script. There's a tool or command line you can use to create a template for the localization. You can use the same commands, but you can compare the template against the translated file, those SHA-65 sums, and it will display a list that which documents are basically updated, which you need to take attention. If keywords are added or removed, you get the kind of table that which things you need to do.
I don't know if this is possible. Is it possible to take the code you did for the, let's say, German translation or Finnish translation and say, turn this into, I don't know, Italian, using AI?
I think it would, or I did it in pieces because the sum of the documentation is so long. For example, the init library documentation that starts the library documentation is so long that it doesn't fit on the ChatGPT token amount. So it says that you cannot do it, split it in pieces. But just the keywords, multiple keywords at the same time, yeah. Or if you have an account that enables you use more tokens, then yes, it would be possible. But I use the free account, so I don't have that many tokens in. So in parts.
What happens if you get a new feature or new keywords? Do you have to then add it to your translation? Does it pick it up automatically?
You have to add it, but in a kind of that sense, you're safe that when PLC does the discovery for the keywords and for the localization, if the localization doesn't exist, it will use the default from the library code, so it doesn't crash or anything like that. But yes, it's still manual process to update those localizations.
Nice. Any suggestions on how to get robot framework into schools? I don't know if you've had any experience with that, or like how you can lobby, make it a law. I don't know.
I know in Finnish schools, there's in kids when they go to 6th grade or fifth, parents can go and present what they actually do in work.
Oh,
Usually the police and firemen goes, and I went to explain that I'm a software engineer and I do coding. I wasn't as successful as the policeman because he was in real police uniform and that got more attention. But showing this could be actually quite a nice thing to do. So if you are a parent and you want to go to the school to present what you actually do as a test automation engineer, this could be a really cool thing to show.
yeah, absolutely. Users interested in having localized environments should try Ride. I see VS Code with syntax error highlights the keywords is probably because of mixed language settings. How could this be fixable?
Yes, I noticed the same thing, and I should talk to Daniel about it. I haven't yet found the time to talk about it, how to do that a nice way in the VS Code or in PyCharm, but yeah, it is a problem.
Great. Tattoo. Any parting words of wisdom you want to leave RoboCon?
It's always been a fun. I always enjoyed talking to people. So see me in the dark side. I will be there.
Sounds good. Thanks again for all you do for the community, Tattoo. You're all over the place. So thank you so much for all your help, for everything.
Bye.
Cheers. All right. Very cool. All right. So once again, Tattoo's going to be on the dock side. Just go to Index 9's booth and take a left. So that's how you get there. See it here. I should probably expand this somehow. I don't know. I have a view set up. But I don't know what happened. I'm just going straight to the left. Anyway, go to Index 9 and go to the dock side if you have any follow-ups with Tattoo. Also, make sure if you have any other questions for speakers, I highly recommend as we're playing the video that you enter in your questions so when they come through, they're in time. There's a slight delay between what I see and what you see. So if I miss anything, that's usually why. Also, once again, community days are happening. So if you want or have a suggestion for community days, all you need to do is go to the program, scroll down, go to the unconference, join the discussion, and click on this proposal form and submit your questions for your idea for topics for these community days. I hear a lot from people how they really learn a lot here, and it's an awesome experience. So if you have a topic you'd like to learn more about, head on over to the program, scroll down, click on the proposal form. All right, so let's head on over to our next session. And it's all about Robot Framework AIO All-in-One by Thomas. And as I mentioned, you should have Slido embedded to the right of wherever you're watching this. So definitely take advantage of that to get your questions. And also make sure you're always in Gather Town, turn your camera on and interact with everyone because you never know what kind of connections you're going to make at this event. All right, here's our next session followed by live Q&A.
Hello friends, I'm Thomas. I'm the maintainer from Robot Framework AIO, which means all-in-one. The main entry is robotframework-aio.org. And I want to tell you what Robot Framework AIO can do for you. First, I want to talk about the motivation for Robot Framework AIO. Robot Framework AIO is far more than the robot framework. It provides an integrated, sophisticated test development and test execution environment integrated into one maintained installer. It brings the VS Codium together with the robot framework core, plus OSS libraries provided by Bosch, plus OSS libraries usually needed for testing based on our knowledge, plus tutorials, plus continuous adaptation and pre-configuration to common needs. You have only a few clicks to install, and then all what is required is available, ready for test case development and production test. Integrated and tested together, inclusive bundle version check, which makes test results reproducible and predictable due to homogeneous installation at any place. And this all is supported by a powerful expert team. The Robot Framework IO provides regular releases based on the latest OSS repositories. Robot Framework IO is daily built and tested, fully automated by means of build and test pipelines. The test is continuously extended. Everybody can contribute to Robot Framework IO. You can e.g. contribute by means of source code, documentation, extensions, debugging, and so on. Everybody can bring ideas how to improve Robot Framework IO. A Bosch team is permanently working on Robot Framework IO development and support. The Robot Framework IO community is growing within Bosch, and the Robot Framework IO is widely used in the meanwhile. The Robot Framework IO increases the presence of Bosch in the OSS world. Bosch uses OSS software, and therefore we are also happy that we can contribute to the OSS world. This is the architecture of Robot Framework IO. We have on the right side the OSS components, which are used to assemble Robot Framework IO. Basically, they come from GitHub and PyPy. So we have the Robot Framework core. For this, we use fork because we integrate own extensions, which I explain on a later sheet, which is a requirement which we have here in Bosch. And therefore, we have also two different releases. We have at the one hand a release which is called Extended, which contains exactly this Robot Framework core, which is forked and extended by us. And in addition, we make also a release with the latest original core, which was released by robotframework.org. We have certain Robot Framework libraries integrated, which are usually used. We have Robot Framework libraries integrated, which are developed by us. I will also come later to this again. We have some generic Python libraries, which in general used by Python. We have a package documentation tool, which generates the integrated package documentation, which is also made by us. We have test result visualization tool, which is integrated. We have, of course, the Robot Framework All-in-One Builder, which is hosted in GitHub, which is the main entry. Then we have the VS Codium with VS Codium plugins, which are usually required. And we have the Python 3. And this all we use to build based on our build pipelines and GitHub Actions, the Robot Framework IO installer, which is then finally one package, which is here, the blue box, and where finally is all contained inside. In addition to what I explained just now, we find here configuration data. So we pre-configure this all, that after you install Robot Framework IO, finally you have ready to run Hello World workspace in VS Codium, which is directly executable. So you can directly execute robot files as well as Python files. And what you see also here is there's a bundle version check. This allows you to check in your test cases if they're executed with the correct Robot Framework IO versions. For example, you are dependent on a new feature which is provided by Robot Framework Core or Robot Framework AIO, then you can assure that everybody uses exactly the same Robot Framework AIO version. So this avoids that you search bugs or failed test cases because somebody uses another Robot Framework AIO version than the specified one. Now I want to talk about the Robot Framework AIO Extended Core. We are enhancing the Robot Framework Core to meet our specific requirements with the ultimate goal of contributing these improvements to the community version, enabling everybody to benefit from a better Robot Framework Core. So all features are in stabilization and already in discussion with the community also. The first extension I want to talk about is threading. All our extensions are also described in our main documentation, so you will find a corresponding chapter there. This feature supports parallel execution within a test by means of threading. It brings also a notification mechanism which allows to communicate between threads, inclusive an optional payload. So threading allows you to run keywords in parallel wherever it is required. On the other hand, it also allows you also to transport a payload between threads. So one thread is fetching data and transports then by means of payload of a notification this data to another thread. Another extension is our log level user. This feature allows you to reduce the logging output to a minimum possible. This can be used for long-run tests which need to run over weeks to reduce the log file size to a minimum required. So in our environment, we have the situation that some tests must run very long. And we found that log files would be very huge in this case. And with this feature, we enable the test execution to really log only what we want. So there's nearly nothing else coming out. The last extension which we are doing is the result state unknown. This feature provides, in addition to passed or failed, a new state unknown as a test result. Unknown occurs whenever the test could not be executed successfully, so that we don't know if the feature under the test could be tested. This increases the efficiency in analyzing the error causes dramatically. Examples are, for example, an import of a resource file failed, the test itself contains a syntax error, a variable is used but is not existing, and so on. So you can clearly distinguish if the test reached that your feature under test could be tested or not. So always when it was even not possible to start the testing, then you get the unknown. So therefore, we call it also unknown because we don't know if the feature which was supposed to be tested was passing or failing the test. Now we come to the Robot Framework OSS libraries, which we are developing and supporting. The most important one is the test suites management. Test suites management works together with Python JSON preprocessor. Python JSON preprocessor provides you an extended version of JSON. So you have extended syntax. You can make comments, you can use variables, and you can import other JSON files. We call this JSON-P. So the Robot Framework Test Suites Management library offers a powerful test configuration management solution using JSON configuration files, and this allows for dynamic configuration values and simplifies test development, especially for large projects with many variants. So you can, when you have many different projects or variants, you want to assure that your project, your test project can scale, do a hierarchical configuration by means of JSON-P configuration files, which you import according to your variant which you are currently executing. The test result web application, which is developed by us, allows you to visualize test result data in a very nice way. There's later an additional sheet for this. Basically, you can import robot log files into the database and visualize the test result. And you can use PyTest log files, which you can then also visualize there. The Robot Framework Q-Connect base provides you a thread-safe TCP/IP serial and SSH connection and a RabbitMQ binding. Python can package doc empowers developers to quickly and efficiently generate high-quality documentation for their Python projects, ensuring a clear overview of functions and modules. This solution not only saves time, but also enables end users to efficiently use a library. You can use this when you have one repository, as well as, like in our case, when you have many repositories to generate overall documentation. The input data is LaTeX, RST, and in the backend we use Pandoc to generate the documentation finally. We provide two libraries which give access to famous or common used databases. One is RobotLog2 RQM, which interfaces to the IBM RQM, and the second one is Robot Framework Prometheus, which allows you by means of keywords to access the Prometheus time series database. A part of our project is also to provide some protocol bindings. We have a binding for UDS, which is the Unified Diagnostic Services Protocol. We support the DoIP. This is Diagnostics over Internet Protocol. And we have a library which supports dbus, desktop bus based testing, and this all is based on keywords. The first two are common for automotive, and the dbus is used by the Free Desktop project. The last extension I want to talk about is our Robot Framework extensions collection. We found that it is useful to have some extensions for file, folder, and string operations, and they are basically put together in this collection. This is now how our test result data visualization tool looks like. There's a lot of documentation in the corresponding repositories. In short, so there is a MySQL backend, which stores the data, and a Node.js service which connects to the database, and the front end is JavaScript based, based on common frameworks. This is not for beginners, so you need to know what you do when you want to use this, because you have to set up a server and you have to set up the infrastructure. So there is knowledge required to set this up. But once it's running, you can easily modify it, extend it, whatever you need for your own projects. Short explanation what it is doing. So you have a dashboard. This is what you see here currently, where you can see your test results in the overview. There's a diff view. This here actually is the diff view, which we invented, and actually I like this very much. So you have here in the center the start of the test execution, and then over time you follow here the spiral, and what it displays here is a diff between two versions. And you see here, for example, here we are in LCM currently, and then you see here this dots here, where a a big dot means that the test was failed, and a small dot means that the test passed. And when you click such a big dot, then you see also which test case exactly this was. This was the set notify test here in this case, which was failing. And you see also the small dot below in the previous version. The test was passing, so you have a very quick insight into your test result, and you can very fast say in which area something went wrong. To avoid misunderstandings, this is not installed with the Robot Framework O installer. What is installed is the Robot Log 2 DB, which allows you, if you have the web application running in your infrastructure, to upload the data into the web application. Very important is your contribution. So we are happy about all contributions. So we want the project to grow, and we want the project to make better. We want to improve our libraries and our benefit for the end user. So we are happy about all contributions. Yeah, contributions can be, for example, writing code. It can be support and debugging. It can be reporting issues. It can be improving the documentation. It can be recommending Robot Framework AO or its libraries to other users, or you simply share your ideas. So we're really very happy when you want to support us. We want to have a nice product for as much as or as many as possible users. At the end, I want to show you how it looks like after you installed the Robot Framework IO. You have in Windows as well in Linux an icon which looks like this one here. So you have a VS Code for Robot Framework. When you double click this, then you get this one here. This is directly after installation, so there's nothing done. It's just looking like this. So you can close now the welcome screen. This you will not require. You find here our documentation, which is always part of the release. You can directly go inside there and read whatever is important for you. There's roughly 500 pages at the moment. So a part is documentation written, for example, for threading, as I explained before. And another big part is the library documentation. So each library brings its own documentation with doc strings, and we generate out of this also documentation. Another part is here the test case folder. Inside the test case folder, you find Hello World Robot file, and you can just by make run tests directly execute this file. So you will see that the whole system is configured accordingly, and it will execute this Hello World Robot. You see the robot code plugin is properly loaded. You see the syntax highlighting and the features from the robot code already. So your whole execution and development environment is already set up. Then you find here a log files folder, which you can use for your log files. And you find here a tutorial folder, where the most important part is here, our how to build test suites tutorial, which explains you how you can, based on the Robot Framework test suites management, build up test suites. For the tutorial, it is useful that you split your screen into two parts. So I put now the VS Code to the right side. And on the left side, I put a browser. You can now go to exercise, and you can drag drop here such a HTML file. And this is now the explanation for this first tutorial robot. So you can execute it here again, like I showed before. You can make run tests easily, and it will execute the test. Here you can see it is executing. And in addition, you would have here now the explanation. Yeah, that's all for now. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope that I made you curious to use our robot framework IO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. A lot of interest. We have over 14 questions, so let's bring you in and get to them. Hey, Thomas, welcome to RoboCon. I think you're on mute. Can you check? I can't hear you. There we go.
Yeah, hello. Nice
Awesome,
to see
awesome.
you.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Well, like I said, we have over 14 questions, so let's hop over to them. Since you're using VS Codium, you can't officially use Microsoft extensions like Python or Pylance, right? Does it limit you?
Yes, this is partly limiting us. This is correct, yeah. But as I know, you can by your own install libraries if they are currently not, or plugins which are currently not supported directly by the VS Codium market or VS Codium installer.
When you run in parallel, but tests depend on each other, how would it affect threading?
Ooh, this is a very general question. I think there I need more details about what you mean with running in parallel. So there's so many conditions. Yeah, so in general, when you run in parallel threads, then you have a notification mechanism which allows you to communicate between the threads. When you run threading in different processes, then you need to find a solution how you can communicate between the processes. This we don't support. But what we do is communication between threads. There's a notification mechanism which allows you to add any object as payload, so you can transport any data.
Nice. Can we customize AIO with your favorite tools and libraries to deliver it internally or a pre-configured environment?
Um, yes, we configure as per our needs. So maybe what is interesting to say is that we plan for the future to bring additional variants of Robot Framework IO where we customize more to specific needs. So in our area, we are focusing on all this automotive related things. But we are also thinking about a version for web developers, for example, and other areas if it is requested or of interest. So currently we focus only on, or basically on automotive with what we are doing.
Do you plan to release a Mac version?
Um, we were thinking about this till now. There was no need. It can be that in the future we do this. So it is in our backlog, but it has a quite low priority currently because there was not much requests, only few till now.
I was just thinking how to use in our ecosystem because we already built our ecosystem. I would need more like use part of your functionality, not just as a whole installation. You give me a hint. Someone pick and choose this, or is it all of it together?
So all libraries run independently. So you can pick out whatever you want to use, and you can use this. So the architecture of the Robot Framework IO is like this: that all parts run independently.
Can you share why you chose VS Codium for this package?
Because it is open source and it was running for us very nice. And together with robot code, it was for us a perfect solution.
Sorry if you already mentioned this, but could we use VS Code and still have your customized environment?
Uh, I don't understand the question. So you have the VS Code and the customized environment when you install Robot Framework IO. I don't understand the question.
Kevin, if you have any other questions, ask in Gather Town for a follow-up. Would you recommend the
Yeah.
solution to someone who has no experience with Robot Framework as a starting point?
Yes, of course, yeah. You just install it and you are ready to go.
Does
You
the
you
diff
can use sorry, you can use the one of the many online tutorials how to use Robot Framework yeah, as a beginner, and then you just start. You install it and you go to the tutorials and start.
Awesome. Does how large is the test user base internally at Bosch?
I cannot tell you. So we have a very huge distribution list which goes worldwide. We are a global company, and I know that is in USA used, is in China used, in Malaysia. Don't ask me, but I
Cool.
don't know how many users are exactly.
Gotcha. Does the diff view swirl visualization show a single execution, or does traveling in time along the swirl show multiple executions?
You can diff up to, if I'm not wrong, up to 7 executions. And yeah, you pick them from the execution dropdown, so you can diff any version with each other.
All right. Let's go into a lightning round. We have like 1 minute left. Difference between unknown status with already existing skip status?
Um, Unknown status was executed, so it was a planned test which was actually executed, but ended up in unknown state. Yes.
Thanks for UDS library. It saved me a lot of time. Do you plan more protocol
Oh, this is nice
libraries?
to hear.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is nice to hear. Yeah. Yeah, we would be also happy if somebody want to contribute and support us in extending it. uh, uh, yeah, we are working on this also. XTP might be that we bring additional libraries. Yeah, but as I said, if somebody want to contribute, would be also very happy.
Do you have an AI assistance on your roadmap for the package?
Currently not. Will be also coming in the future, but currently there is no concrete plan. So we are discussing a lot about this topic, but it's not concrete till now.
What is the timeline with issues around threading, timeout signaling, multiprocessing support, and dialogues?
Uh, so issues come into our backlog, and usually Bosch internal issues have higher priority. So it depends. When we by ourselves need something, it will be faster, and other things might need some weeks. But threading issues have quite high priority. Maybe if you read this also already, we try to bring this into the community version. So we work hard on it currently to stabilize this and find out how we can bring it in a community version.
Really quick, will it work in parallel execution?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Regarding dependency tests, if several test use setup require test subset, will it work on parallel execution?
This answer I cannot give. I don't know. I have to answer later.
Have you considered publishing keyword documentation with libdoc in addition to PDF?
No, it is not planned currently. So we use this PDF style because, yeah, as I described before, it helps us to bring all our repositories together into one document, and this is the way we want to go.
Well, thank you for this session, Thomas. Obviously, a lot of interest, and hopefully, in GatherTown, I guess you'll be on the light side So see you all
Yeah,
there
of
for
course.
follow-ups. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Bye.
Cheers. All right, cool stuff. Now it's time. I can't believe we're ready. It's lunchtime. Well, it depends where you are. Anyway, I think it's lunchtime, right? Yep. All right. So we'll meet back here in an hour. You get 60 minutes. Enjoy.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you had a great community time, a great lunch. All right, so here's the next session. It's all about efficiently building performance testing cases with Robot Framework. This is something I'm really interested in. I love performance testing and see how it's actually going to integrate with Robot Framework. I don't see Dirk in the green room yet, but when he is, he'll be ready for your live Q&A. So let's get to Dirk's session, followed by live Q&A. Check it out.
Hello, my name is Dirk, and I work as a performance engineer in Germany. I would like to thank the Robot Framework Foundation for allowing me to give a presentation at this online conference. I often hear the following statements in initial discussions about planning load and performance testing. We already have many automated test cases. They can be used safely. Or, why do you schedule time for the development of new test cases? Why a new tool? We already have a test execution tool. Why should we pay license fee? Isn't there a free tool available? In most of the performance testing I do for my clients, I use the software Neoload from the company Tricentis. And for this reason, I have developed a solution that is suitable for shortening the development of test cases and integrating Robot Framework into the test execution. Before we get into the topic, I would like to point out that there is no cooperation with Tricentis for this presentation. There are three main reasons for using Neoload as a load testing tool. First, Neoload has very powerful reporting functions. This allows test executions to be evaluated easily and efficiently, and the results to be prepared graphically. Second is the scalability. Thanks to the scalability, almost any number of complex test scenarios can be set up, and almost any number of users can be simulated at the same time. And last but not least, Neoload has very powerful interfaces for commercial software. These interfaces make it possible to integrate almost any content and supports solutions such as the one I would like to present. For this presentation, I will use a web-based online store as an example for which I have this test case. The keywords use the browser library to communicate with the web interface. The test case essentially consists of the following parts. First, the customer logs into the online store. A number of items are then placed in the shopping cart. The list is a string that is split into the individual items using a split operation. The next block consists of checking whether the expected payment options are offered or not. The last step is to check whether the invoice contains the expected value. What is not immediately apparent from the test case is the fact that the purchase is fully executed. Before we get into how this test case can be translated into Neoload, I want to talk about the benefits of combining load testing tools with test execution tools. A load testing tool, in this case Neoload, requires significantly fewer resources as only the network traffic is simulated. The fact that no instance of the browser is running automatically means that less memory and less CPU is required. Around 250 to 500 users can be simulated with a standard computer. In load testing, we focus on the load on the system and the effects in terms of the response time on the system. In this case of Neoload, this data can be recorded during the test execution. This means that all data is available in one place. The test execution tool usually operates the application via the interface. This means that the next action can only be executed when the required element is visible and operable. The logical consequence of this is that the times measured with a test execution tool can be closer to reality. I would like to explain this more in detail. In order to understand the essential difference in terms of the time measurement, I would like to illustrate what happens when you click on a link, for example. The click sends first a request to server. Then the request is processed on the server. At the end of processing, the server sends a response back. The browser receives the response and converts it into an image. And this is the whole process. The timeline has no scale, and I am, of course, aware that the time required for the 4 steps is not always the same. In a load testing tool, the response time is the key metric. However, this metric only covers 3 or 4 steps. In addition, a load test tool usually assumes that request and response always belong together. In the test execution tool, processing is always considered complete when the expected GUI element is displayed on the interface. This metric is often referred as end-user experience. The rendering time can be very short if the response is an HTML page. This was very often the case in the past. We assumed that the server could process data faster than the client. If you look at current web applications, you will notice, especially in one-page applications, that a lot of JavaScript code is transferred to the client when the page is called up, and the client and server exchange data as JSON objects, for example. In this case, the client must pass the response, execute JavaScript code, and display the results. This means that the rendering phase can take up more and more time. I developed the Neoload recording listener to make it easy as possible to transfer the test case from Robot Framework to Neoload. This is a listener that can be activated when Robot Framework is called. The listener establishes a connection to Neoload via a REST interface. And when Neoload is running, the proxy settings are determined in advance. These are required as the network traffic can be recorded by Neoload if it runs via the proxy that Neoload can operate itself. Recording is started in Neoload when the test case begins. During the recording, information is maintained in Neoload that helps to structure the requests into containers. The names for these containers are formed from the names of the keywords. The recording is stopped at the end of the test case. Here we see the recording of the test case in Neoload on the left. At first glance, you can see that the name of the test case appears again in Neoload. The names of the keywords appear on the left-hand side as the the names of the containers. On the right-hand side, you can see the keyword put item list to cart. In the recording, there are two containers that begin with put item list to cart, and behind them you can see a plus sign. The plus sign indicates that the keyword has called another keyword, and this keyword has triggered the network traffic. As Neoload cannot nest containers directly during the recording, this activity must be carried out afterwards. The recording shows that two items are placed in the shopping cart. In Robot Framework, you can imagine that a loop is used here, and this control structure cannot be recorded by Neoload. It is also noticeable that no containers are created for the keyword check payment option. This is simply because the keyword in Robot Framework performs checks on the website and no network traffic is required for this. Even if manual rework is required, the recordings can be generated quickly, as I don't need to understand the process. I just have to run the test case with Robot Framework and the Neoload recording listener. The following activities are involved in manual post-processing. First, the plus signs in the recording are resolved. To do this, the containers are simply nested. As a purchase can include one or more items, a for loop has been inserted with items. In addition to for loops, if statements could also be among the control structures to be used subsequently. As the recording has been recorded with constant and absolute values, it is also important that variables are used in the script. Obvious, the session ID, which is required for login, is immediately noticeable. This must be replaced by a variable, as other session IDs are used later for the test execution. The script was recorded with a constant user. More than one user should be used in the test execution, so I use variables for this also. In the script, different items are also purchased in each execution. For this reason, two scripts have been added in which the list is prepared in such a way that the individual items can be placed in the shopping cart. While functional testing generally manages without sleep instructions, these are important in load testing so that realistic time behavior is simulated. A script in load testing should not implement all the checks that functional testing does. In load testing, we need checks to ensure that the load testing performs actions and does not simply send requests. The checks can only be defined on the response on the server. In this sketch, I try to convey how testing with Neoload and Robot Framework can work. With Neoload, the test control is handled by the controller. It is the control center that assigns jobs and collects measured values. The test scripts, which are based on the network traffic, are executed by load generators. The load generators can simulate between 250 and 500 simultaneous users. Basically, any computer can act as a load generator. Of course, Robot Framework must be installed on the computer so that Neoload can execute the original test case. As a rule, only one user is simulated on the computer. In the test case, keywords are executed. So, of course, I want Robot Framework to report the execution times to Neoload if possible. To make this possible, I have developed a Neoload monitoring listener. If the listener is started with Robot Framework, then Robot Framework can transfer this data to Neoload via a REST service. It is important to me that I only simulate a small number of users with Robot Framework. In past projects, I have found that a change in performance efficiency can be demonstrated for each individual user. In a project with asynchronous communication, I was able to use a test execution tool to prove the number of users at which performance efficiency starts to drop measurably. With Neoload alone, it was basically impossible to prove, as a request could be sent regardless of the status of the application on the client. To make it as easy as possible to control Robot Framework, there is a Java component that must be stored in the project directory. This provides an action in Neoload that can be configured via parameters and from which the Robot Framework call is then generated via the command line. Anyone who knows Neoload is familiar with the way it works with such actions. The parameters essentially correspond to the options that can be transferred via command line to Robot Framework. The Neoload monitoring listener is developed in Python. The listener transfers the duration for the execution of the keywords to Neoload, so that these values can be evaluated graphically. You can see here in the upper area that the keywords are also structured by library or resource. At the bottom left, you can see that a number of measured values have been transferred for the keyword perform sign-on. In the right-hand area, you can see the details that have been included. It is important for me to emphasize that the listeners for recording test cases and transferring the monitoring data ensure that the test case can be used without changes. With the solution I have presented here, load testing can be developed very efficiently. When developing the test cases, the Neoload recording listener is used to record the functional test cases. The advanced action supports the performance engineer in calling individual test cases during the test execution. The Neoload monitoring listener reports the execution times of the individual keywords back to Neoload so that they can be analyzed. In terms of benefits, I would like to emphasize 2 points. First, for this solution, the functional test can be easily reused without any modification. Second, depending on the web application, the metric of the end-user experience can be much more meaningful than the response times measured by Neoload. The source code for this solution is available on GitHub, and I look forward to an exchange that goes beyond this presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I will be available for questions afterwards. We can also talk later in the conference app, or you can reach me via LinkedIn. Thank you very much and have a nice conference.
Thank you, Dirk. Dirk's in the green room. He's ready to go. Before we get there, if you haven't asked your question yet, make sure to head over to Slido and submit your questions so we get them all online now. And all right, Dirk, I see you there. Let's do it. Hey, Dirk, welcome to RoboCon.
Hello, thank you.
So I'm going to sound as old as I look. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. So back like 25 years ago, I used to use LoadRunner, and I used to use a tool called WinRunner, which was a functional test runner. So
Yeah.
LoadRunner would then run the WinRunner so I can get the realistic load view of how a page refreshes, because you're just getting a response time normally from LoadRunner. I wanted to see what a real, action was, like enter a patient, how long that took from a visual perspective. Is this the same thing type of idea?
Well, basically, yes. But the problem is, in the past, we always had in mind that an HTML page was generated on the server because the server has more power than the client.
Yep.
And when we deliver just the HTML file and the browser has to display an HTML file, response time and what I call end user experience is nearly the same. But in nowadays, you have got, for example, one-page applications, and with the first call, lots of JavaScript is transferred to the client because now we think the client has got more calculation power than the server has, and the page, the DOM structure, is generated on the client side. So this means response time is much shorter than the time what I call end user experience, which is the time you see the application on the screen.
Awesome.
And therefore, it makes sense to measure both. On the one hand, the recording time, the response time, and on the one hand, the time. How long does it take to calculate and to update the DOM structure?
Awesome. And I apologize, just for my own brain also. So you're also using it, so you have functional tests, you run it with neoload listening, so you create the almost like the headless script that way, and then you use actual robot framework instance to run the actual front end type of feel type of check.
Right.
Okay, cool. All right, let's get to some of the questions here. Do you have a common interface so that neoload can be replaced with other load generators?
Yeah, basically, you have to divide my solution in three parts. The first is the advanced action. If we call about other testing tools like JMeter, it is very easy to run, for example, a command line application. So the action depends on the tool, so it has to be generated for each tool or developed for each tool. The monitoring listener is the second part, which is needed to transfer the times back to the load testing tool. In this case, I would say the listener I create is a very good point to start at, and you just have to change the API calls which I send against Neoload to the API which you would like to use. And regarding the recording listener, which transforms the robot framework script to a network protocol presentation, there it belongs also to the tool, how the tool likes the presentation of the test. If the tool has got a proxy, we can do it nearly the same. But for example, if we are talking about JMeter, I know that they grab the network protocol, for example, from Firefox or Chromium, and there we have to do a little bit more work. But it could be available for other tools as well.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. If you use Locust, which uses Python, if that would be easy to use a robot framework rather than say JMeter.
Yeah, the idea is to use Robot Framework because the tests are already there, and I think also Fabian wants to use his Robot Framework tests in combination with another load testing tool. But always is the issue that load testing scripts have got another presentation because they run on the protocol level, and usually if you don't use the REST API library of Robot Framework tests usually use the UI to run.
And I also would think because Neoload is more of an enterprise tool than JMeter, you have better like analytics and reports and things like that.
I don't want to stress those tools, but
right.
Yes.
Is it possible for us to test the performance of processes, Android Debug Bridge or General in a shell tool?
Well, I'm not sure. We have to discuss it maybe in the speakers corner.
Yep, for sure. Okay, W, hit us up in speaker corner after this. Can it work on MITM? Example, mobile app end-to-end tests and listener is working on same proxy or VPN record traffic?
Yeah, I think so. It works. It works as long as the computer where Robot Framework is running has a connection to the load testing tool. If this is okay, everything would be fine. So I guess if the Robot Framework engine has connection to the Neoload controller engine, then it is easy to collect the data and transfer the data.
Any other challenges regarding listener around creating, modifying, or maintaining them?
No, I guess not.
Nice. Yeah, how scalable is this? How many users can you simulate in parallel with the solution? I know back in the day, it all depended on the local load generator.
Yeah, well, on the one hand side, I have to say, you mentioned already Neoload is a enterprise tool. For my person, I can say I ran Neoload tests with up to 200,000 users in parallel. So this is pretty much, and this is pretty cool. And for the Robot Framework users, there, as I mentioned, you need one machine per simulated user. So I would guess that it is scalable and it will meet your requirements. But we can also discuss it in the speakers corner if you have got very concrete and precise requirements.
Yeah, is there a rule of thumb like for 500 virtual users, you'll need one robot framework user, or is it like is there some sort of
No,
formula?
there's no rule. The idea is the more Robot Framework users you will simulate, the more CPUs and the more memory and so on you need. Because if you run, for example, a browser instance, this is very consumptive regarding usage of memory, usage of CPU. But if you just send requests and you just get the responses and you don't try to virtualize them, this needs less CPU and less memory. So I would always prefer to generate up to 95 or 99% of the traffic by the network protocol and only a few users on the UI side, because my expectation is always that every user will slow down when many users are on the system. So there is no necessity to run 100 users in Robot Framework.
Right. Well, I really enjoyed this. This is a really cool use of robot framework with for performance testing. So thank you so much, Dirk. All right. So speaking of GatherTown, will you be on the light side or dark side?
Oh, on the light side, because performance testing has to be on the light side.
Yeah. Absolutely. Awesome. Thanks again. Appreciate it, Dirk. Thank
Okay.
you for
Thank you.
contributing. Cheers.
Bye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry someone just asked a question last minute. Can we do this with a free Neoload trial? Maybe you can ask Dirk on the light side within GatherTown. So in GatherTown, just head on over to the index booth, index 9, and you see the light side right there. That's a good question, but I apologize I didn't see it until now. Right. So our next question, our next session is a simple web UI for robot framework with Maduk. Here's an awesome session. Once again, if you get your questions sooner rather than later, because there is a slight delay, I sometimes miss questions that are added last minute. So here's a session followed by live Q&A.
Hello, RoboCon. My name is Marduk. I am a senior software quality engineer at Imbus and the author of RoboSapiens, the go-to library for automating the sub GUI that I presented at last year's RoboCon. This time around, I'm going to introduce Kita, a web application designed for domain experts who want to leverage robot framework without having to learn how to use a code editor. So join me and I will show you Kita. So what was the motivation behind Kita? The core idea of robot framework is to enable automating processes or tests described as tables of steps expressed using natural language instead of a programming language. Each step is a template for a table of steps, which can be cross-referenced and reused by replacing placeholders with different values. The tables are created as text using a domain-specific language. This requires using a code editor that has support for it, which means that in order to leverage Robot Framework for process or test automation, one has to learn the DSL and also learn to use a code editor. So the robot might speak your language, but you still have to deal with a machine with lots of cables and knobs. Domain experts are not used to working with textual DSLs and code editors. They work with spreadsheets, rich text editors, and forms. That is, graphical user interfaces tailored to the language of a specific domain. So in order to make Robot Framework accessible to them, a GUI is needed that is designed specifically for creating tables of steps that can be cross-referenced and reused with different input data. In other words, a skin that hides the machinery. And thus, Kita was born, a web application that provides a simple user interface on top of Robot Framework based on tables and forms. For example, here is the same test case as before, with the reusable step for filling out the form. Now I am going to provide an overview of the design choices made so that you can get a clear picture of the differences between using Kita and a code editor. The web interface provides some features that are not offered by code editors, such as execution of individual keywords, which provides an interactive user experience with fast feedback, documentation with rich text and images, which is useful for including links and screenshots, a browsable database with semantic search, which allows searching for keywords, test cases, and variables, as opposed to searching for strings in files. And very important, adding features to Kita is easier than extending the Robot Framework language and the tools that support it. For example, it would be relatively easy to add tags to test cases and keywords, and then search them by tag. The design of the web interface prioritizes simplicity over flexibility, which means that compromises had to be made. As a result, some features of the Robot Framework DSL are not supported. There are no for loops, no control flow with if-else, no optional arguments, and, very important, no unlimited keyword layers. Instead, keywords are structured in 3 layers, which are built on top of each other. In order to explain the rationale behind these layers, first, I need to introduce 2 concepts that are central to the design of Kita: systems and windows. Kita was designed with a focus on automating and testing user interfaces. Usually, each system under test has a single user interface, and whether it is a web, desktop, or mobile application, we usually interact with it one window or page at a time, which means that every test case consists of doing something in a series of windows, sometimes involving windows from different systems. It may also be the case that systems have windows in common, like the login form. For this reason, Kita allows associating a window with several systems. In each window, there are different sequences of actions that can be executed. An action is an elementary interaction with the UI, like pushing a button or filling a text field. Some actions might be common to several windows, and others are not specific to any window, like pressing a key or selecting a menu entry. A sequence consists of a series of actions, like filling a form or filling a row in a table. It can only be associated with one window, but it may consist of both actions specific to the window and actions not specific to any window. So now I can finally introduce the three keyword layers I mentioned before. The technical layer consists of keywords imported from libraries, which take care of the low-level interaction with the system under test. The domain language is a layer of abstraction on top of the generic technical keywords that defines the vocabulary of the system under test. It consists of actions and keywords imported from resource files. The domain processes are the highest level of abstraction and are therefore the building blocks of test cases. This layer consists solely of sequences. In my experience, these three layers provide a good balance between abstraction and reusability. Introducing higher levels of abstraction makes reusability harder due to increased coupling. From the previous diagrams follows the recommended workflow for working with Kita. First, import the necessary libraries and resources, then add the system under test, and then create all of the windows of the system that are involved in the test. For each window, create the actions and the sequences. And finally, one can create the test case and export it to a robot file. It is recommended to proceed iteratively. In the first iteration, the goal is to create the actions and sequences that allow automating a manual test. Therefore, at this stage, one should not be concerned with defining parameters or variables. Along the way, try executing actions and sequences to make sure that the automation works as expected. In the second iteration, parameters and variables can be added as needed. Now I am going to demonstrate this workflow using the SAP GUI as system under test. The only prerequisite to get started is to install the package Robot Framework Kita. Once it is installed, Kita can be started with the command Kita. When it finishes loading, click on the tray icon. So welcome to Kita. This is the start screen. It probably reminds you of the home screen of a smartphone with 8 apps installed. The first 6 apps are familiar Robot Framework concepts. Remember that actions and sequences are just keywords, and reference values are just Robot Framework dictionaries. Systems and windows are the organizational structures that are introduced in the presentation. So let's go to the libraries. As expected, the built-in library is already available, and we have access to its documentation and also to the list of keywords provided by this library. We can also take a look at the documentation of a single keyword. So now I'm going to add the library RoboSapiens that we're going to use to automate SAP. So I just need to type its name and then click on the Save button. So now we have RoboSapiens available in Kita. Here's again the documentation, the list of keywords, and in this case, this is a library that has import parameters, which in Kita are just called settings. And in this case, I'm going to set the parameter x64 to true because I will be using the 64-bit version of SAP. So now I'm going to import our resource file. So for that, I click on Add Resource, then select the file on the file system, open it, and click Save. So now we have here the resource file with its documentation, the list of keywords, and again, the documentation of each keyword. So like I said, we are going to automate the SAP GUI, and for that, I need to open it. And I'm also going to split the screen between the two windows. All right. So now we're going to add the system to Kita. So we click on Add System, and we notice here that the name of the system is IDE. So I will just write SAP IDE, and for the description, I will just write IDE. Now we have to select the library that will be used for automating this system, in this case, RoboSapiens, and click Save. So now we are asked to create an action that will be used for attaching to a running system. Remember that actions and sequences can be executed individually. And for that, Kita first connects to the running system and then calls the keyword, whether it's an action or a sequence. So let's create this action. And I will call it attach to running SAP. And now I can go back to the system and select the action. So now the system setup is complete, but I will go back to the action in order to show you all the steps involved in creating an action. So first, we see that the action can be used only during setup or teardown. And this action is not associated to any window because it can be executed in any window. Now, since this action is associated to the system that we just created, and we just said that this system will be automated using RoboSapiens, then all the actions in the system can use RoboSapiens for their steps. Now, this action doesn't have parameters. And now we can add the step that we need, which is the keyword connect to running SAP. So now let's take a look at the parameters that are used when calling this keyword. So we see that this keyword has an optional parameter with a default value. And we also can take a look at the documentation of the keyword in order to learn the meaning of the parameters and also take a look at some usage examples. Now, this keyword doesn't have a return value, so we can leave it empty. And consequently, this action cannot have a return value. Now, like I said, every action can be executed. But since this action doesn't really do anything, I will show you the execution in a while with an action that actually does something. So now we are in a position to create our first window. So for that, we need a window. And in this case, I have to connect to the server, and I have a window. So I go here to Windows, add a window, click the plus icon, and now I can add to this window, which I will call login. And as I mentioned in the presentation, for the documentation, I will use a screenshot of the window. And then I click Save. And we have the window. So now in this window, there are two actions that we want to execute. Fill the user field and fill the password field. So let's create those actions. So again, we click on the plus icon and we say fill user field. And the other action, field password field. So now we have this action. So let's take a look at fill user field. So this action has a step which is fill text field. And now the locator, since this is for RoboSapiens, we just need to take a look at the name of the field, which is the label, which is user. And with the content, I will just write the username. So now this is a keyword that we would like to, or rather an action that we would like to execute. So before I execute it, I will go to the settings. So as we can see, here we can configure the library that we are using. So in this case, I would like to enable the presenter mode. And here we see that before this keyword is executed, Kita will call the keyword that we created before, which is attached to the running SAP. So now we can execute this keyword. And we see that the execution was successful, and we can take a look at the robot framework log. So this is a familiar log, as expected. Everything went right. Here we see during the setup, the robot framework called the keyword attached to running SAP, and then the test consisted only of calling the keyword fill user field. So now we are already familiar with executing a single action, and we can go back to fill this action too. So this is again fill text fields. The locator is password. For the content, I'm going to use an environment variable for security reasons. All right. So now we have this password and the fields. So we can fill this form, but in order to submit the form, we have to click this button with the label enter. So as I mentioned in the presentation, there are some actions that are not really specific to a window. And this is one of these. This action is used everywhere in SAP. So I will just go here to the actions and add an action associated with this system that is called toolbar, click enter. And the step is simply push button, enter. All right. And as I said, this window is not associated with any window. So now we can go back here and create a sequence. And this is the sequence that we will use to log into the system. So it's called log into system. And then we can go and add the steps. So first, we fill the user field. And we can see here, these are the actions from the login window. Then we fill the password field. And in the end, we click enter. So now we have our sequence is ready, and we would like to execute the sequence in order to test it, to see that it works. So we go to the execution. Again, we can configure here, enable the presenter mode, and execute the sequence. So now I'm going to create a test case that calls this sequence. We go to test cases, add test case, select our system, and then I will call this SAP GUI smoke test. Click save. And then I go to the steps and select the window, which is login. And then in this window, we want the sequence login to system. So now our test is ready, except for the point that we first need to start the system. So I'm going to close SAP, and I will open it from Kita. So for that, we need to configure test the top and test tear down. So these are actions that are not specific to a window. So we will have to create them first. So I'll just go here to actions and add an action, which is used for setup in our system. And it's called connect to server, save. And then we need to add 2 steps. First, we need to open SAP and then connect to the server. Now here, I will again use an environment variable to save time. And for the server too. All right. So now this action is ready. And we can go back to our test case and add the test setup, connect to server. So click save, and that's done. And like I said, we can also add a test teardown, which consists of closing SAP. So I will add another action that we use for setup or teardown, which is called close sub GUI. Click save. And as a step, we just close SAP GUI. All right. So now we can go back to the test case, add a test teardown, close SAP GUI, and we're done. So now we can execute our test case. All right. So the test was successful. So let's take a look at the log. And here you can see we have the setup, connect the server. Then in the body, let's say we have login to system and turn on close up GUI. So now let's take a look at what is the resulting robot file when we export our test case. So we click export robot, and we save the file. And I will open it in VS Code. It looks like handwritten, but it was actually generated by a template. So there you have it. I hope you found Kita interesting and useful. I will be happy to answer your questions and talk to you during the pause. Thank you very much. Kiitos paljon.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Pranuk. I see you live in the green room. Let's do it. Hey, Murdoch. Welcome to RoboCon again.
Hi, Joe. It's a pleasure to be again here.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, we're getting some interest here, so I thought we'd go right to the questions.
Perfect. Bring it on.
First one is the code for Kita open source? Sorry, did not catch
Yes.
it.
That's what the QR code is for. That's the link to the GitHub repo.
Beautiful. Are there any restrictions regarding software under test that could be attached?
Well, like I said, Kita is an interface for robot framework. So whatever robot framework can automate can be used in Kita. In the end, the only thing you need to do is to import the corresponding library in Kita.
Someone wanted to know how easy is it to extend Kita's functionality? For example, by adding tags to test cases and searching by tag.
Well, for that, you need to understand a little bit how Kita is built. So Kita is built with Django, which is a very popular Python web framework. And so there are different applications. Like I said, all the apps that you see in the dashboard are like the Django applications. And Django is a so-called MVC framework. So there are models, which are the classes that connect to the tables in the database. And there are the views and the templates, which are HTML files with some JavaScript sprinkled. So depending on the functionality you want to implement, you might need to only modify the models, like for example, adding a text field, which would be like a many-to-many relation. And then the view is like the Python code that generates the HTML that will be sent to the client. So usually it's relatively simple, but you can do actually anything that Django allows you to do. So the possibilities are basically limitless.
Awesome. Can I load my keyword resources? Are there limitations? What if data parameters are embedded inside keywords? Are supported embedded arguments? What if there's a deeper structure than 3 levels behind?
Well, when you import a resource file, it's kind of like an interface. It just loads the keyword definitions. That's just the keyword name and the parameters. And like I said, in the end, everything will be exported to robot framework. So I don't think there would be any of these limitations. Would you have to try it, and I would be interested to see if we need to modify Kit in order to make it work. But I would think that should work.
Someone asked, can you elaborate on the decision to exclude features like loops and control flow with and what if else in Kita? And how do these exclusions impact the flexibility of automation?
Well, like I said, Kita is designed for domain experts. So these are not people who are used to programming. So yes, of course, you cannot replace using VS Code on the robot framework language with Kita for any use case. So this is, like I said, it's specific for certain people. Now, I would like to mention that there's a new version of Kita coming between today and tomorrow. And now there's a possibility to use list variables. And when you call a keyword with a list variable, Kita will generate a for loop in robot framework that iterates over the list. So now there's a kind of like a backdoor for loops.
Cool, cool. How many active users have you used that use the UI? What is the expected learning curve?
Well, we have, like I said, this application was developed at a bank in Germany, and we have a dozen people working with it, and they all come from, from banking stuff. So they are not programming experts or robot framework experts. and they have all told me that it's pretty easy to get started with it. We published a tutorial in German, which is in the GitHub repo. We haven't had the time to translate it in English, I think, or I don't remember if in the end we translated it. But I think that this presentation should serve as a tutorial for getting started with Kita.
Will Kita let me know if I imported the wrong library being entered? Let's say I incorrectly
Yes.
spelled the library name.
Yes, because Kita can only import libraries that are present in your Python path. So if you misspell the library, and then Kita will tell you, I'm sorry, this library is not available.
Someone in the chat said, how does the integration, no, not that one. Can you explain to me about how the 3 keyword layers in Kita provide a balance between abstraction and reusability?
Yes. So when you create these keyword layers, usually it is enough in order to create a test case. So in the end, the idea is that you write your tests in terms of sequences which are like the highest level of the domain-specific abstraction. Let's say that you're automating a mobile app or a web app, you will be talking at the highest level of abstraction at the test level. And then these sequences, like I said, we usually when we interact with a program, we are always interacting with a window at a time. So in this window, there are certain actions that we can do, and usually we have some sequence of actions that we want to carry out. So we define this sequence based on certain actions, and these actions, like I said, is like they're like the vocabulary of the application. So if you're working with an application that is like a content management system or something like that, you have a specific vocabulary for this application, and these actions are built on top of the technical keywords that allow you to interact with the application. So it could be a generic library that allows you to interact with a Windows GUI, or a library for SAP, like in this case, or the browser library or whatever. So usually these 3 layers are enough abstraction for the domain experts, so that they don't get lost with an infinite hierarchy of keywords. But like I said, this is not set in stone. This is not the only solution. It is not a solution for everybody. It is designed for a certain target audience. But since Kita is open source, you can also take it for a ride and well, change the structure and adapt to your project. I think that for me, that would be like the most interesting use case of Kita, that people take it as uh, as a set of tools that you can use and adapt to your own needs.
So who's the ideal user then? Is it like someone that has business knowledge, but not necessarily programming knowledge? So, low code type of
Yeah,
approach?
exactly. Yeah, so like I said, I come from this banking environment. I've been working at the bank for 4 years now. And yeah, so these are people who are not really trained in programming. So what they want to do is just automate SAP. What they know SAP very well,
Yep.
and they just want to be able to click and drag and drop and stuff like that, and use RoboSapiens to automate things. Or now they're also using Browser Library to automate their web apps. So I would say that the ideal user is somebody who is just comfortable with using a web application, and who understands that the idea is to automate a manual process. So you have to document your manual processes step by step. And if you want to reuse some steps, then you can define parameters. Now in the new version of Kita, you have better control over the variables associated with every window. But yeah, in the end, you are not expected to know about programming, and that's why we actually don't talk about variables and stuff like that. We rename it to reference values, because that makes more sense when you come from a domain like banking or insurance or something like that. So yeah, it's not really made for. It's not a replacement for VS Code. It's like like a point of entry to robot framework for people who don't want to deal with a programming environment.
Totally makes sense. All right, let's go to a lightning round. We have about a minute left. Can you use an alternative example, VS Code, to edit some same tests as Kita?
Well, yes, in one direction, I would say, since you cannot import tests into Kita, you could start in Kita, export the robot files. This is a standard robot file, so you can continue editing it in VS Code.
Can you import robot test cases created in VS Code to Kita?
No, you can only import keywords.
What happens if the data of Kita after export to robot framework file?
So Kita uses a SQLite database, which is a single file database that is stored in your home directory. So you never lose any data. So you can like stop using Kita, then come tomorrow and continue working on no data is lost.
Can I load Kita, export back to Kita, and edit it?
No, because like I said, currently we don't have the possibility to import robot files, only resource files or libraries.
And what about version control?
Yeah. So inside of Kita, there is no version control. What you can do is, of course, use Git with your robot and resource files like you always do or should do when you're working with robot framework. But inside of Kita, like I said, Kita is not a full-blown solution. It's not a test management program. It's a simple interface for people who want to leverage robot framework for process or test automation, but they don't want to deal with all these things.
Love it, love it. Great, another great innovation by you, Murdoch. Thank you so much. And can you
Thank
head
you,
over
Joe.
to the doc side if anyone has questions for you in GatherTown?
Yeah, of course. I will there
Awesome.
right away.
Thanks again. Appreciate it. Awesome stuff as always. Cheers.
Thank you, Joe. Cheers.
All right, so head over to the doc side if you have any other questions and follow-ups. All right, here's another break, and we'll be back with more Robot Framework awesomeness.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand that everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand that everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
All right, welcome back. Just 2 more sessions to go in a roundtable. Let's end the day strong. Let's keep your questions coming within Slido and also your interactions within GatherTown. Next up, we have Kelby on I Hate Robot Framework, a newbie's guide to learning robot framework. Check it out.
Greetings from Minnesota, USA. Just in case you want to know where Minnesota was in the USA, it's right here. Presentation disclosure. No gnomes or trolls were harmed during the production of this presentation. I Hate Robot Framework, a newbie's guide to learning robot framework by me, Kelby Stein. Hey, you. New to robot framework? Getting frustrated on where to go, what to learn, who to reach out to if you have a question? I am here to help you on your journey. Let me tell you about my first impressions of Robot Framework. It didn't go so well. A long time ago, I took an unexpected journey. One that probably changed my entire career up to this point. In a software company in the ground, there worked a gnome. And it was a day that changed my life. A knock was heard at my door. It was my manager. The manager said to me, "We have this existing robot framework project written by a former employee." I said, "That's great, but maybe we should write the tests in the same language as our application. You know, we could use Selenium and Appium." The manager said, sure. Anyways, we have another team that is also using robot framework successfully. Maybe we can use like Protractor. That's good for front-end testing. Manager, well, maybe. Let me continue. The former employee documented how to set up the project in a text file, although I never really witnessed the project working. I am suspicious of keyword-driven testing. Cucumber and gherkin seemed like a bad idea. I mean, the syntax is unnecessary in code frameworks. It might be useful for springboarding test cases as part of acceptance criteria. I mean, natural language keywords seem too naive. How dare we remove all those weird code syntax and make tests readable by all stakeholders? The manager said, "Okay, well, you can keep those opinions to yourself. I'm giving you 1 month to learn Robot Framework and get the project running again. Bye." My pleas to change frameworks were answered with silence. I had never used Robot Framework and had no idea where to start. And my manager was gone. I started the most logical location. I checked the project documentation. The only thing that it mentioned was something about Eclipse and a plugin called Red. I proceeded to do what everyone does. Binge watched Brian Lamb's courses on Udemy in the span of a week. freshly updated to Robot Framework 4 and the new for loop syntax. I managed to find a few archaic sites with tutorials. They were not very helpful because the Robot Framework versions were older and did not have up-to-date syntax. As much as the user guide was handy, I needed to see real implementations and examples. I finished the demo for my manager, but I was more determined to make it more than just working. I wanted to improve it. I set forth to learn as much as I could. I searched the web far and wide, then stumbled across the website for a convention called RoboCon. It had a section that had nothing but videos, and the first video that I watched was Beware the Brittle Dragon. Further exploration uncovered the video Embedded Software Testing. It revealed solutions directly related to my job. Questions I was searching for were being answered. I continued to have more discoveries. How to write good test cases using Robot Framework, the Robot Awesome GitHub repo, and the cookbook was emerging. Other things were changing too. Eclipse with the red plugin was soon usurped by VS Code. From 2019 to 2020 was the start of magical things happening. VS Code was maturing, Robot Framework IntelliSense was being developed, and RoboCop. With all the tools in place and good examples, everything suddenly clicked. Tests, resources, variables, keywords, project structure began to make sense. I realized that while I appreciate other testing frameworks, I was liking Robot Framework more. That is how I started. It was a rough road. I did not want to embrace Robot Framework, yet here I am, part of a community that loves it. Luckily for you, learning Robot Framework is easier than it was years ago. Let us go on a journey, and let me show you how to answer your current frustrations and questions. Whether you are a newbie or experienced, the following section covers various resources that are useful for everyone. And the very first resource that you should bookmark is robotframework.org. You can discover news and events, like upcoming conferences. Besides recent news, you can subscribe to a newsletter too. If you want to dig in now, the Get Started section is fun. The editor allows you to try out Robot Framework from your browser. There's also information on how to install Robot Framework, but you should click the Learn button. An entire section of learning resources for Robot Framework, including some that I mentioned earlier on, still exist. They've just been updated a little bit. But back to the editor, you can, if you don't want to go through the front page, like robotframework.org, there is robotframework.org. /code. From that page, you have an entire sandbox where you can execute robot framework code. Now, you're not going to be able to install third-party libraries or anything wild like that, but you can definitely try out new things. There's already some pre-built examples that you can pull from. So if you want to practice, implementing variables or using for loops or if expressions, or if you want to create like a custom example for sharing, you can certainly do that. The other thing is you can try out different versions of Robot Framework, going back to, I think, version 3.2. And this will allow you to say, okay, well, I have a project that's in 3.2. Maybe I want to update it to version 7. What things can I do differently, especially with the new var syntax in Robot Framework 7? The next section is the resources section on the robotframework.org website. It's loaded with useful information. For example, libraries, a whole list of third-party libraries. Selenium, Appium, the browser library, the SSH library, you name it, most of it's there. It has a listing of all the built-in libraries. So if you don't import or use any third-party libraries, these are all the libraries that come with Robot Framework. And listing of all the tools. So like tools that are designed specifically for Robot Framework, like Ride. It's a wonderful IDE if all you care about is Robot Framework code. Other links are to, the Robot Framework, RoboCop linter. Heck, if you wanted to try out using Robot Framework in Vim, you realize that there's a plugin for that. The next section down is community. The community section is the gateway to all of the Robot Framework users. Our community is strong and eager to help. One of my favorite sections. The next section down is the development, which, if you're presenting to management, this is a great page to show how many contributors there are to the Robot Framework code base. And he would love to peek in and see what's going on. You can even keep track of major development milestones, especially good if you are waiting for an upcoming feature. And at the very bottom is the footer. There are some useful links here too. Maybe send a thank you note to the foundation using the contact link. Speaking of which, there is the Robot Framework Foundation. If you want to invest in this tool and have a say in its future, present this opportunity to your manager. I'm sure he would love to add the company name to the member list. Let us look at more hands-on learning tools on the docs pages. There is the guides, user guide, keywords, libraries, and the public API. The guides page is just a few years old, so it really wasn't there even when I was first learning Robot Framework. I think it's like maybe 2 years old total, maybe 3. We'll see. There are several links to many how-to guides and tutorials. If you want to get started, well, might I recommend going to the Getting Started section? This is a typical example of a guide, everything you'd ever want to know about variables. The guides page makes it easy to begin contributing to the open source community. At the bottom of the page, there's the Edit This Page. Need to fix a spelling or update the page with new syntax? You just click this button. Within the guides page, there is a style guide where you can find the best practices for formatting your code. This page is a result of a community work group. Maybe you want to join them. Looks like they have lots of work to do and having fun doing it. Another important doc is the user guide. This one shows the guide for the latest version of Robot Framework. This is a great resource as it is a comprehensive explanation of how Robot Framework functions. The built-in library is the core bread and butter library of Robot Framework. You don't have to import it, you just naturally have it. These are very stable keywords. They change very rarely, but that's on purpose. Because these things they kind of make up larger keywords and also form a foundation for other libraries. This next page is the libraries page. You will want to bookmark this page. It covers all the latest standard libraries, but you can go back and review different versions of Robot Framework. So if you wanted to go check out something with Robot Framework 5, you can certainly check the user guide for that, or maybe check the process library in an older version. If you need information on the nuts and bolts of Robot Framework, especially if you are contributing to the code base, the public API documentation is quite useful. The two places where you can get answers from the community is the forum and the Robot Framework Slack. The forum is great for posing questions that may not need an instant response. You can easily search through the forum to see if anyone else has asked your same question. This is also a great platform if you have a very complex and deep question that involves a lot of code. Slack, though, is a little bit different. Slack is a platform that allows for more interaction, more discussion, opinions, instant response. If you're looking for a more immediate conversation about a subject, Slack is where you'd want to go. And because of the worldwide nature of our framework, you're guaranteed that someone's going to be awake to answer your question. So if you think it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm sure someone in Australia is going to be able to answer your question. But there's a couple of rules I would recommend that you follow. Number one, if you're not sure which channel to post a question, choose the newbies or the Robot Framework channels. It's not a good idea to post the same question in multiple channels. While the community is super helpful, we could get confused if a question is in more than one place. The users in the Slack account are some of the most helpful persons. They're always well-meaning, although some may have some strong opinions. If you are frustrated, know that the Robot Framework community will be there. And sometimes you may ask a question that nobody knows the answer. It can happen. Many of the libraries and resources reside on GitHub at Market Square. If you need to look at a library's code, or if you need to submit an issue or contribute, it most likely will be here. The cookbook, for example, is in Market Square. Awesome Robot, also in Market Square. Although some good resources are still found elsewhere. Lastly, there is YouTube. There are YouTube channels with Robot Framework tutorials. A very popular one is the Robot Framework Tutorials channel by Liviu Avram. but there is an official Robot Framework channel you can subscribe. If you go to the playlists, you can see most of the presentations from RoboCon. Ah, yes, RoboCon. Almost forgot. RoboCon is an annual conference for Robot Framework. You can go in person or participate online. There are presentations like this one, tutorials, workshops, and even social activities. If you want a unique learning experience, this is an excellent resource. The journey is starting for you, but soon you will no longer be a newbie. There will be a day where you will help someone learn about a new concept, the best practices, a better approach. And then you too will be part of the Robot Framework community. With love. Thanks. My name's Kelby Stein, and if you have any questions, I'll be in the follow-up session after this.
Awesome. Thank you, Kelby, for that. All right, I see you in the green room. I'm about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Kelby, welcome back to RoboCon.
Hello. Pleasure to be
Awesome.
back.
Yeah, great to see you. Great story. We have a few comments in, so let's get right to them.
All right.
First one is, okay. Did you make a gnome of yourself?
Oh, did I make the nose myself? No, most of them are purchased in stores variously. Like, this is one that came from Finland, you know. But I will a shout out to my wife. Shout out to my wife. She made this.
Nice.
And as soon as I saw it, I was like, okay, this is going to be my feature gnome for this presentation.
Love it. Yeah, I love the presentation style, incorporating them. That was awesome. Some more love coming your way. I love your story. Thank you for the walkthrough. Any ideas how to still improve them for newcomers, aside from posting your presentation as a go-to for new users?
Well, I'm thinking that this is something that will be, as we update the resources, a presentation like this should almost be like a standard intro, something that we can actually like, maybe not make it a full 20 minutes, but maybe like a 10-minute overview of like all these resources and everything that you can use right off the bat, and maybe have it like a perm link or something on through different channels.
Yeah.
That's kind of the thought I had when I made this. I'm like, boy, this kind of presentation would have been awesome to see all of these resources that are clearly available today. And oh no.
What?
No, I'm gonna have to update it already.
Oh, no.
I'm looking ahead.
Okay, I'll look ahead. Nice. Yeah, that'd be cool if you download it automatically would start, or you get a welcome video. Hey, welcome to the community. Check this out first, type deal.
Like a newbie welcome pack.
Yeah. Exactly. Why would you want to check out older versions of Robot Framework?
Oh, well, sometimes you have to figure out if you're given a project that's in an older framework and you're looking at a syntax and you're going to update it, but you want to make sure it's still working correctly as per the time period, that's where the user guide comes in handy. Or even worse, let's say you've learned Robot Framework 6, but the company that you're working at has a project that's in like version 3, and you can't use most of the syntax that's in 6 in 3. So you have to know where your limits are.
Did that happen to you when you inherited that project? Was it in a different version, or did you have to say, "Oh, this guy didn't know what he was doing," or he could have used a new
Luckily,
pack?
Luckily, it was contemporary. Although the team that I mentioned, that my manager mentioned, that was successfully using it, was using like a really I think it was a version 2 of Robot Framework.
Wow.
But it was working, and we didn't want to mess with it.
Right. Okay. Cool. So that must impact your learning, though, right? Because if you're learning new syntax and you look at this, you're like, "Why isn't it here?" You might get confused for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here's what you're talking about. You need to update this soon for the user guide. All right. Thank you, anonymous. How hard was it to actually realize that you were wrong when you were against Robot Framework in the beginning? Have you had discussions with the Robot Framework opponents on the internet?
I think I swallowed the hard pill when I was setting up when I was setting up tests in Selenium and realizing exactly how incredibly easy it was to get it up and running. I was like, "Oh, it's not painful. It's not supposed to be painful." Because my experience up to that point was I was using Java with TestNG, like we all did back in the day with Selenium.
Yep.
And you just had to build all this stuff out before you could like run test number 1. And I was like, use this one keyboard to get things running. And I'm like, oh, dang.
That's awesome. Are there any ongoing myths you hear all the time about Robot Framework? You're like, oh, that's so wrong. Why are people still saying that?
I think it's a misconception of how, for the longest time, when I would say Robot Framework to someone, they would automatically think Selenium testing.
Right.
And you can not like Robot Framework, you can test all these things.
Yes.
I remember a couple years ago, I was running a performance style test using the SSH library, and one of the devs that was reviewing my work was like, "I didn't know Robot Framework could do that." So I think it's a sort of a remarketing of Robot Framework, and definitely RoboCon has helped.
Yeah, even hosting this, I'm like, oh my gosh, Robot Framework does it all. It's like an all-in-one, jack of all trade. Or Jill.
So,
how do I motivate new team members to love Robot Framework? Let's say these team members have experience to other frameworks or with other frameworks.
I would say if you're getting pushback saying, why don't we use this framework over this framework? Understand like how to translate the opposing framework syntax to what Robot Framework does, and literally show how much easier it is to implement in Robot Framework. I didn't want to mention names, but like there was a time where everybody loved Cypress, and it was just, and I was like, we shouldn't use Cypress, we should use Robot Framework because of these things. And what I did to make the argument was take all the things that Cypress does and just map them back out over to Robot Framework, and then show how much easier it is to actually do the same things and also make the tests more readable.
Right.
Once you add those two pieces together, it's fantastic. True story, I was doing a presentation to a bunch of developers saying this is a Robot Framework test and everything, and I showed them the test case. And one of the developers says, is this using AI? You just like write the keywords out and the test just runs magically? And I'm like, no, it's you have to build things behind it, but sure, yes, it's magic.
Well, you bring up a good point. Other than Cypress, it's not either or. It's not like, oh, you have to use Selenium or Framework. You have to use Playwright or a Robot Framework. Robot Framework is a wrapper on top of them, so you get the benefit of not only Selenium or Playwright. You don't have to choose; you get more. So
right, and you could do both
yes,
theoretically.
Right, yeah, exactly. That's true. That's true.
Oh, why do I hate Robot Framework so much?
Yeah, why? I don't know.
I don't hate Robot Framework.
Yeah. And
look.
asking for a friend, good documentation on the comparison. So thank you for that. All right, great. How welcoming is this community as well? Sometimes when you join a community, you're like it's crickets, but from my personal experience on the outside looking in, it seems like a welcoming community, really helpful. You don't have to be afraid, ask questions.
I think it's the Finnish niceness.
Yeah, right.
or like, I don't know what to call it. Like, I mean, come on. You have Friends Day over there. But out of all seriousness, I've been on other forum sites, technical forum sites. And it's very easy to have a technical, earnest, I don't know how to do something, I need some help type question devolve into some kind of horrible argument.
Oh, yeah.
That could involve fisticuffs if the people were in the same spot. In our community, and I've pointed this out, that trying to get a really tough argument shouting match is very difficult. We're very open here, which is kind of nice. I mean, heck, we're open source, so why not be open-minded?
100%. Thank you, Kelby, once again for joining us and spreading your awesomeness to everyone. Thank you again. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Awesome session. Thank you. Cheers. Oh, I forgot to ask Kelby. Hold on, Kelby, you still there?
I'm still here.
Dark side or light side?
Dark side.
Dark side. All right, we'll see you at the dark side. Head over to Gather Town. Pick Colby's brain. Thank you again.
Bye again.
Bye. Thank you, Kelby. All right, awesome stuff. Check out Kelby in the, once again, Gather Town. As you can see, it's right near the Index 9 sponsor booth. Hopefully you've been there already because it's been a bunch of awesome days so far. All right, let's go to our next session, which is Help My Test Suite is Too Big for My Pabot. I hope I'm saying that right. Like I said, I'm not a native robot framework user, but let's check out Kevin's session followed by live Q&A.
Hi, thank you for watching this video. It can be easy to have a combinatorial explosion of possible tests, especially when filling out forms or any time there's many different possibilities of what choices you can make. Some projects also have requirements to prove that everything works exactly as promised. But no problem. You can use scripts or other automation tools to generate data-driven test cases. Robot Framework's data driver makes it easy to run those tests, and Pabot makes it easy to run those tests in parallel, reducing execution time. However, a combinatorial explosion may have thousands and thousands of tests, and there's limits to the lifetime of the universe, or how many resources you have to run those tests on. This talk will discuss some of the things I have used to solve these types of problems. My name is Kevin Burr. I have worked in startups, large corporations, government, from tiny embedded systems to telecommunication and education software to web and cloud-based systems. Most importantly, I have found the same tricks or test patterns apply to all those different sizes and different types of systems. It is fun to solve impossible problems and do weeks worth of manual testing at the touch of a button. This talk has code examples inspired by issues we had in a project while trying to test software for importing lots of different products from all different countries. And you can imagine all the thousands of combinations of products, countries, treaties, and consumer protection laws. The rules for countries also change depending on the current political spats. And there can't be mistakes because some things just can't get stuck at the border for long. 20 minutes is not enough time to go into much depth, but I hope I can give you some ideas you can research further to solve your specific problems. And there will be links in the notes on the GitHub site to help. Most importantly, I am not complaining about the data driver, nor Pabot. I am just a user like many of you, and these specific challenges could even disappear by the time you see this video. However, combinatorial explosions of test cases will always be around, And hopefully these tricks will give you some ideas to apply as you run into them. Instead of using our project data, I'm going to use a sample example from Microsoft's PIC test case generation tool, because this is easier to understand than something like this. In this case, the example is for testing different ways to create a volume in Windows. Although it's not important for this demo, it is to show you that there's lots of different ways of putting things together. Some of these aren't necessarily valid, and I could have added rules, but to keep it simple, I didn't. I'm using PICT because it's easy to generate test data with, and the data driver can call it directly. However, I'm going to use CSV files because that's what most people use. It generates about 3,300 possible exhaustive test cases. But I'm going to use some smaller sets instead. If we take a look at the test case itself, adding the data driver is pretty simple. There are some changes from the standard setup in that I added a test file name, so I could use this for different examples. I'm using UTF-16 because that's what Windows likes to create text files in. And I'm using a dialect of tab-separated files because these are just easier to read than if they're all smushed together with commas. You must have one example data-driven test case using the standard robot type of data-driven test case. This is so when robot runs the test suite, the data driver will replace it with the generated ones. If you are filtering your test cases, even if you have added tag data to the data driver file, if the sample test case does not get executed, then the data driver will never get called to generate all the rest of the test cases. Notice we also used weird data as the parameters because we found if the data file went missing, it uses the example test case instead. And we got caught several times wondering why we were only getting one test case out of the system. We also created these really long names because we had a lot of data and it was nice to tell the test cases apart by their names. But some of these test cases grew to be 30 or 40 characters long, whole paragraphs, and that caused problems. Then the keyword template, I just took everything out. And you need to pass it the name of all the variables. To run this, I'm not going to use any argument files, so you can see exactly what I'm using to run it. Output dir is just to keep the variable clean. This is the name of the data file that I mentioned and the name of the driver. So that runs pretty fast. If I want to use Pabit, divide up these into 10 parallel processes, I just need to add it to the beginning of the line. None of our machines can handle 10 processes, or at least not for our test cases. They couldn't run 10 at a time, but I'm using it as an example to make this thing run faster. It's important to remember test level split because otherwise Pabit divides up the test cases by suites, and we want to divide them up by test cases, especially in this example where we only have one test suite. I've also changed the example slightly by adding a 1 second sleep. So this thing will take 56 seconds to run. So if I run this, we still have to wait for each one of those processes to finish running. They all finished. The expected time was about 10 seconds, but overall it took over a minute. However, we needed to run test suites with much larger numbers of test cases. So let's go up to 280. And that was pretty fast because they said the command line was too long. If we scroll up here, you can see why. It turns out that Robot and Pabit talk to each other over the command line, which is reasonable if you don't have a gigantic number of gigantic test cases, which is our first problem. Since I was having it finding the test suite, you can see that it's using the path to the test suite. The test case names are fairly long, but nothing compared to our 30, 40 character long test cases. The first thing you would probably think is, why don't we just increase the number of processes? And That works fine for the 281. But we wanted to use a much bigger set of test cases. So if we go up to the exhaustive suite, and I'm using 20 processes, even though none of our computers would have been able to handle that, it again dies with the command line being too long. So obviously we need to shorten the name of the test case. I'm not going to show you each step as we slowly figured these things out, just to save a bit of time. We shortened the name of the test case and used the full path to the file so that it wouldn't include it in the command line. Although that's not really workable if you have lots of different test suites. Then we got rid of the gigantic name of the test cases. It was pretty easy to add a line number to the beginning of each test because we were pre and post processing the PIC models anyway, just because we wanted to do fancier things than PIC could do. However, now we couldn't tell what test case was doing, and the number of lines would change depending if we changed our model. So we moved all the extra data from the test case by dynamically setting the test documentation. If you've already got test documentation showing up in the report, you could append it instead. And I got rid of the sleep as well. If I run this thing, you can see that the command line is much shorter. But we're still not dealing with the big test suite. Even with the shortened names, the command line is still too long, dividing 3,300 into 5 processes. The next standard fix would be increase the number of machines that we're running on. One way would be to break the data into smaller files, which we did. But this is a pain to do manually, especially since generating test cases automatically makes it really easy to make changes to your test suite. If the requirements change, or you've discovered something missing, or you had something you didn't need, having to change that each time by hand is a pain. Fortunately, Pabit has a way of doing this for you called shards. Here, what I'm asking is I'd like to have 5 shards, which could run on 5 different machines. And this machine will run the first one. If I run this, it didn't run because it says 1 test case isn't enough for 5 shards. Unfortunately, Pabit is dividing the test cases before the data driver has a chance to generate all the new test cases. So it only sees the 1 single sample test case. This is okay, because there's another way to divide up the test cases using a pre-run modifier. While this is written in Python, it is pretty simple. The one that I'm using came right out of the user guide. It's pretty small. The important line is here. When the suite starts up, it uses something called slicing, which is also available for Robot for lists. Basically, we pass it a start value and how many items we want it to skip each time. With lists in Python, we start with 0, we get the first test case. If the increment is 5, then you'll get the 6th, and so on. Running this only requires a change to the command line. We mentioned the pre-run modifier here, and we can pass the parameters to it like so. This time the test case ran, but it ran all 56 test cases. What happened was the pre-run modifier ran before the test suite was generated by the data driver, so it didn't work either. These techniques were great when you're not using the data driver. But the data driver provides a couple of other ways to do it. It may also be possible to do this with the listener so that you're dividing up the test cases after they've been generated. And it might be possible to do this with a different type of pre-run modifier. I didn't get a chance to try those out, but the approaches the data driver gives you are pretty simple. The first one is using a config keyword. In this case, we need to tell it in the code that we want to do something different. We need to add that to the config. This keyword is intended to dynamically generate the contents of the config. But in the process, it could also generate or change your data files. So what the code does, if I scroll down to it, it's small even if it looks fairly complicated. is when the data driver asks what my config should be, it will grab the name of the file from the config, splits it into lines, and then uses slicing just like the pre-run modifier does. In this section, I cheated and used some Python, even though I didn't want to, but this is all doable in Robot using loops, but it was simpler to cheat. Here, I use the Python temp file library to create the name of a file that doesn't already exist, and it even has the ability to clean it up afterwards. I could also have joined everything together in another robot loop, but it was simple to do that by embedding some Python inside a variable name to do all that work for me. Then I just replaced the name of the file in the config with the new temp file I created and returned that for the data driver. Let's run this command. Other than adding some global variables so that I could pass it to the config keyword, which I could add on the command line like that. If I run this, I get 11 test cases, just like I would expect. I hadn't wanted to do too much in the way of Python, but I took a look at what a custom reader would need to be, and it turned out to be really, really simple. There's a number of default readers already included with the data driver, but you can also create custom readers that can read anything, like smoke signals. In this case, I am telling it I want to run my custom reader class. And because it's in Python, I need to pass it my global variables that say which slice I'm in and how many slices there's going to be. If we take a look in the reader class, ordinarily you would create a reader class from an abstract reader class. But in this case, I don't really want to change how the CSV file is read. So these lines of code here, just grab these values out of the data driver's config. Then I call the parent reader to read the CSV file from the source, and then I do the slicing that you're familiar with. The reason I subtract 1 from the number is because there isn't a title row anymore. That's already been divided into the data dictionary. To run this, in this case, it doesn't need any changes to the command line except for including which slice and the number of slices or shards. And as you'd expect, this works just the same. But we really want to do this with the exhaustive suite of test cases. And running that, which takes a little longer, you can see it got 672, which is what 3,300 divided by 5 is. 3,360 tests could take an awfully long time to run. Do you really need to test all of the combinations all of the times? One of the standard ways of doing this is to break your data into equivalence classes, where an equivalence class is a set of data where all the data in the group should work exactly the same. And that's what we did. Going back to the business people, we asked them, do we really need to test all of the countries? Like, we need to test against every country in Europe. There are some countries in Europe that have different rules, but most of them are treated the same way. This also works really well with combinatorial testing, which I'll talk about more shortly. You can also use random values within that group of equivalent data, just in case they're not all identical after all. Then there's boundary testing, because bugs tend to appear at the boundaries between different equivalent sets. The standard is always test 0 plus or minus 1, especially if it should be impossible to have a negative 1. For example, when the numbers should always be positive integers, sometimes you can enter a negative value, and then everything blows up. Then we get to combinatorial tests, which is what PICT is for. The idea is that instead of doing every combination of every value, you just need to test every interaction of every value with every other value, but not all the different combinations together. That's where the 56 test cases came from out of 3,300. Those are the pairwise combinations. The 281 test cases were the three-way combinations, where every value is tested against every combination of two others. You can also use risk-based tests. For example, how bad would it be if a test case failed in the field? If nobody cares, do you need to test it all the time? And operational profiles, which is how likely is a user to actually use a particular feature or value? Because that's where they're going to find the bugs. And you can use dynamic metrics like code coverage to measure the effectiveness of your testing. However, even if two test cases have exactly the same coverage, that doesn't mean they're testing the same requirements. So you need to use some caution. But it's a good way to come up with a smaller set of regression tests. You can be certain that any code that is not executed, whatever reason the code was written for, is not included in your test suite. And that is important. Finally, I think these problems are fun to solve in automation. Tests where you're dealing with data explosions that will take longer than the universe will live are awesome candidates for automation. We had a test suite that took 2.5 hours to run, which is a long time, but it would have taken a manual tester a solid month to do by hand, and then they probably would have quit out of pure boredom of running almost the exact same test over and over again. If any of you have any doubts or questions, I would be happy to answer them. I have lots of examples. Thank you very much.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Kevin, for that. All right, I see you in the green room. We're about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Kevin, welcome to RoboCon.
Thanks. It's great to talk to you alive instead of listening to you in my car.
That's awesome. Well, this is a great session. I think it's an overlooked topic as well. What got you into this? Because I don't think a lot of people know about this strategy or this technique.
Oh, I used to hate testing. I had a knack for getting other people to test my code without anybody testing theirs. But I had got tricked into doing some testing for a bit because there was nobody else to do it. And I was looking at some, actually the long story is that somebody who had a research group long ago in Bell Northern Research heard about that I'd tried out some code coverage tools. He didn't know anybody who'd done that, pulled me into the group, and suddenly I discovered that this was more fun. This was some of the most fun I'd ever had. Blowing things up real fast and helping other people solve impossible problems.
That's awesome. Did you say the Bell Research Group?
Bell Northern Research.
All right.
It is long since dead and gone with Northern Telecom.
Yeah. Awesome. I've heard of the Bell Research Group, so that's awesome. All right. First question here is, how much more CPU resources and memory does this parallelism use? Does the resource usage scale linearly?
That depends, as with always, that depends on what you're trying to do. I did some performance tests to find out what was the optimal number of test cases I could run at the same time. Discovered because once you've got, if the test case, if you start having competition for resources, everything will slow down, and suddenly problems that no one will see will start appearing because all the processes are starving. So I kept track of how much CPU was being used as the tests were running, and then just kept reducing the number of clients running on our server or on our machines. So I know Pabit, I think automatically, if you don't tell it the number of processes, it will choose the number of processors you have. But I found that on our desktop machines, our laptops, I needed to be one less than the number of virtual processors. Well, on the server, which only had 2 processors, but had tons more memory, I could get away with 3 parallel tests. So, like all all answers. It depends on what you're testing.
Absolutely. Someone in the comments said, how do you decide when to use an equivalency class versus combinatorial testing in your projects?
Oh, well, combinatorial testing is sort of a special case where you've got an explosion of possibilities. They are, when you're breaking things up into sets of data, they are equivalence classes or they're sets of different values. In PICT, we chose PICT because it was free and it was already connected with Robot Framework. I don't know if I had money, I would have chosen that. There's other, perhaps better ones you can pay for. And there are tons of research ones that I didn't get a chance to play with. We ended up having to put a wrapper around PICT to make it easier to use. So it was more like doing set theory stuff. But basically, the way you come up with your sets is you can say that everything, when you're doing data-driven testing, you're dividing your stuff up into sets. It's either a set of all the different values you want to make certain that you try, or it's a set of numbers that you consider all equivalent, and you just want to choose from them randomly. Equivalence classes are just an ancient way of coming up with data for your data-driven tests.
Nice. I think you may have answered, did you use PICT much in that project?
Not in that one. In fact, even other projects where we could have used a combinatorial tool, I often just was able to do come up with all the combinations by hand. In that case, the business people wanted, when they saw how much faster it was to run all these data-driven test cases, they said, what if we try every possible country and see what happens? And that was when PICT came in handy to be able to model, to create. That would be a whole presentation in itself, because you're creating a data description of your requirements. PICT is designed primarily for developer use, so it only really does small models well. I put a wrapper around it so that we could build bigger models that looked more like set theory. The big advantage of any type of any type of model-driven testing is that as you discover things about your system and requirements change, you can just instantly regenerate an entire new test suite. And if you are so lucky as to be able to have some form of test effectiveness, like code coverage, then you can discover that there was functionality that was missed in your model, because the code that you hit is completely unimportant. It could be full of bugs, but the code you never exercised, you have no idea. And in one project years ago, within a week, with a co-op doing all of the modeling, or I was doing the modeling, he was doing the automation, we had found like 8 serious errors in a legacy piece of software that was around.
Wow.
It just I really like model-based testing. Combinatorial testing is it's really easy to sell when you have an explosion of possibilities, but it's not the only type of model-based testing.
Excellent, excellent. Anonymous wants to know, have you tried a Pabit with Robot Framework AI?
I used AI stuff to help with the coding. I don't necessarily see the two of them. Like if you're talking about using an AI model, they're not the same. One runs test cases in parallel, and I haven't used Robot Framework AI, but I would suspect that if you have it generate test cases, then Pabit would let you run those test cases in parallel. Using PICT with Robot Framework AI
right.
might be a better comparison.
Thank you for an interesting presentation. I just wanted to mention that with the release of Pabit 4.1, a new Pabit pre-runner modifier option was added. I think this could be helpful in this case as well.
I wonder who said that. The big problem was when the data driver generated all the test cases based on the data. If the pre-run modifier runs before the data driver has generated its test cases, then it's only going to see one test case. Or it may see all the tests, and that one test case will either get dropped because it's less than the number of shards, or it will all get expanded in just one of the in one spot, and all the other slices will be empty. So, though I know that the great creator of the data driver has been playing around with, I was really afraid that they would get rid of these problems before this talk came out, so there'd be nothing to demo. This was just basically the stuff that we used Pabit for was much more interesting, but I can't talk about that because I don't have permission from the customer. Like, that was the cool stuff. This was what was left over when I removed when I was just talking about some of the adventures we had in getting Pabit and the data driver to test this gigantic explosion of possibilities.
Yeah, this is a great session. Thank you so much, Kevin. I appreciate your time. So we're going to see you in the dark side and gather if anyone has any other questions.
I'm on the light side.
You're on the light side?
You already sent
all right, I got it wrong then.
You sent the trolls to the dark side.
All right, see you on the light side then. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Cheers. All right, near the end of the day, I lose track of things, so thank you for keeping me on board, Kevin. Keeping me straight. All right, so check them out in Gather. Gather, near the Index 9 sponsor area. All right, so I'm going to give you a quick break, and then we're going to end the day strong with a roundtable with Pekka Clark, the creator of Robot Framework, Renee and Daniel. So you want to make sure you stick around all the way to the end. It's also going to be like an Ask Us Anything session, so I highly recommend you get all your questions put into the system, ready to go, because any question you might have around Robot Framework, these three probably can handle it. So this is your chance to ask everyone's an expert pretty much, but these folks, all your wild questions you might have around Robot Framework, anything you may have not been able to ask other speakers and you want to get asked or answered here, here's your chance to do it. So we'll be back with this roundtable right after this last break. Your last chance to check us out. Not your last chance, one of your last chance to check us out in GatherTown and take advantage of that. Keep your cameras on and everything and your audio and really interact with the community to get the most out of it. And we'll be back with our roundtable.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence, scan the QR code, and start your automation journey today.
Welcome to BQA Academy. Here, our trainers are active professionals bringing real-world experience and essential theoretical knowledge right to you. We understand that everybody learns differently. That's why we offer courses in diverse formats: classroom, remote, and e-learning. With any course you choose, you'll enjoy lifetime access to the full e-learning package, keeping your resources just a click away. Our cutting-edge learning environment is packed with videos, quizzes, assignments, and more, all designed to support your success. And you'll love our unique practice playground, crafted to adapt to courses and even individual lessons, giving you the maximum learning benefit. Are you ready to propel your career? Visit us at bqa-academy.com or come see us at our booth here at the conference. We can't wait to meet you.
Delays, bugs in production, rising support tickets, frustrated customers. The result? Unstable releases, frustrated users. Enters Index 9, the power of enterprise automation for startups that helps build high-quality products, enabling the clients to focus on newer feature releases. Extensive data-driven testing by adopting test cases to test data sets. Smart regression testing before every release, providing automated test cases in the hands of developers for flexible execution. Cost of defects 10 times cheaper. Focus on enabling automated tests to find defects that help reduce support ticket volume in half. In fast sprints, QA struggles, expectations clash, and our automation must adapt. We execute automated tests in under 30 minutes, catching more defects than manual testing and reducing costs by 80% with an AI-driven self-healing automation solution that addresses velocity, cost, and quality challenges. Scale faster, deploy with confidence. Scan the QR code and start your automation journey today.
All right, welcome back. This is going to be our closing roundtable session. Ask us anything. All your burning questions. This is going to be an extravaganza. We have Renee, Pekka, and Daniel joining us. So I highly recommend you get your questions in now. Ask us anything. And once I see them in, I'll pop them up and we'll get to it. All right, guys, we're about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, welcome, guys, to RoboCon.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Joe.
Hello.
Hey, Pekka, haven't seen you yet, so good to see you.
Yeah, great to see you here. Great to be back.
It looks
and
like the
thanks
best
for hosting.
Yeah, looks like the best camera you've had so far at these events. So that's awesome. Looks like you're tuned in now, dialed in. Awesome.
I even bought the ring light.
Yeah, you could tell. It looks so much better than.
Yeah.
Nice, very cool.
Maybe you invite
for
me
next
to your,
week. For next year, we buy him also a good microphone.
I think the mic should be fine. But
Yeah,
maybe you're gonna invite me to test your conference someday again. Now that I have
absolutely.
the equipment set up. So.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. I'd like to start off by, what was your big takeaway so far from this event? Mine was the certification. I wanted to get each of your opinion, what your big takeaway was, maybe from either the on-site or the online event that you think is a big takeaway that someone should go back to their company or organization and maybe evangelize or push as a time saver. I don't know if
anyone
anyone
of you want to start?
Not really.
So okay, from the talks, maybe one thing, because we had now 2 days of online talks, so I would recommend maybe 2 talks from Helsinki. The one person that I kind of surprised me, I know he likes to talk, but still on stage he surprised me. And the other person I always like when he's on stage. And the one thing is Manika Siriha. He gave a talk about using AI for selector healing, and just like explain his journey, how he approached that, and what was the difficulties and so on. So that is a definitely recommendation talk, and it's already free available. And the other one, I really like the story that Gervin had to tell in the end. That are 2 talks that I really liked. I also really appreciated the talk from Kelby. I think that should be something that we should also release very soon, just out in the public, for people that have never heard about Robot Framework, people that are scared of Robot Framework, or so, that they just listen to that. Was a nice introduction to how this thing works.
Yeah, I think the Kelby tutorial and also the talk was really interesting, because if you are a tester, you want to prepare everything at first and then start to write tests, and that's the way the other round. So like a developer normally works, that's the point. So we should start to write down our ideas just directly in code, and then try to make a structure around this, improve it, and such things. And this is a thing I really like to see more often in these test projects with Robot Framework.
Nice.
Yeah, I think for me, the talks Rene mentioned by Gervin, and also the scale-based presentation that we just heard, I think they've been really good in non-technical presentations, really good ones. And but on technical side, I've been always, for me, it's personally fascinating to see presentations where people are using some new features of Robot Framework, like Listener API, new enhancement that Mani was using in his presentation, and so on. That's always nice, kind of gives a feeling that, okay, what we've been building lately kind of has made sense when people are doing new things on top of those. As like bigger things for the community and for the foundation, I think the certification that you already mentioned, they are of course huge for both of them, for the founders and for the community. And I think for the ecosystem, well, a lot of new things happening, but I think Robot Code reaching 1.0 and they are really that's a huge milestone. And it's been a great plugin for a long time, but now that it's getting, so it's not only VS Code plugin anymore, it works in PyCharm and hopefully with other editors soon, then that's great. I'm also super happy that the foundation is sponsoring that work, at least to some extent. So that's good.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this has been kind of announced or so. So normally as a association, we start with an action plan and a budget every year, and then we discuss this in the board and the work group. So what do we want to do next year? Like the last 5 years, we want to work on a certification, and finally we got it. But for example, this year it came up, or maybe I started a little bit earlier. We sometimes have a little bit leftover money in the end of the year. So because, for example, we had some plans that couldn't be realized due to just like lack of people doing that. It's not that we don't know what to do with the money, but for example, if we say we would like to spend 10K for modernizing our webpage and the web designer is not available, then it doesn't help if you have 10K, but no one can does the work. So then you think, okay, what to do then with the 10K? And because we want to work a non-profit, we want to spend that money in the year. So in the last quarter, we typically then think, okay, how is the budget situation looking like? Did we maybe get some surprising new members or something like this? Or Becca has parental leave or something and we couldn't spend all our money. And then we think, okay, we make a call for ecosystems. And then some ecosystems propose and say, okay, I could use, I don't know, 3K for doing this and this feature of that library, or I want to kickstart a new development. And also Daniel said, okay, I could use a little bit of funding money for doing PyCharm because this is also pain in the butt to implement that because it's not as easy as in VS Code, but it's high demanded, but I would like to get some funding for that. And so we decided to do that. And we this time also said, okay, maybe we also want to call for ecosystem projects that can use constantly some flow of money. And Daniel's project with Robot Code is our first non-core project that we want to fund on a lower level, but constantly over the years, so that we say, okay, this is budgeted over the whole year, not the leftover money is spent there, so that also he can calculate, he can plan a roadmap, and we can say, okay, we are funding that because, and I think this is, I also have to say that this is a huge difference between Robot Framework and other automation tools. You either have the corporate tools, they typically have their built-in editor or something like this, but going for any open source framework and seeing such a heavy integration in VS Code, such a great IDE is super rare in the market. So there's no IDE for Cucumber, no IDE for any other of the open source framework that is as good as what we have now for Robot Framework. And
yeah, and one thing I want to highlight, mention related to what René was just said, that when Foundation has been getting new members over the years, and we've been running this conference and hopefully make some profit from that as well. So this is exactly the stuff that we do with the money. So if we get more companies joining the foundation, then we'll have more membership fees, then we can then sponsor the core more. It would be awesome to get more people working with the core. That's me being the kind of the only really active person. That's kind of risky in many ways. Being able to sponsor IDE development, some of those more important libraries and so on. That's what the foundation is doing. We're trying to collect money so that we can actually pay people. And of course, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't appreciate people doing open source development on their own time or company time. That's of course really good. But then we have this like cornerstone project, of course the core, but also the IDE, especially when it has the reusable core, the LSP server itself. Those are things that we want to be available, and then there can be, of course, more coming in. So that's what we try to do.
And my vision is, and this improves year by year, and also you see that gets more, in my opinion, more attraction also on RoboCon, that we want to professionalize the whole open source thing. That open source does not mean it is not paid work. Open source just means like, okay, it's a shared invest by multiple companies. Yeah.
Who do you choose how to
I
pay
would
them?
like to.
Like, how did Daniel get his project funded? Does that make sense?
And so initially, or what do you mean?
Like initially, like how, like say someone's has a great idea, but they're looking for funding. Do they go to the foundation, or do you choose at the beginning of the year which projects you're interested in?
So normally we call for proposal in the Q2, like after the summer, when we see, okay, it seems that we cannot or we will not spend all our money on the projects that we want to have. So we make a call for proposal, and then people can propose. For example, the last 2 years we said as a limit is 5K per project. So they can propose, okay, I want to do the following things. it's good because and so I would like to get some funding, and then we can do the funding. We of course at the moment concentrate on robot framework stuff, so we are not funding any open source stuff. We are not that rich right now, so still we have to look. But yeah, that was one thing. But Daniel started that whole thing, of course, in his private time. Then he was a little bit like paid, or our employer said, okay, Daniel, you can work like 2 days a month on that project. This is what Imbus spends on that project, but it's way more work. So he's still investing a lot of private time, and that shouldn't be the case, because you see that 100,000 people using it.
Yeah, when we are running these ecosystem funding rounds, it's possible to propose totally new project, something like this is something I want to try building, and then of course we may not be giving that much, or well, the foundation may not be giving that much money for that, but something like you can try. But also you probably have even better chances of getting this kind of grant if you have done something already and you want to say that, okay, this is what I have and now I want to make it better, and with these kind of things. And that was basically Daniel's case. But we do this typically in the autumn. Well, not in northern hemisphere autumn, like at the end of the year when we know, as René said, budget situation. So the RoboCon, for example, is a very big thing for us, that we don't know when we are running it, like venue cost and everything with the on-site one, and then here how many people we get and so on. So only after all the bills have been paid and we know what's the situation, then we can say, okay, what we can spend.
Are there any deliverable or milestones, Daniel, that you have to hit to get paid?
Let's say he
no.
has to deliver some milestones for us so that he get the funding. So this is one of our requirements. You just hit a pain point here with on Daniel's side. So he has to come up with a roadmap. I mean, same as Pekka. So we had a lot, many years where we just said, okay, you just go, go whatever you think is good. We basically do that the same way till now. But on the other hand, we now have 80 companies who are investing. So we said, okay, we also have to professionalize a little bit. So we came up with a so-called roadmap work group. Pekka leads this roadmap work group. He basically comes up with the plans. But we have meetings in this roadmap work group where Pekka asks, like the participants, okay, what are your opinions? We discuss stuff. So the participants of this work group, people can volunteer to join that work group. If you're interested in robot core development, in contributing ideas or bringing in your opinions, you can contribute then. And then Pekka creates a roadmap out of that work group and finally just basically presents it to the association and asks for a veto. There has not been a veto yet, and I don't think there will be one in the next years, but that's how basically how it works. So also here we have transparency of what we will use the money for, what the roadmap will look like. People can see the milestones and the roadmaps on robotframework.org. And similar thing, of course, when we use other people's money, we also want to have with robot code.
Yes.
Yeah, and by the way, that's the point. We have a roadmap. We have actually roadmap discussion tomorrow at the open space, or community day. So we're going to have in the second session, we are going to continue with Robot Framework 7.3 planning. We started that at on-site RoboCon, and then we are going to continue there. And hopefully soon we then have the roadmap available for Robot Framework 7.3.
Yes,
and we're coming here. I know Joe wants to jump in and ask something. I just wanted to say one thing. The community day tomorrow. So people who are now watching, and maybe not everyone has a ticket of your colleagues. The community day tomorrow and also GatherTown in this evening will be open. So once this Q&A stuff here is over, I will close the conference hall so that the people who are running around in GatherTown cannot just sneak in the live stream. But then I will also remove all the restrictions from GatherTown, so invite all your colleagues. And also tomorrow, the open space is really open space for everyone, not bound to any conference ticket.
Okay.
Cool. Daniel, what were we going to say?
Yeah, I wanted to say some words about my roadmap. But René, we know René. He's talking the whole time. So Yesterday in my talk, I showed a little bit of my roadmap. This is mainly the PyCharm support, the notebook support, fix some errors, and if I have time, that's the main problem next week. Also, I will put all these things and issues in on the Robot Code GitHub repository to make a roadmap. But if you have things around your community that you want to see in Robot Code, create an issue about this.
Great. So let's get some questions from the audience here. Tattoo, great question. He wants to know, how do you see the future of robot framework in short and long term? Where are we heading? What is the long-term vision? I'll start with you, Pekka. I'll pick on you first, I guess.
Well, in semi-short term, like looking about this year, the Robot Framework 7.3, it's not going to be too big release. I think the manual work that we are going to do, like the rebranding and restructuring of the user guide, is the key thing there. But if you look at the Robot Framework features that I think are important in the somewhat near future, we are now talking Robot Framework 8, is making library imports and resource imports work better, so that the namespaces that we have work better. Like it's quite naive how it works at the moment, and it's been worked fine this long, but now the usage is getting bigger. People are having bigger test sets and so on. So how, for example, when you are importing resource files, how the libraries that they import are exposed and so on, we need to think about those. Add some kind of private imports and so on. We have had several presentations here also in this conference where somehow being able to make it so that if you import a library in your resource file, those keywords wouldn't actually be available on a top level test cases directly, stuff like that. So that's, I guess, kind of a short term, like what Robot Framework features are coming in. But this, of course, what we are going to get, it depends highly on the community as well. So that both what kind of features people are proposing, and also even more that if people want to contribute, provide new enhancement and so on, then of course we are eager to get those in. In a longer term, I kind of want to get Robot Framework internally even into better shape. Of course, that import namespaces thing is very important, but getting somehow the execution logic work better so that there's better context handling, so that we could make it possible to run keywords in parallel and execute just like so that you could possibly execute just a keyword, not even a test case and things like this, and move it to some extent even more into a programming language than it is now. Of course, we already now have a lot of these control structures, but there are certain limitations that prohibit using it. But something like this is something that I hope we can do. Of course, we are not going to forget the roots and are not going to make it a programming language only. We want to keep it the automation framework, but there are certain things that I hope that we can do in the future. Overall, then, if you talk about robot framework ecosystem, then I think it's for the community to decide what's going to be there, and that's going to always. I'm super excited on that. What's going to happen in the future?
Daniel, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think we are on a good way, and I think also the import mechanism should be a little bit, renewed somehow. But at the end, I think we should more focus about not only on the core, but also on the ecosystems, not only on Robot Code. But there are so many ideas. I think about these the reporting tools, reporting websites. This is, I think, another point we should work on. Maybe not on the core, maybe more under the umbrella of the foundation. That's the important thing. That is not someone is inventing something, and then another one is inventing the same thing,
right,
a little bit different, so that we can manage these ecosystems project a little bit better, to not invent a wheel again every time. So that was my wishes for a long-term vision.
Nice. And Renee?
Yeah, I must say, so this long-term thing, I really think Robot Framework has the potential to become the automation framework or the open source automation framework in the world. I think Robot Framework has so much potential, still has a big and still growing community. I just wanted to pull the current numbers, but we are way above 3 million downloads a month with Robot Framework. There are definitely some CI platforms in there, and we also will definitely not get on the numbers that the developer tools are using. So, for example, Robot Framework browser with the Playwright thing is a fraction, like it's 10% of Playwright Python users, which is just a fraction of the Playwright Node.js users. I think we will never get that numbers, but from this high-level testing frameworks, I think we can really, succeed or outlive the others. I think the others partially die by maybe the maintenance deaths, maybe also the people run above over Robot Framework and see it. So we definitely see in Germany, Robot Framework is growing rapidly. The user base is growing, the community is growing. And I think short term, we have enough stuff to improve, even though we are great already. Long term, I would really like to get this as a contribution community, which also kind of leads to the next question, where companies realize that open source is not just free, but they can recontribute to Robot Framework and also build their own solutions on top of Robot Framework. And I think that would be a nice goal.
Yeah, so going to that question, how can we get more companies to participate in open source framework?
Yeah. So one thing is to also talk about it. Often I hear questions like, okay, what do I have to tell my manager to convince them to invest in open source? And a lot of managers are not dumb. So maybe sometimes it's just first talking to them and asking them for their opinions about like, hey, we are using the following open source tool. It's free. It brings us a lot. What do you think about investing in it? Or I just today got a question from one community member. So, hey, you asked for maybe contribution to browser library. So yeah, super welcome. Yeah, maybe I find some time in my private time to contribute. We are using it heavily on work. I think so. Why do you have to do this in private time? And why are you not doing this in your work time? Because you are using this heavily, so you could contribute back during your work time to that. So, for example, Tato Alto is allowed to do it, at least partially, in his work time while he's working for OP to contribute. And I think talking about open source and bringing the awareness is one important thing if you're a user of open source. So how can we contribute back? And the other thing, and that's the other side of the medal, are the service providers. So we have a lot of foundation members that are testing service providers, test automation services, and so on. And they build solutions for their customers. We have realized in the last years that it sometimes really is easily accepted by the customer to talk with the customer and say, okay, you want the following solution, we can build you that solution, we can develop it for you, but what about if we open source it? We, from the beginning on, from the get-go, design it so that there are no confidential information in it. We build something that you can use, and then we open source it. And the good thing is, when we open source it, maybe someone else jumps on it and pays us 1,000 euro to make a new feature. You get that feature for free. If you have it closed source in your cabinet, only you can pay, only you can invest in that, and no one else can share the effort. And I think this is maybe one thing for the consultant companies out there. Talk with your customers about open sourcing, also the solutions they pay you to do. Daniel, you want to say something? Or Pekka?
Yeah. That's one important thing, and that's what I've learned the last years also with the Robot Code. And if I said to my customer, okay, here's a bug in robot code. Can I fix it in time? Yes. If it's not take too long, then it's okay. So this are the smallest part.
So fix it in paid hours from the customer. So the customer pays.
Yeah. The customer pays it. And what I think it's, I don't know if the name Platin UI is found in the last days. That's an example of how it can work. So I started with a customer with an idea about a new UI automation tool. Talked with another customer. He has the same problems but different operating system. Just bringing some ideas, and then a third customer is coming, and we have the same thing. So we are working with 3 customers on the same open source project now. And that's, I think it's a real good thing, because, and that's one point I want to extend your words a little bit. It's not only the customers of our companies get these improvements. We as a consulting company can start way faster with these tools that we get back from the other customers when we make it open source. So it's also a thing of when we always use the same tooling and can extend this tooling and make it better over the years, we build up a new our tooling, how we work in our region of technology and testing, and make standards with this. This is one important point. We build standards with this tooling.
Yeah,
And
I
so
agree with
it's
everything said so far. One thing I want to, I guess, mention still, it was partly at least mentioned already, but is basically showing example. So I think what we've been doing, we've been growing all the time, and when companies see that these others are doing this, and then they get an idea that maybe we should try as well. Of course, there can be some huge companies with huge bureaucracy, and it's totally impossible, but even they can change. This is good. I mean, it has happened with the foundation as well. When the Robot Framework Foundation was formed 2015, it was 7 Finnish consulting companies, and it was super hard to get first non-consulting company join in, because there were all the like product companies were thinking, well, you are all consulting companies, why should we join? But then when we got the first one and the second one, then suddenly it wasn't any more problem. And then also getting outside of Finland was kind of hard, but then we started getting companies there, and we had, I think, Imbus the first from Germany, but it has been growing from there hugely. And now we have a first foundation member company in India, and I expect that next year we have more. So this I believe is the best way that we show by example that this can be done, and this is the benefits, and people realize it. And they realize also that if they build something on top of robot framework and just have it for themselves, then it's not going to be developed further by others are not going to help, and it might be that also if there are changes to robot, for example, what they did is going to break when nobody knew about it, and so on. So many reasons.
Great. All right, this one's for Daniel. They want to know, how would you like people to help out with projects you are leading? Like, is there one piece you're like, oh, if somebody can help me with this, I'd be golden?
Yeah. I think I said it already in my talk. Contribute. It's not only contribution about bugs and errors and something like this. It's also bring some new ideas. That's one thing. And I need maybe more developers. Maybe someone has can write some code, write some documentation, write some nice tutorials, tell everybody about robot code. Here, this tool is cool, something like this. And also, I think spending some money, fund me, sponsor me. This makes me a little bit more. This is just an idea in my mind. It's not. I'm not really sure if it can work as a full-time job. But if I have maybe not only one evening every 2 weeks to work on a problem, but maybe 2 days or 4 days in a row, then it's much more efficient to work on new features. So and that can be made possible with some fundings maybe. So try your best.
So that's a good point, though. It's not just coding. People can help you in other ways, like creating tutorials. I could do that. Like,
Yeah,
like anyone could do that and help you.
Yeah.
You know, that's a great idea for sure.
I think
Tattoo- Yeah, go ahead.
One case where people could help Daniel with the robot code is that because robot code consists of the language server and then integration to different IDEs. If people are interested in, for example, Vim integration or Sublime integration or Emacs integration, is to create those and document, either like provide a separate plugin for them, those, make them available somehow, or just document how it's done so that the great core that's there can be used even more widely than with PyCharm and VS Code. I'm sure Daniel doesn't know everything about all possible editors, and is probably not going to build all these different integrations. But the great thing with this LSP thing is that it should work with most of the editors available, and people can build those integrations or even plugins.
Yeah. And send me a message, and there is the Robot Code Dev organization on GitHub where we can collect all these little tooling around robot code. So that is collected on one place. That's the main part, I think.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna do a close up of Renee. He did something on his screen. Those are the downloads. What is this?
Yeah, these are the download numbers. So this is obviously a Christmas year. So the end of the year is going down again, but we are here above 3.5 million downloads. So this is from the beginning, basically what we can get from pypy.org.
Nice.
So yeah.
Is it my maybe it's I'm not seeing it correctly. I don't see it as big in the U.S. as in Europe. Is that true, or do you see it growing in U.S.? Is it, if people are in U.S., is there anything we could do to help grow it even more?
So from the proportion, US citizens versus usage of Robot Framework, no, it's not that big. There it's definitely bigger in Finland or Netherlands, but then also you have Germany and so on. From the amount of people in general, we definitely have India, US as big players there, because you're just way more people in the IT industry. So, but what I would really like to see is maybe some I don't know, US meetups or an event or so where we could also support. So that leads us back to the ambassador program.
Yes,
so people that are located in the US that could spread the word. I know that, for example, Cisco just at some point approach us and say, hey, we want to become a foundation member, and here's our 12,000 a year, have fun. Yeah, and okay, we appreciated that and accepted that, but we don't know what they are doing. We don't know how they are doing it. That's the kind of disadvantage of open source. You may not see your users at any point. So we just can guess from the download statistics from PyPy where these numbers are going, or from the page visits.
But that's, I think, a reason to talk about it.
Right.
Yeah.
You must talk about usage. You must talk about what you are doing in your projects, not the details, but what tools you use, where it would come from, and make some advertisement about these things and so on.
Tattoo's busting your chops, Becca. He says Mike is not fine.
I think the problem is more the room than the mic.
Probably.
So
Yeah, it might be.
Not treated.
Maybe two hard walls, yeah.
Clavis, I know you're an Automation Guild attendee. Thank you for that. Actually, Pekka was at the first ever Automation Guild in 2016 or 17. The problem with this is we usually get submissions for titles, and not many people do Robot Framework, but I can invite people. So maybe, Pekka, we can get you back for the 10th. Yeah, that'd be a good tie-in if you could do the 10th Automation Guild next year.
Yeah.
Be bringing the band back
Yeah,
together from the first one, maybe.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that, but then I haven't been sure that should I be proposing another like intro to robot framework, but because that's already done once. But then again, I'm not sure how many people are back from the first one.
Yeah.
Would there be new
I'll
people
give
who
you
are
some
interested? Or
ideas.
would it,
I can reach
but
out.
I mean, yeah. So we can. I'm definitely interested, and I think it might also be good to get somebody who is using it or someone like from the community, because then I at least it's kind of easier to buy ideas when it's not the creator only boosting, hey, this is awesome thing, because that's kind of that person is kind of biased.
That's
so.
true. Yeah, we had a good
but
session a few years ago from a real user that did something crazy with it, and it went really well. But yeah, Dave.
Joe, how's the concept at Automation Guild? How is the talk length and the talking afterwards?
So what I'd like to do, the guild likes lots of questions, so we should do 20-minute sessions followed by 20-minute live Q&A.
Okay.
And they usually like hands-on.
And also like 2-3 days. How
That's
long?
5
is that?
days. 9 hours a day that I'm online.
Oh. Yeah, and afterwards, typically, then you have 1 or 2 weeks of rest, and then it's RoboCon, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I jump right on RoboCon, which is always fun.
Yeah, I would like to maybe I propose next time something about Playwright versus Robot Framework / with Playwright.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I made on the Automation Star in Vienna. I made a talk about the comparison and also like code comparison. How do they look beside each other? What is the advantage, disadvantage? Yeah.
Awesome. Let's do it. Okay. Another question. What would be a good way to introduce colleagues who haven't done much automation in the past into the robot framework? Probably Kelby's session.
Watching Kelby's session.
Yeah. Booking a training with one of our awesome training providers.
Oh, that's true. So is the certification, talking about training, I don't know why I'm thinking of certification. It seems like a big deal. Do you foresee that helping to grow this year in the future? To maybe increase awareness so people are like, I should probably learn this?
That's a good question. So the thing is, I don't know. That's the whole certification thing is regionally totally different, right? So, for example, in India, it seems that certificates are really important thing. In Germany, but still people like to have their, I don't know, ISTQB foundation level or whatever, or test automation engineer. I think in the US, I'm not sure how big certification in general in the US
for
is.
some reason, unless it's a security cert.
And so we didn't want to come up with something where we said, okay, this is like a money-making machine for the training companies, where the training companies are also those who give out the certificates and so on. So we want to have something that is valuable and independent, so that we say we come up with a plan that you have to know, the syllabus. Then we can have training providers that offer very well training, because that was a big problem that we had. So, for example, we got an email to the Robot Framework Foundation, hey, I need someone who gives us a robot framework training. So, okay, I'm the first one who reads this. And then I think, okay, I could take my Imbus hat and say, okay, go to Imbus and buy a training.
Right.
Or I put my Imbus hat beside and take my chairman hat and say, we are all great, but we are unfortunately not writing which of our 80 members are actually service providers and have training. So basically try out, but you could also go to I don't know. Yeah. So there was no answer giving to the community who is actually giving your trainings. And then you can Google yourself and so on. And was one big dimension of this certification program and training program, that we say we create a list of training providers where we know they cover the concept. They really put effort in creating their training materials. They put effort in creating examples. It's not just, I wing it and it will be fine. Yeah. And I think this is a real value that brings that thing. And then on the other hand, I think also if people are proud to be Robot Framework users and they are not just like Robot Framework in their CV, but they also have this certification stamp, maybe others will ask. And if the companies are aware, okay, there is a certificate, that certificate has a value, so it's not like gifted because it's just stupidly easy. Maybe they also jump on the train and say, okay, we would like to have an RFCP certified professional hiring. And that, I don't know. We have to see how it pays off. Until now, I got positive feedback from those few people who have taken them. So it would be, I think, for now it's roughly like 20 or so. But I also got the feedback, and that's something that I would spread. Someone approached me during RoboCon and said, "Okay, fuck, I just failed. This is not a joke." Yeah. So
Yeah.
And there was a long year Robot Framework user. So please don't take it too easy. We try to have a professional level here. Maybe we make an intro level later, but
right.
yeah.
Awesome. So let's hype up tomorrow. Can you talk a little bit about tomorrow work groups? Is there a work group or something for people who want to improve their development skills while working on beginner issues, PRs, or RFs?
There isn't any work group. There isn't precisely a work group for that, but I think, and of course, I mean, there could be something like that. Maybe we could, I don't know how would it work, because this shouldn't be only Robot Framework core. It's typically easy actually to contribute to, for example, libraries, adding new keywords, existing. But one thing I think we should kind of have a note somewhere. What we should do is that we should have some kind of a common, not rules, but recommendation for our various projects, how to label issues that are like, GitHub has these conventions like labels like good first issue and help needed and so on. We should start using those more, and maybe have some kind of web page within somewhere that where you could see all of our projects, because now you can of course go to the core project and see what issues there with that label, but it would be very nice if there would be something okay when these have search from all Robot Framework projects, basically what are the issues that have this kind of label that are easy, good for as the first contributions and so on. But I think that's something we can do for that.
But what I really want to do is so the one thing I already mentioned that I think maybe in the opening, I'm not sure. We did once during COVID this Worldwide Workshop Wednesday. It was a day of digital workshops where we basically started also during work time in India, or even more Eastern, and then went once around the globe, like with sessions all over the day, also sessions during the US work time. And these were workshops given by the community for other community members. And I'm at the moment, we will definitely have a Robot Framework Browser Advanced workshop, so contributing to browser library. But I really would also like to give a workshop like how to develop robot libraries, and including that also how to set up your project, how to set up a hatch for the project publishing. What is the best project structure? What kind of linters should you do? How to do pull requests, something like this. So that we do that probably in the fall. But you definitely can propose this talking point on the, if you go on RoboCon.io, down the agenda, there is a community day. Just propose the topic, and then we see if you find a peer group tomorrow. Maybe it already happens tomorrow.
Let me show that really quick. 1 second. So we're talking about, go to the main page here for the program. Scroll down, you'll see unconference, join the discussion. There's a proposal form. Fill that out, and maybe it'll happen. All right, guys. Sorry,
and the community day will be tomorrow again here in Gataton.
Perfect.
Yeah. But we also have our monthly Friday meeting where people can
open space. Yeah.
The open space. If you have a topic or something like this you want to talk about, write it in Slack, and we can. There are always a handful of people talking about different things and showing something new and such things. Yeah.
I mean, you said it's going to
Can
be
we get
open.
Ed?
Sorry, go ahead, Becca.
Can we get Ed here to answer the first question?
Yeah, so the point is, it's not only if you like to talk and if you like to explain stuff, you can come tomorrow. But also if you just want to listen to people discussing, or if you want to just have a chat with someone on. So this is everything can happen Friday. So just come here, learn other people, or just come shopping and take what you find interesting.
By the way, you can still
Don't be scared.
propose. At least I believe you can propose topics to discuss also tomorrow, but it's good if you can do that already earlier. And actually note to Ed that maybe some of the current topics could already be mentioned today somewhere, so that people can see what's kind of what's there, what might be coming. So that might be
I
also
think we
something.
will. I think we will publish the Miro board and also the entrance to GatherTown again on RoboCon.io, so that the people can have a look what is already there.
Yeah, but as I already discussed, one thing is that we're going to discuss about Robot Framework 7.3, and another thing that I think that would be great to discuss is the translations. Like Tatu had this discussion about how to do localization with this Python lib core, but we could add that to the Robot Framework core as well, and that's something that we can discuss as well. So like some ideas, but in the open space community day, there can be discussions about anything like non-coding discussions, but there also can be like pair programming or something. It's basically anything.
Cool. All right, so we have about 12 minutes left, and let's do like a lightning round, I guess. Is there anything you're looking forward to do next year or in the upcoming year?
We can also stay longer, Joe. So
that's true.
Depends on your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we can stay not overly long, but I mean, if there are more questions coming, I don't have any hurry. The place I'm going to go after this one is that I'm going to beer at GatherTown. So I'm not going to go
at GatherTown. Okay, good. At GatherTown, that's fine. That's good. Not to beer in Helsinki.
No. I could go there afterwards.
So interesting
My son
upcoming
wants
stuff
to
in the
talk.
year.
Hey.
Hello. So I think the AI stuff will still be interesting in the community. We also want to try to find some good use cases for it. I do not like this. Hey, let's use AI for everything.
Right.
Let's really see where AI is good for and where to use it for. I think there is something coming up. I would actually like to do a little bit open source coding again. For example, like the fix that I wrote these comments was Kevin regarding data driver said I will fix it.
Okay.
I'm working on that.
All right.
Because
yeah.
I had it in the drawer, and I was thinking I just have to find time to work on it. So that is the goal of the coming year, having more time with the family and then having more time and more interest and energy again to do actually some open source coding.
Yes.
Daniel?
Yeah, I have a lot of things on my list. Plugin UI, robot code, and this is, I think that, I will do this the most of the time. So, and sure, yes, family, and yeah, that's why this may be a thing. Sometimes there is no energy to work on this. So if I don't answer the question right now, ping me again.
Right, for sure.
Yeah. So
cool. Can you give me a few convincing arguments or name success stories for employers to really contribute resources to work on open source projects? I don't know if any of you have any insights for this one. Like, I don't know if you heard from anyone like, wow, I did this and all of a sudden my employer got I don't know, new business
So,
or whatever.
I mean, maybe just briefly. So on,
Yeah.
on the Helsinki talks, there is one talk from Lennart. He works at the moment. He works for Provincial, which is a big insurance company in Germany.
Okay.
The tool that he did was during his I think his master thesis or so. But he still could work on that on paid hours. But they are also, they talked about the situation, and they have a quite good peer group where they work with Robot Framework, and they want to open source stuff. And of course now you have all these legal implications and so on. So they maybe do the shortcut and open source it under a private repository so that there is no link attached. Other projects, I mean, but we really had in our customer connections, like users who are actually using Robot Framework, multiple cases where people says, okay, yeah, I just asked my boss and said, hey, this thing is cool for the community and we're using stuff from the community, so maybe we contribute that back to the community. And also this Robo Sapiens that was last year, this SAP automation.
Yep.
That was actually the customer itself. So I nudged Maduk to say, hey, come, go to the customer and ask if we can open source it. And then he went to this meeting with the customer, and the customer said, okay, first thing, Maduk, I want to talk about it. I want to open source that. And he said, oh, okay.
Nice.
So the customer had the same idea. And I think there are good stories. Arguments, in my opinion, is really this kind of the back contribution possibility. So people try it out. You develop something for yourself, but people can bring in more value. People can bring in feedback, or people can bring in new ideas, or even tell you, hey, there is an alternative that is maybe even better. Yeah, I mean, it can happen that you develop something, you think, hey, you made the biggest thing ever, and someone else sees it and says, hey, have you seen that? That is similar and is also cool. And then you get new ideas. So interact, bring your thoughts out, bring your solutions out, and you will get some revenue.
I think one big thing here is also, if there is a company behind, this company have secrets. So you don't really know sometimes what is really happening in the software. And if you want to fix something, it's not that possible as in the open source world. And just to give some bigger names in success, it's not only the Robot Framework community. There are lot of tools around there. Think of the smaller things like Webpack, like gzip and whatever. This are sometimes projects making open source from a company behind. Is smaller, but they are allowed to use to work on because the company is using this tool.
Perfect.
And maybe one comment. I do understand the situation, but on the other hand, I'm opposing the standing of that situation. So there was this, we can't open source it because we are a bank. I do understand it, but the situation, if you build something and that thing is so secret that you can't open source it, maybe that wasn't a good idea in the very first hand. So if you have there some stuff in your solution, in your automation framework, or in your, I don't know, that is so tied together and there is some secret fancy stuff, what are you doing if you need external help and so on? So maybe directly from the get-go, when you start with a project, when you start with a solution, think about how can I build it so that it's agnostic to me, that it's agnostic to my secret. Then I can maybe also publish a part of it, and the secret influence you can put in by external information or something like this. So I think it's if you don't want to open source your code, there is probably something bad with it. So I know a lot of companies that have closed source software, and you ask them, hey, why won't you open source it instead of killing your software? Because they stop producing the software, for example. You could, on the other hand, just instead of stop producing it, just publish the code.
Right.
But it's so horrible, so bad code, you will never publish that.
Right.
So,
that's true.
And that's
That's
always,
a good
I
point.
think.
Start any project with open source in mind, even if your company never open sourced it. So it gives you
And if
flexibility.
you don't feel ashamed for your code, then it's probably good enough. And I think Pekka even happens that he feels ashamed when he went through old code and has to refactor. He said, "Oh boy, what did I do there?"
Yeah, I would assume that all the code in Robot Framework has been rewritten at least once, but even though still there's a lot of code that is quite bad, and in design and in implementation. But luckily, there's also some good stuff there. So nowadays, it's getting better.
Well, is it going to be 20 years for Robot Framework? In 2026.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, 2025. It's now 20 years.
I thought it was 2026.
Yeah,
It was official open
Yeah,
source.
the first
open
version,
source 28.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2000. Yeah. Version 1.0 was released, I think, in January 2025, but that was Nokia internal. Of course, then I mean, if you look at this
2005.
project that have been 2005. So if you look at this project that have been open sourced, then of course Robot Framework also was developed within Nokia and then open source. But if it hadn't been open source, then I most likely would have it re-implemented it in one way or the other, separately anyway, because it was based on my thesis and ideas and so on. But yeah, like, it was better.
So the theme of that event, 20 years of Robot Framework.
05 the first release, 08 the open sourcing, and Robot Framework Foundation was founded in 15. So we have 10 years of Foundation and 20 years of Robot Framework this year.
Right. Should have played that up.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any plans to expand to different parts of the world? We saw some awesome contributions from India and Middle East this year. What's next?
I would say that we are very happy to extend anywhere, but especially the further away we go from the place where we are most active, the more we need community involvement there. So that's the reason I'm so excited about new member company in India who was very eager to expand the community there, because then they live there, they know the culture, they are in the same time zone and so on. And for example, us to go there from Finland or from Germany and start to preach about Robot Framework, I think it wouldn't really help work very well. But of course, then again, if there's going to be bigger happenings, we are ready to get there and so on. But same with anything else, we basically need the local people who are helping. Kind of relate to that, what I think it would be cool, this might be a note for Mika to think about, is that we know that we have a sizable community, for example, in Brazil. And for obvious reasons, there aren't many people visiting Finland from Brazil. It's far away. But then again, in this conference, it would be easy to get people from those places. And also, I think there's to be a lot of people in Thailand as well using Robot Framework that we haven't really heard about. So maybe we should try, kind of note maybe for next RoboCon organizers, that with the online conference we should try to reach out those communities and try to give them even cheaper tickets or something like that, get people here,
right.
So that we could learn more about them.
That is, by the way, always possible. We didn't announce that very publicly, but in general, maybe as a remark for next year, if you have the feeling that you want to come to RoboCon, but your employer does not pay, it's always a possibility to contact us to get cheaper or sponsored tickets or so. Just explain your situation very briefly and say, hey, you would like to participate or you cannot fund that. That's always possible. Regarding the expansion, as Pekka said, it's, of course, we are open. You can use it everywhere. Some communities are very, very enclosed. So, for example, the Brazilian community, they're speaking Brazilian Portuguese, and it's so also there's a language barrier often. but there seems to be an active community itself. I also know there's a Russian robot framework forum where I have no clue what they are talking about because I can't read it, but it seems to be there. A thing that we want to do more like German translated style, because stuff like web pages and so on, because the DACH region is also a high potential region in Europe. But yeah, we are
That's a
always
good use for
interested
AI
in
doing that. Probably outreach for sure. Even dubs of some of these voiceovers for this use AI. Anyway, is there one powerful thing of the framework you think people don't know about that you think would make it like, oh, okay, now I get it. Let's use it.
So I would definitely say the extensibility. So something that is not super obvious at the very beginning. I mean, that's easy, that it has a rich ecosystem, that it can do keyword-driven and behavior-driven stuff, yes. But Robot Framework is so open and has also become even more open over the last years. The APIs are so powerful, you can train it every damn trick. So what we have done with Robot Framework, with customizing adapters built around Robot Framework for our customers, people did not know that this is possible. And I think this is one of the secret or the hidden superpowers of Robot Framework.
Yeah, I think a few years ago I would have said listeners at this point, but there has been now so many talks. We did talk about listeners themselves a few years ago, but now there have been so many presentations where listeners are mentioned. People should most likely know about them. But if you don't know, what they are, that's an interface that gets notification during execution. And earlier it was just notifications. Your listener was called when a test started or keyword started and so on. But nowadays, you can also make a lot of modifications to everything, like to the data and to the results and so on the fly, which allows a lot of interesting possibilities. So
we did a 1 hour talk about that.
Yeah, we did. So, but now there's also the money's self-healing locate thing was based on listeners, and listeners were mentioned here in the performance testing context and so on. So I would say that it's not anymore so hidden because it's mentioned so often. But I guess one thing that people may not know is the parser APIs, how you can get also the data in a programmable kind of a structure in a tree structure, and you can make modification to data using it's very simple, very little code. You can make an interesting JSON data and save it back to disk and so on. But these are the APIs Daniel's robot code is using on the LSP server, and also RoboCop, Robot ID, these linters and formatters and so on. But these may be something that people are using tools that are utilizing these interfaces, but they may not know about them that much. These APIs are also something that you can implement custom tooling on top of those.
Nice. Daniel, why do you love it?
It's easy. That's the thing. Yes, as a developer, from a developer perspective, I think Pekka has everything saying about it. But what I think is, if I come to a new customer and should train the people about Robot Framework, and it's really, you get the fastest feedback cycle in testing that I ever have in other projects with commercial tools and such things. Just install it, install the library, and go with your web testing, API testing, whatever. There is no need to learn complex program languages, whatever. So just right start. If I don't know, Kelby said it in that way in the talk, but if you set up a simple web testing framework in Java or whatever, you need maybe 2 days or whatever to get all the things together, connected with all these things. You need a good reporting tool, a good package management tool, and whatever with Robot Framework. maybe 15 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a customer who did SAP automate, or who wanted to do SAP automation in one team, and they did UFT for half a year and couldn't have it really running and so on. I was still in the proof of concept, and there was this other team happy with Robot Framework. They didn't do SAP, but they said, hey, there's also this SAP thing, so maybe you could help us. And then we said, okay, yeah, do it. And we suffered very long because they didn't give us the access. But then on Friday, we got the access to the SAP UI, and on Monday, there was a presentation. And basically, I think that was done by purpose. Yeah. So they just was stalling us and ghosting us so that when we come up with the presentation, we would fail and had nothing to present.
Aha.
But in end effect, we in the morning of Friday, we get it running, we installed it, we made the first test case, we made the recordings, we had I think 3-4 test cases running Friday evening. The person from the customer, I wasn't there, but the person from the customer presented everything and said, okay, that's running. And the UFT people were just like standing there and watching. So what? That's how quick did you manage to get that working? So I think the speed is also really
Raymond,
really.
I think that answers Raymond's question as well. Do a proof of concept for this next question with the and show them how easy it is. I think that would probably get buy-in right away. It sounds like eggplant. You have to just whatever company plop it in there and do a POC. I think you'd probably gain a lot of ground that way.
I mean, with eggplant, you also that is not only cost a fortune, that's costing twice fortune also. So it's super expensive.
It depends what you need it for. So I don't know how.
Yeah, it has its use cases.
Yes.
On the other hand, for example, with Deutsche Bahn, we are now kind of phasing out eggplant and bringing in Robot Framework with
7 years
UI,
development. 7 years development of eggplant. And
it's AI now. It's AI powered. So
yeah.
Anyway, I love them. Anyway, okay. What Slack channel should I join and want to be in the loop discussions for our RFCP, ambassador, roadmap, etc.?
You name it.
So
there's a
I think
roadmap channel,
RFCP has not yet a channel. I think there is an ambassador channel. I'm not sure if this is public, but
No,
the
the
roadmap
ambassador channel.
is.
Yeah, I
go
asked
ahead.
Mika about the ambassador channel yesterday, and there's only for the work group that's private, but I would expect them to create a public channel as well. In general, I think contacting Mika about all these channels might be a good idea to ping him. But for roadmap has a channel that is roadmap, so that's easy.
Hashtag roadmap, and otherwise just contact Mika Solmela, IIK and then Solmela, and you will find him in Slack. You will find him also like executive.director@robotframework.org, and he can organize all that.
What's
but
the
the Robot Framework channel? Yeah.
Again?
So again, David?
What did you say?
The Robot Framework channel. Put everything what you know did not know how to put it from a topic. Put it in the Robot Framework channel.
What's the URL for GatherTown tomorrow? Someone wants to share with the team.
It's basically what you see in the top. You can just copy it. It's the same URL, but I will integrate it into the program on the open of the community day, and I will put the community day at the very top as well.
Awesome.
So and there will be GatherTown.
Do you have any subjects you're going to talk about tomorrow?
I think I will propose something about typing and libraries. So how to use typing, custom type converters and libraries. If anyone is interested in that, I think this is also a unappreciated feature in Robot Framework. Or
it's
underappreciated,
true. I mean,
not unappreciated, but
the automatic type conversion is really useful feature, and can do kind of miracles, especially if you start to have custom convert, and so you can do very interesting things. And somehow, well, not directly related to that, but there's a Python 3.14 which is going to be released next autumn. It's going to have a huge change to how annotations work under the hood, and I just actually yesterday tested Robot Framework with Python 3.14 Alpha 5, and to my surprise, all our test cases for type conversion and so on succeeded without any problems.
Awesome.
So it seems that we are it's good. I was kind of worried because they are making huge changes there, and I was worried that our runtime annotation inspection usage is not typical usage for annotation. So I was worried that there would be something, but seems to be working fine.
Awesome. Will GatherTown be open after RoboCon, or is there another place that we keep in contact with other robot framework users? I assume it's Slack year round, but I could be
So
wrong.
yeah, RoboCon will stay open for longer. We still have like 200 people access until the end of the month, but we won't use it because I think that after Monday no one will be here anymore. Tomorrow, of course, there will be something like 50-60 people, I estimate, hopefully more. In this evening, we are now going down to beer and drinking some nice drinks maybe. And I luckily got today my Lonkero, which is this Finnish grapefruit gin thing. So we can have a proper after party. What did I want to say? Yeah, Slack at slack.robotframework.org. There you can have the invite link to go to the Slack. If your company notebook does not allow Slack, I would just propose put it on your private phone. You don't have to spoil company stuff, but stay in touch with the community. Believe me, it's way more fun than searching the internet in Google and so on. Just asking a question there, getting some information. Strong recommendation here. Yeah.
Well, that wraps up day 2. Thank you, everyone, for contributing. Thank you, Pekka. Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Daniel. Awesome stuff, as always. And it continues. The awesomeness continues tomorrow. So keep your eyes out on the program for how to join GatherTown tomorrow as well. So thank you all. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Joe.
Bye-bye.
It was again a pleasure to work with you. And thank you for this awesome 2 days.
Absolutely. Thank
see
you
you
as
next
well.
year.
I hope so.
We're counting on you.
Hope to see you at the after party.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to eat, and then I'll try. I have a call in another 40 minutes, but yeah, I'll try to join really quick for sure.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
See you, Joe.
Bye. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Ciao.
Awesome. And as well, like Renee said, this is all being recorded. It'll be available. Big thank you for all our sponsors one last time. Index 9. Thank you, Index 9. All our gold and all our silver, and also giving some love in GatherTown one more time. And we'll see you tomorrow. Keep the love going. And once again, thank you all for being awesome. A round of applause for all the attendees and all the speakers and all the contributors. It's been great. Thank you once again for having me host. I'm really honored. And hopefully we'll see you again next year. All right. So thank you. I think that's all the things I need. But once again, show some love to our sponsors because they really help make things happen. And thank you all. And we'll probably see you in GatherTown later on. And as always, test everything and keep it good. Cheers.